when Stoneboy went for the event, they were able to promote. Stoneboy is in Jamaica. Stoneboy is shooting.
But yours we never heard about.
They did not a zero promotion for mine. When I tweet something on Twitter, then he wants to counter even when the tweet is not even related to him.
Right.
Just because he needs that popularity or needs that little hype he's searching for. So I just quickly positioned to say, stop the fooling. You know, a lady almost collapsed when she said, when she heard me speaking Ghana with my friends, said, oh my God. You know, and the crash that she had on me, everything lost. And for us to have a beautiful industry, you know, industry that is gonna grow, we just have to stop all this little tribalism and, you know, that favoritism and all of that. If I deserve to be pushed, push me. You know, if I deserve to be acknowledged, acknowledge me. If I deserve this award, kindly give it to me, and then, you know, there will be peace. You know, peace will prevail.
Showing on Wednesday, February 15, 2023 on GhanaWeb TV.
Now, back canopy. Susu sang pine, be a want on and be a man in quite baby.
Mommy, you first can see about Kotoso. Pepoga, send me sick from Lemonade Finance. While Brian did the shade and let me £2.
Lemonade Finance.
Say they're sending money back home from UK, Canada, and now US. I accepted a instant charges. Exchange waiting in so ye unbeatable. We should make promo code Dr. Like menya £10, $10, and $10 Canadian for the first transaction. What is send this guy a coffee? Download to Lemonade Finance.
Influenced some men to enter into a female-dominated industry. I'm talking about the beauty industry. I'm here at the Maxon Beauty Lounge located on the Christian Village Church. I'm here to speak to a male hairstylist. Yes, he's called Dennis, a Nigerian who has moved to Ghana and is making it big in a female-dominated area. We're going to find out what influenced him, how business is here in Ghana, and some of the challenges in a female-dominated sector. This is a GhanaWeb special with me, Paula Amabruni. Let's get talking. Ta-da. Hi, Dennis.
Hello, good afternoon.
Afternoon. It's good to meet you again.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Thank you. I'm back. This hairstyle won me a lot of accolades. Everybody kept on asking me, oh, who made it for you? And I told them it was a male hairstylist.
Oh.
I'll bring you customers, make you no worry. But today is a 360 conversation. We just want to find out how you're doing business, what influenced you, and everything. But let me introduce you, Dennis Oliha.
Yes,
you introduce
please.
Yourself to us, what you do, and what influenced you to be in the beauty industry, which is, you know, female dominated.
Actually, I've been inspired by my auntie. So she does this work, hairdressing.
Okay.
She has a lot of experience. So I really liked it. Very long time. So actually, I've been in the work for like 8 years now.
8
you see.
years.
Yeah. I've been in Ghana for 6 years.
Okay.
So I've been working the work, and it's really a long journey, you see.
I can imagine, I can imagine. But I'm here to get a new look. I don't know what you recommend since I've done the Bantu. What can you recommend today?
Okay, I prefer you go for Rasta, you see, or cornrow, or what do you prefer?
I like Rasta, maybe something bigger this time.
Okay.
I've done the knotless, the tiny ones, so maybe a new look. So I'll go for Rasta, but bigger and longer.
Okay, sure.
Yeah.
But if you have a picture, it will be better.
Make I show you. But do clients show you picture, you know, you get issues like, oh, this is not what I want, or you
really
love to see it?
I don't have a problem with any type of picture you have of the breed you want.
Okay. All right, so like something like this, which I'll show you, like, so something like that is fine.
Okay, yeah, it's cool.
Let's go. Great. So we get this one off.
It's okay.
How has business been in Ghana? You said you moved here, it's been 6 years, right?
Yes, please.
How has the journey been so far?
The journey is some way.
Some way.
I don't usually work the work always. Like the whole of 6 years, I've not been doing the work. It's like off and on, you see.
was it okay? Let's take it maybe the era, COVID era. I know we're all home and all that. So in that period, you were just not working, right?
I'm working.
Home service.
Yes, please.
But weren't you scared?
Scared of what?
Contracting the virus.
No. I'm a very hygienic boy, so I'm not.
I see that.
Yes, please.
Great. But then there are a lot of Nigerians here in Ghana, and business is good. I don't know what would you say, but what would you say influences your brothers, your sisters to move into Ghana to start business?
That is what they came to do. If it's more favorable to the society or favorable to themselves, you see. When someone is traveling to a different country and going to do some work, you have to focus on customer service and all that.
Yeah.
Personality and characteristics, you see. You're in someone else's country. There are a lot of things to learn from them, their culture and their environment with the, let me just say, their food and all that, you see. Yeah, it's very important.
Yeah. But you made mention of customer service. I would testify. When it comes to Nigerians working here in Ghana, business owners, traders, wherever you find them, you guys are very accommodating, nice, and your customer service is excellent. Do you say that is the main thing that makes you stand out? Exactly.
You see, when you are at home, there is some freedom you have, like it's different from when you are in someone's house, you see. Yeah. As for in Nigeria, I can't brag with it, but it's just so different when it comes to work. Even if you are in your own country or so, the customer service is always like that.
Okay.
You see.
So how do you treat your customers when they come in? Even on days where you're having a bad day, how is the relationship like?
My bad day, I left it outside. I don't take it inside the shop. No matter how bad my days are, definitely at the door. Immediately I step inside the shop, you never know if I had a bad day or not.
Okay.
Definitely must.
But working with women, sometimes they claim, which is not true. I would say it's not true. Women are very hard to deal with when it comes to what they want. A lady can show you, okay, this is what I want. But the moment maybe something goes wrong, you are good at what you do. Like, you don't miss it. But you have an instance where she says, this is what she ordered, and maybe this is not what she's getting. Maybe it might be their extension. Maybe it might be the weave is not quality and all that. In such situations, how do you handle it?
Yeah, that is what they call customer service. They are always right, no matter even if they are wrong or not. So you have to do what exactly they say you have to do. So as a professional, if a week will not be enough and she requested for something that exceeds the limit of the week, you have to go and get some, even if you add it to the base of the total air. You see, when the work is done professionally, it's looking nice.
Yeah.
You actually told the client that this is the amount you wanted to take from the service. And immediately you are done with those work and it's really looking nice the way she wanted it. She can add it to that bill, you see.
Yeah.
So that is the problem most people are having, you see.
Okay, great.
When they are trying, they'll think of managing wigs and so on and so forth. So it affects the service a lot.
So with me, I like to do consultation. When I go, you see, when I came in, you gave me options.
Yeah.
There are days where I'm inspired by a style. I work and I'm like, this is exactly what I want. But then I want to talk to the person who's doing the hair. How important is it to do consultation? Maybe your head, even your head shape is not suitable for that cornrow that you so want. And should you be always honest? And even if you give the advice, the consultation, and the person is still not giving in to you, should you just go ahead and do what they want? But at the end of the day, if it's not nice, they will say your work is not nice.
Yeah, that one there is true. So when it comes to a professional stylist, you see, you have to know the types of hair you're handling, the type of style, and your customer service. Sometimes clients will bring some pictures that won't fit them, you see, or some style that won't be able to do on their hair. So you have to convince them, not like tell them that it won't. You have to bring an option, yeah.
Okay.
In order for you to divide, or you have to bring different options for them. So they should go ahead with that. At the end of the day, if it doesn't fit, they will prefer like I told you, you would have done this style I requested for you. You went ahead and doing something else, and look at what you have done. It's not looking nice on me. So you have to undo it and do what they requested for.
All right.
If that doesn't suit them, so what are you going to do now?
Who do you blame?
Who do you blame?
Yeah.
That one there, you blame no one. The client definitely will send it like that.
Oh, I get it.
Yeah.
But one reason that makes you stand out, the first time I came here, remember when we were doing this hair, it got to this part and I told you I was feeling pain. We were kind of done with the back, right?
Yeah.
But then when you saw the pain I was going through, you were like, no, let's take it off. And you did take it off, even though you had completed this section.
That's what they call customer service. Although you told me it was okay, but I can really see the pain you are going through, so I have to undo it and redo it again because me, I'm not feeling comfortable. No, it's not nice.
But women have really suffered when it comes to braiding. You meet some hairstylists, they claim that some people they say it's too tight. It looks like it's not their fault. Anybody that comes in, they're like, oh, when you braid, I feel the pain. Your hand is heavy on the head.
Yeah.
For such a situation, sometimes when you talk to the hairstylist, they are not accommodating. They don't want to accept or even take it easy with you. They say a customer is always right, and it's my hair, it's my scalp, and all that. But sometimes you meet some braiders and they don't even want to take your word or put your feelings. It's a lot of pain, especially for people who have natural hair, because my hair is natural, so I don't want someone who doesn't know how to care for natural hair to handle my hair. So what would your advice be to your fellow hairstylists who are not so okay with the feedbacks that customers give them?
And they should go and look for a different work to be doing.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't have that. When it comes to customer service, you have to treat your clients very nicely, including, it doesn't matter how much they are paying you. Someone might get hair done and go and bring someone else that will give you a lot of money.
Exactly, referrals.
Yeah, that is the problem most people are having. They feel like this service, this client there doesn't have money, let me all do it for her. Any abasa, then take your money and go. It's not really nice. You don't have to underrate anyone when it comes to your work.
Okay.
And you have to give it your all.
Exactly.
No matter what client is telling you, you have to abide to what they are saying. When it's hurting, you have to adjust your hand and focus on your clients, you see.
Exactly.
They are the one paying you, so you have to give them your time, everything.
Okay.
Yeah.
So Dennis, with all your years in the beauty industry, what would you say is your specialty? What do you specialize in? Is it braiding? Is it the weave on? Which one would you say is your best? That anytime you touch it, like, this is my signature. This is a go-to when you want this kind of hairstyle.
The way you put it there, actually, when it comes to this service of it, I really don't know which is my signature. Yeah.
But I've seen your braids, the braids that you do. I've not yet seen like your weaves. Yeah, I've not yet seen it. But then for the braids, I see it pops. The cornrows is good. You've got your patterns right. It's very neat. The pattern, how you cut, everything is just fine. So maybe I'll say it's the braiding.
As for me, the braid is not really my thing.
Well, which one be your thing?
Even the hair cry is not even my thing.
Hey! So you're here, you're in the industry by chance or what?
That one there is true. You see, I'm really good in this work because I commit myself into it, you see.
Okay.
So when I start talking there today, voila.
So the conversation continues. We're done on braiding, we washed the hair, we've stretched it, and now Dennis is in full action. He's braiding. Dennis, so this one is the name of the style that we're doing. It's knotless.
Yeah, it's knotless.
But then there's the braids are bigger.
Yeah, big size.
Big size. Okay, great. But do you know that a lot of hairstylists don't love to work on natural hair? Personally, I have natural hair.
That is true.
And sometimes when I go to the salon, They look at you, okay, natural hair, especially when you have to wash before they start working on your hair. Some hairstylists will reject you, but you are not being fair to us now. Why is it so? Is it so difficult to work with our hair?
No, as for natural hair, there, natural hair is being done by professionals. When someone saw your natural hair, they start complaining, making some. You know that they are not professional enough to handle your hair.
Okay.
Yeah, it's only few people that are professional enough to handle natural hair. As for me, to be frank, I really prefer natural hair than perm hair.
Really?
Yeah, true.
Well, why is it so?
And like it has a lot of style to be done naturally without wig or extension. You see. Yeah, like twist out. Even when you do rasta, you can also undo it before. There are different styles with curls, finger curls. There are a lot of style you can do with natural hair when it comes to style. Yeah.
Yeah. But my ladies who are watching, they will testify that if you have natural hair and you go to a salon, sometimes the way they handle it, they are so rough on the hair, not knowing that it's not like the perm where maybe if you are separating it, you are parting it, it hurts. And when you try to complain, they are like, Madam, oh. That's how it happens. So some ladies love to wash their hair at home before bringing it to the salon because not anyone will be so gentle with it. I don't know.
When someone is trying to tell you indirectly that you are not welcome here, so that is how they treat someone, you see.
Exactly, it happens.
They can't tell you that you should stop coming to the place, so they have to treat you in a way that you have to go
You
to
go
a
and
different
never
side.
return.
Yeah, that's true.
Exactly, but then we could all do better because caring for the hair is much more important. So that is with this one, how long would it take for these braids? Yeah.
And it can take just 2 hours. Yeah, 2 hours will be done.
Great. So on a regular, when you have knotless, like the smaller ones that a lot of women love to go for, how long does it take?
That one, it will take 4 hours.
Oh, okay.
Like small size of knotless, yeah, 4 hours is okay.
Oh, now the big question, Gary. Now I don't see a lot of women rock that hairstyle. The very tiny ones. Some takes days, but when someone walks into your salon to get Gary done, how long would it take?
Gary? And we have a lot of girls in this shop. It will take just 1 day per. Although it will take our time a lot, but it's just 1 day work.
So you prefer the person comes in very early?
Yes, please. Very early and we'll start doing it.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So earlier in our conversation, you made mention that you also work on dreadlocks.
Yes, please.
Okay.
Dreadlocks, sister locks, false locks, butterfly, not all of them are bow, you see. They're all related, so it's just a minor work.
I see. But then there's this misconception that when you lock your hair, you cannot really explore other hairstyles. Is that true? Once the hair is locked,
Depends on the size of the lock, so when it's big locks, that one there is true. You just have to leave it like that, just be interlocking your hair and continue with your locks, because that was what you go for. But when it comes to sister locks, yeah, you can do some other style on it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. I see. So word on the street is that when you are a hairstylist and you travel abroad, maybe to the US, the UK, the money is good because their industry, a lot of people love the braids, and the black women there who own salons, they really cash out because someone would love to take like a $300 for braids. Now, if you convert $300 to Ghana cedis or Naira, that's a whole lot of money.
That one there is true because we are in Africa, our mentality. When you go there, you think of the taxes and the things they are buying also. It's also equivalent to the prices. It's just the environment. So you converting it here is different for you being in the country there doing the work, you see. Yeah, it's true. We have not been to somewhere. That is what we think.
Exactly. Okay. But so if someone wants to come for you to train them how to braid hair, are you open for that? And usually the course, how long does it take?
How long? A year and 3 months is okay.
A year and 3 months.
Yeah.
So with that, you master the braids, the cornrow, the
The
wave
wig
on.
caps and everything, yes.
I see. But then do you have courses for like maybe women working class or maybe someone who is traveling outside and wants to maybe just learn how to braid? If you go there, you can use it as a side job. Are there short courses? Especially when I come for what I want specific. Maybe I want to learn how to do weave-ons. Maybe I want to learn how to
Yeah,
do
actually,
braids.
it's open.
It's open.
Yeah, it's open.
Okay. But there's this other question too. I don't know if it's just superstition, but some women claim that you go to a salon, they'll work on your hair. All of a sudden, your hair starts breaking. There are some instances you visit a salon. The moment the person works on your hair, then miraculously the hair starts growing faster and all that. That is why some women love to stick with a particular hairstylist. How true is that? Do you have magical fingers?
That is what they call professionals.
Hey, this professional dear.
As for that one, there, it's true.
Yeah.
When it comes to professional job and you know what you are doing, you see, when you take good care of something, you see, without any miracle or something, it's normal. Yeah, you definitely take good care of something very carefully and it will be growing well. But when you are doing it, the thing basa, so definitely you end up having something basa. It's
Basa
natural.
like that.
Yeah,
I
it's
get
true.
it. But do you speak any Ghanaian language? Are you fluent in any? And I ain't catch here.
And I will met it you. My chief. As for my talk, I mean.
What is tree the kakra?
No, as for me and tree there. Me, they don't want to teach me tree. I'm always busy.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, only brofu pay. That is what I say.
But you haven't made Ghanaian friends who are willing to, or you are too busy to sit down for them to take you through the tree
I'm
thing?
too busy. Oh. I'm always at work doing one or two. As for that Ghana language, it will be very difficult for me. Oh.
I see. So which part of Nigeria do you come from?
I'm from Edo State.
Edo State.
Yes, please.
So what's your official language?
And that one, there is also the Edo language.
Edo language.
Yeah, I'm from East and West, you see. We have different region in that Edo State. East and West is Ekpoma, that side.
Oh, okay.
That's where I come from.
I see. We're almost done. That's the very last one. So they want to say that when it comes to the beauty industry, having to be a hairstylist, is it very profitable? Money day inside.
Money
Ah.
day inside though.
Eh?
Yeah, money day inside, and they should come and invest themselves. Do you know how many shops are in Ghana that there's no stylist inside? As for the money day, but who will be the one working?
It entails a lot of hard work and dedication. Yeah.
So it's the service that matters a lot, not just the salon itself.
But then there are not, like, a good number of male hairstylists. Because it's a female dominated, we see a lot of women in there. How do you feel being a man in this industry? Do you have like male colleagues?
Yeah, when I, like, to be frank and sincere, the person that taught me this work was actually a male.
Oh.
And the shop, there are more than 20 guys there, you see.
In Nigeria?
Yes, please.
Okay, okay.
And the ladies are not plenty. Yeah, so I'm cool.
So is it normal on a regular to see a lot of male braiders in Nigeria compared to Ghana?
That one there is true. A lot of guys that are braiders are mostly, even in Ghana here, it's only few of them that based on braids. There are no pedicure, manicure, nails. That's what they do, and barbering, you see.
All right, Donna. So it's all done. I love my braids. I must say, it's looking good. How long did it take us?
How long? I didn't check the time. I think it's 3 hours.
2 hours. Yeah. So yeah, you should. If you have never had a male hairstylist treat your hair, you should. I will recommend that you visit a salon or a lounge like the Meg's Beauty Lounge on the Christian Village Stretch, where you could meet one of the best hairstylists who's doing great. So this is Ghana Web Special. I am Paula Amabuni. Thanks for doing the watching.
Now, oh, me.
Obek Kanokre. Susu Sang Pine, Pia Wantonambia, a man in quite bebre.
Mommy, you first can see about Kotoso. Pepoga, send me sick from Lemonade Finance. While Brian did the shit and let me £2.
Lemonade Finance.
Say they're sending money back home from UK, Canada, and now US. I accepted a instant charges. Extinguishing in Suya. Unbeatable. We should make promo code Dr. Like £10, $10, and $10 Canadian for the first transaction. With this Sunday cigar Akofino, download to Lemonade Finance.
When Stoneboy went for the event, they were able to promote. Stoneboy is in Jamaica. Stoneboy is shooting.
But yours we never heard about.
They did not a zero promotion for mine. When I tweet something on Twitter, then he wants to counter even when the tweet is not even related to him.
Right.
Just because he needs that popularity or needs that little hype he's searching for. So I just quickly positioned to say, stop the fooling. You know, a lady almost collapsed when she said, when she heard me speaking Ghana with my friends, oh my God. You know, and the crash that she had on me, everything lost. And for us to have a beautiful industry, industry that is gonna grow, we just have to stop all this little tribalism and that favoritism and all of that. If I deserve to be pushed, push me. If I deserve to be acknowledged, acknowledge me. If I deserve this award, kindly give it to me, and then there will be peace. Peace will prevail.
Showing on Wednesday, February 15, 2023 on GhanaWeb TV.
So this year, the GFA elections is expected to be held, and as expected, the GFA president, Keto Kweku, is expected to vie for his second term. But we are hearing some updates that Keto Kweku wants a third term. Ima, can you kindly explain it for us?
Okay, so it's not Keto Kweku who has proposed for a third term, or he wants a third term. It's rather the statute review committee. A member on the committee, Oluboy Commodore, in an interview with Akoma FM, he revealed that the committee has proposed to the GFA, or has proposed a third term, that the GFA president, instead of 2 terms, should be increased to 3 terms, and that they've gone through all the processes at FIFA. They will present the proposal at the next Congress for the Ghana Football Association Executive Council to vote on it, whether they agree that the GFA president's term, which is 2 4-year term, should be increased to 3 instead. So that's the latest development.
But what we know is that in 2019, the normalization committee did a whole review and said that it should be 2 terms, just like how Ghana's presidency is run. So 4 years for your first term, another 4 years for your second term. Now, FIFA agreed to it. You know where we are coming from where Nyantichi has been in power for a long time and all that. Now that they are saying this, okay, what are the criticisms that we are getting?
So far, we've had 2 veteran football administrators who have spoken, and they believe that it's a no-no to extend the president term. It's really short, because Keto Kweku is the first president after the NC agreed on the 2 terms. rule. So they believe that it's a no-no and it's wrong. And the first person who has spoken, I think Nyaho Tamakulu, he says that it will bring back the dictatorship rule, and he referred to Kwesi Nyantakyi, and he says that it was the reason why Kwesi Nyantakyi couldn't deliver as GFA president, because he wasn't time bound. He ran an unlimited term as a GFA president. So he believes that the 2 terms are enough for GFA president, because it will entice you, it will tie you to, try and implement everything you said in your manifesto.
What about Nto Fianko? I've also heard that he said something about the increase in tenure for the GFA president. What has he said? Yeah,
Nto Fianko, as I mentioned earlier, he was part of those who agreed on the 2 terms for Ghana Football Association president, and he thinks that it's too quick, and the Ghana Football Association should wait maybe after 5 or 10 years, then they can propose a new term for the Ghana Football Association president. So he believes that it's too quick, because it was just 2019 they made amendment. After 4 years we are making another amendment. It doesn't make sense in that regard. Yeah.
What about George Efree? I have heard that he wants to compete or contest in the next election again after losing to Keto Kriko in the previous one. But he is saying that the 3rd tenure of the GFA president should not be amended, should not be allowed.
Yeah, George Efree has been tight-lipped regarding whether he will contest in the upcoming election or not. But he is also against the 3-year term or 3 terms by the which has been proposed by the Statutory Review Committee and all that. So he is also opposing that. And one other man, Mr. Abepubi, and he has also opposed that they shouldn't approve it at Congress. And his reason is that every Ghanaian lacks integrity. So the 2 years should be enough for every GFA president. So that is that about the Statutory Review Committee's new proposal of extending the GFA president term. Yeah.
Yes, so Emmanuel, thank you very much. And the GFA will be going to the polls this year, 2023, to elect the next president of the GFA. We've heard several people say that the current GFA has not done well, but there are other sections of the football community that believe that Keto Kriko has done very well and deserves a second term. Well, that would depend on the football administrators and football people in Ghana to elect who they believe should be the next president of the GFA. Thanks for watching. My name is Joseph Adamafield. See you in the next one.
When Stoneboy went for the event, they were able to promote. Stoneboy is in Jamaica. Stoneboy is shooting.
But yours we never heard about.
They did not a zero promotion for mine. When I tweet something on Twitter, then he wants to counter even when the tweet is not even related to him.
Right.
Just because he needs that popularity or needs that little hype he's searching for. So I just quickly positioned to say, stop the fooling. A lady almost collapsed when she said, when she heard me speaking Ghana with my friends, said, oh my God. And the crash that she had on me, everything lost. And for us to have a beautiful industry, industry that's gonna grow, we just have to stop all this little tribalism and, that favoritism and all of that. If I deserve to be pushed, push me. If I deserve to be acknowledged, acknowledge me. If I deserve this award, kindly give it to me, and then there will be peace. Peace will prevail.
Showing on Wednesday, February 15, 2023 on GhanaWeb TV.
I stand here today by the special grace of God as Ezigbo Ghana, telling the entire world that the world should think about this cancer that is eating up the generation. What is that cancer? The drug traffickers and the intake of drug. I will urge the world to look into it so that our sons and daughters will be safe. If we destroy them now, who will be the leader for tomorrow? Who will make our continent and the entire world better tomorrow? Some of these children are brilliant children, but because of intake of drugs, their life has shut down. So I want to use this opportunity to tell or to plead with government agencies all over the world and individuals, businessmen and businesswomen, to encourage each other to be a mouthpiece everywhere you are to condemn the usage of drugs because of our next generation. Corrupt businessmen engage a lot in this, and some corrupt politicians all over the world also engage in all these things, which is not the best for us. So I want to say we should rather use money that people are using to go into this trade to go into agriculture, to provide food, so that we'll have enough food for the world to eat. That money they want to use to go into drug trafficking that is destroying life, they should use it to go into education sector. They use that money to go into health sector so that our people will eat healthy, have good education, and also have good health and attend good hospitals for future. Because we need everybody alive to make the world a better place, more especially our own West Africa, where we all do well. Today I live in Ghana. I've lived in Ghana for many years. Ghana is like my home now, my second home. I'm in Nigeria, but my second home is Ghana. So anything that will bring destruction to the country Ghana, I will stand always to condemn it. Because if Ghana is good, it's good for me, I benefit it. And my children and my wife and my loved ones. If Ghana destroy, I also lose. Same thing to my wonderful country, Nigeria. So I urge all businessmen and women, government officials, politicians, to stand on their feet to condemn the intake of drugs that is destroying the world.
Mommy, you first can see my cotton people gas. Send me sick from Lemonade Finance. While Brian did the shade and let me £2.
Lemonade Finance.
Say they're sending money back home from UK, Canada, and now US. I accepted a instant charges. Exchange waiting in so unbeatable. We should be promo code Dr. Like £10, $10, and $10 Canadian for the first transaction. Would you send this guy a coffee? Download to Lemonade Finance.
So we get a new coach, Chris Hilton. Yes, Nana Babendro. Chris Hilton is here. Now he's the Black Stars coach. Sam George is now being hailed as Fabrizio Romano. Here we go. Yes, he say we carry the job giver GGFA Tuesday in the line. Now official announcement is Chris Hilton. Press. Ebefana.
Charlie. Black Stars. I think it's an appointment that the FA had basically no option than to make because of the pressures that were coming from one, the government, and to the public. So it's more like they bow to the pressures of both the public and the FA and government, because we all know that Chris Hughton was the first choice of the government to replace Milovan Rajavac, but the FA opted for Chris Otuado. And once Otuado took us, qualified us to the World Cup, President Akufo-Addo vouched for him to continue. Then after the World Cup, there was a vacuum that needed to be filled. A lot of us are surprised that it took that long. 72 days for a decision to be made, but Nananya be drinking, you know. You heard of it?
Yes, about to go. Yeah, go. I'm just praying. So, Chris Hughton is here. Let us hear from you in the comment section. Now, first, quick one. His first test will be in March for the AFCON qualifiers. Yeah. What should Ghanaians expect from Chris Hughton?
I think the thing is that we are still here to. The FA still have some information to give with regards to the duration of the contract, how much he'll be taking, and all those issues that I'm sure in due time when he's unveiled as the Black Stars coach, he will be, those informations will be divulged. I don't have the platform or the opportunity to ask him the kind of football that he's going to sell. We've all watched him in the Premier League, and we all know that he's more like your typical English or British coach. He directs straight from the fullback to the wings, the cross. There is that bulky or that striker in the box, the fox in the box kind of there, and the Carroll, your typical British striker in the box who latches onto this coach. So he's your typical British coach, but I look at the kind of players we have and ask myself, are our players tailored for that kind of football? And that's why some of us had our doubts with regard to the appointment of Chris Hughton. But Ghanaians are happy because they feel that he's
a top coach.
He's a top coach, and he's that one person that they feel the FA will not be able to influence or manipulate when it comes to selection. That is one of the things that you have to say. I think how he navigates the influence of the FA and the perception of the public will be a big determinant, will determine how his career as Black Stars coach will go. But with regards to his first match as Black Stars coach, and that's why some of us have issues with why he delayed, because he needed time to be able to imprint, to be able to implement whatever information he has. But now he has barely less than a month to be able to do all those things. So we are not expecting much changes. All we need from him in that particular game, call the players that we think deserve to be in the team, and then make sure they play well. Menko Frere, John plays Biana Charlie. If he does that, any other.
Yeah, but I think that for me, in as much as I see him to be a Tinko type, sometimes I feel like the kind of technical players we have in the Black Stars, probably when he was at Newcastle, Brighton, you know, when you are at this club, you don't have the budget.
That argument holds because, and it's valid because in most of those clubs, you're basically playing to survive. And you can't play beautiful football if you are on a strict budget, or if the quality of your players won't even far. To say Benmi, Monet, Shawcross, Monet, those guys tell them Route 1, when you're Beam Nation, you know, when you're born or Bim, then you go like Sean Dyke did against us. So I agree, but for us, the Black Stars, we have good technically gifted players: Kudus, Kamadin, Partey, Tariq Lamptey,
even our center
even Barbara myself is a technically gifted player. So Charlie, I think the players will force him to play, and he's a coach who has shown that when they need be, he can adapt to suit the situation. I think that's what he will bring to the. He brings experience because he has that over more than 30 years in coaching. He brings familiarity because he's been with the team for long. He brings some form of stability. I feel that he's someone who has tasted a lot of club football, and this presents an opportunity for him to sit down and say, let me sit here, organize Ghana football from the top, then make sure everything goes well. If he does that, it enhances his legacy and reputation, because he's going to be that guy who everyone will say, oh, it's Ghana for no, and I'm sure he will want to be recognized as such. So it's a good move for the FA. I have my doubt, primarily because of the football. I believe that beautiful football is the way to. I believe that the entertainment element of football should not be felt at only the winning stage. It should be felt at how we win the games. And so it's a good call. Let's see how it goes.
All right, so let's see how it goes. Let me remind you that next month, which is March, the Black Stars will be in action for the 2023 AFCON qualifiers. Don't forget that we've already played 2 games. We played one here in Cape Coast and then against Central Africa Republic. So our 2 games, which is a double header against Angola. For me, I think that how I would judge Chris Hilton will be his first call-up. Because see, I can say that there are times that certain players, like you see certain players in the list of the call-up, and he didn't invite those players.
So there are reports that one of the sticking points that actually caused the delay was that Chris was trying to input some clauses. Those are reports in there that he will have the 100% right, 100% responsibility of deciding who makes the team, who doesn't.
Which the GFA president has already stated that.
You see, the thing is the thing
under
him. You see, the thing with what Kurt said is that I don't think it's wrong. It's how they do it. If you're a coach of a national team, you don't want to have issues with the FA boss over selections. And the FA boss, because the back stops with him basically. You can walk up now and who will the bash? It be Kurt. So ultimately, he would want to have some say, okay, why didn't I offer any? Why didn't I offer? Why didn't I?
So you defend.
But for this particular GFA administration, there is the perception, and it has been given some credibility by Sika that they indeed influence selections. It's one of the things that Chris Hilton will have to navigate, and it's going to be, for me, his biggest challenge. His first call-up will decide whether Ghanaians will support him or not. Because you got some players here.
And you see, now the thing that I think that it doesn't help the FA is that because of investment, so we watch every league in the world, even in Saskatchewan, like people they watch. So it's like we know every Ghanaian player who is performing. And then, Perez, my last question is: in all this, where is the technical director? Because it's like he should be at the center of everything. But we went to the World Cup, nobody heard about Bernard Lepe. We were looking for a new coach. You don't hear the technical director spearheading this. You know this. Where is he?
But the thing with how we manage football in the country is it's you have to be very careful when you are discussing it, because we don't know. Unlike previous instances where the FA will put out names of a party which are going to search for their team. In this instance, we were not informed on whether there was a committee being led by Bernard Lepe, so we actually don't know the role he played. But Obaya no Charlie, the guy don't do anything.
It's like,
but what would be his role basically if you want to appoint Hilton? The thing, Hilton has been with the team for long. He knows the team already. I think the reason why I delayed was that there were a lot of T's that had to be crossed, a lot of I's that had to be dotted, and that's what caused it. Because from what we heard, as far back as December, there was some form of resolution among the executive council members that he was going to be the one. But there were a number of issues, and these things are normal because the way politics in Lagos, so they had to sort out all these issues. But Sisi Bernard Lepe, what's it? As a Ghanaian, you would want to hope that he does. So I think we are at a stage where we need a coach who will be bold enough to call the right players and fill the right players, and when the need be, can pull off some good tactics. Because I say this, that this team can win the AFCON, But the biggest challenge for him, I think, it was one, deal with the Didayu situation and Thomas Partey.
As for me, I've already said my thing about Partey. We said that number 6, he wasn't favoring and all that. But now we brought someone who is playing the DM. If you come and misbehave here, You will see. So that's how we end our podcast on the appointment of Chris Hilton as the Black Stars coach. Me, I have only one fear. In 2019, AFCON, we were eliminated round of 16. In 2022, 2021 AFCON, we couldn't qualify out of the group. So all things being equal, I'm praying we are able to qualify to Ivory Coast. Ivory Coast, the hyena. Chris Hilton, will it work or not? Let me hear from you in the comment section.
Susu sang kwai bi a wan to nam bia e man kwai bebre.
Mommy, you fish can see about Kotoso. People send me sika from Lemonade Finance. While Brian did the shit and let me £2.
Lemonade Finance.
Say they're sending money back home from UK, Canada, and now US. I accepted instant charges. Extinguishing in so unbeatable. We should be promo code Dr. Like £10, $10, and $10 Canadian dollars for the first transaction. Would you send this guy a coffee? Download to Lemonade Finance.
Hello, this is the Entrepreneur in You podcast series with me, Dr. Maxwell Ampong. It's all about giving 2-minute nuggets that I pick up in my everyday life as an entrepreneur. Let's see what we have for today. Hi guys, welcome to the first episode of this video podcast series with GhanaWeb. I've been trying to figure out a format to this video series for a while, but today just hit me that I just have to be myself. Just speak about actual things that I've been through, that I'm going through. And today I think my mind is on finding a work-life balance as an entrepreneur. You know, they tell you to balance work and balance the private life. They make it sound as if all the books I've read, all the people that I've spoken to, make it sound as if you have to find a separate time for work and a separate time for family or personal stuff. It's not working, you know. I plan on spending 2 months with my family, and here I am, changing my ticket last minute, rushing to Ghana because of a business opportunity. I don't feel too good about it. At the same time, I feel good about it, you know. It's good to have opportunities. At the same time, you want to spend time with your family. And if you are a young bachelor, you want to spend time with your girlfriend or your family or your friends. I found out the best way to do it, and this might go over 2 minutes, allow me. I think what the most important thing is communication with your significant others, whether it's even your boy's friend or, you know, your girl's squad or whoever you're trying to balance work with. Communication is important. You need to understand that the two of you have to be on the same page. And then today, my wife asked me, how would I approach this if it was a third party? And that was when I realized, I'm approaching this the wrong way. If it's a third party, I'll look for pockets of opportunity. That's what I'll tell them. I don't really go for if you know me, you know I go for the long haul. Like, I'm always thinking for the long haul. So that's what I would do. I will be looking for pockets of opportunity to make it count. Both ways. So if you have a work opportunity, take full advantage of that. The moment that advantage is taken, you have time for outside of work activities. You move to pay attention to, you know, that side of life as well. And I feel like, you know, the same thing again, the same thing I've been through again when I turn around 18, 19, when I realized that I have no idea whether I'm the early worm or the early bird, because one of them is crude and one of them is really kind of like, you know, hit the jackpot. So do I listen to the books that say find time? Because last year I told my wife I'm leaving for 1 week and spend 7 months out of the country. Now I say I'm leaving for 2 months and I spend 1 month, just 1 month, and have to rush back. I realized no. If there's an opportunity, you return to work, you pay attention, make sure that life of an entrepreneur is not easy. When you have time, just leave. Put down the work, even if it's just a few hours. Go out with a girlfriend. Take your mother to a movie. Go visit your uncle. Make simple gestures that would mean something to the people that make up your private life. I think that's what I want to share today, and that's what I plan to do. This year I'm not going to have a plan. I'm going to stay in Ghana for this amount of time. I'm going to stay with the family for this amount of time. It's the moment I know I have 1 week, 2 weeks free, I'm dashing out. And the moment there's something that comes up in Ghana, I'm coming back, Because I realized the whole of last year, the 7 months, I could have taken, yes, I was hustling, I'm an entrepreneur. Hustling, meaning I was trying to take full advantage of the opportunities that are available to me. But now, there were times I could have just, booked a ticket and just gone for 2 weeks and came back. But I didn't, because work was ongoing. When that did not need me, well, I have the benefits of hindsight now. But at that time, I felt I was needed. So, as an entrepreneur, find time to be a full-time entrepreneur. Find time to get full-time son, brother, fiancé, husband, wife, friend. Find the time. Not find the time like make time by force. It's the moment there's an opportunity, make it count. Wow, 5 minutes. Better wrap up now. Brought to you by the MIG Business Forum in partnership with GhanaWeb.
Mommy, you can see about Kotoso. Bipoga, send me Sika from Lemonade Finance. While Brian did the shit and let me £2.
Lemonade Finance.
Say they're sending money back home from UK, Canada, and now US. I accepted instant charges. Extinguishing in Suya. Unbeatable. We should make promo code Dr. Like £10, $10, and $10 Canadian for the first transaction. What is send this guy a coffee? Download to Lemonade Finance.
At the end of the day, we are all Ghanaians. We are trying to project Ghana, and Africa on the higher, stage. So if I am doing equally what artist A or artist B is doing, and you decided to try to put me down, and you will find peace.
Entertainment, and my name is Doreen Abanmabaya. Today I have a man who has actually impacted the dancehall music spheres. His music has transcended and made an impact. But before we delve right into the questions, let's go for a quick commercial break and I'll be right back. Welcome back. So I have with me the man himself, Jupitar. I think I already told you. I'm sure you were thinking, could it be that man? Could it be that one? But, well, I have the man himself, Jupitar. Welcome, Jupitar.
Hey, beautiful. How are you?
I'm good. But then you look amazing yourself.
Thank you. We're trying, innit? Trying.
What has been going on? What has Jupitar been up to these days?
Life, we're enjoying, the best part of life. Try as much as possible to feed the fans too. Obviously, with the music stuff, touring, winning different territories in music. It's just the music lifestyle and, living life.
Right.
That's
quite interesting. And if you say music, what, I quite recently saw an article that you were going to headline show in the USA. Did it happen, or it's yet to?
Yeah, it did happen. I think 2022 has been a very blessed year for me in terms of my career, and it's a year of upliftment for me. I've did a couple of shows, tours out there. Like I've literally been across the globe, you know what I mean? About 2022, I was winning and headlining huge concerts. I'm talking about International Art Festival in New Orleans, US, which has the likes of Steel Pulse and big artist name on it. I did a tour with Rema. I did a tour with Shatta, also came through. I did a tour with Shatta, a couple of Nigerian artists, and then ended up in Jamaica Sting. Jamaica Sting is the biggest stage every dancehall artist could ever dream of being on that platform, so 2022 has been a very blessed year for me, and I just have to say thanks to the Almighty God,
So why then have you been on all of these shows and yet still we haven't heard the media report on it? Or maybe you didn't put it out there for us to report on it. What do you think is going on?
Well, that boils down to the conversation of the day about favoritism, which links to tribalism, which I actually,
tweeted about.
Yeah, I tweeted about, because I've realized that I've been in this industry for almost a decade and 2 years, So, because I found film at a very tender age. I'm not a good. I found film at a very tender age, so I was able to get sort of like I was being elevated quickly when I was young, and then I realized that most of the things that I do, most of the shows that I play, most of the achievements that I get in my life is just limited, irrespective of how I call people or send the stories out there, across the various media houses. A couple of them, like the way you are doing now, I mean, supporting my works and stuff like this. A couple of them do actually tweet about it, do vlog about it, but some of the main areas, they just look away. And it's been going on for years now, and I've been so quiet about it. But I just realized that there is something wrong somewhere, which me personally I quite can't really figure it out.
Right.
It's just crazy.
What if it's not just tribalism, or it's not it's not people picking their favorites, but because maybe your team is not doing a good job?
Well, I have excellent team. When it comes to management, the whole body, I'm talking about the PR, talking about management, road management, and all of that. Fortunately, unfortunately for me, I don't like rolling with a whole lot of squad. Okay. It's just me and my cousin over here.
I saw you came with one person. Usually, that's all artists usually have a huge crowd when you're coming. It's like, hey, what's going? To the whole Yasi, you're bringing the whole Yasi along with them.
For me, I move alone. I move solo. Or sometimes you see me with 2 companies or 3 people around me, because I don't believe in too many people, so it's just me. But then I have a solid team behind me, that are even fetching me shows out there. Because out there, like, they really, dig into my situations and my issues even more than here in Ghana. Because how come they call me for a concert if they don't know what I'm about to? How can they call me to headline huge events if they don't know who Jupitar is, or if they don't rate my work? Quite unfortunately, even here, even in our award schemes, sometimes I do submit my works and they ignore it.
Whoa.
Yeah, of course. So where I'm coming from is not just last year or 2 years ago. There is a root of it, and it started for like 10 years ago, where you realize you are doing a good job, but there are some couple of people that they've made up their mind that irrespective of how good you are, irrespective of how excellent you are in whatever you are doing,
they're going to ignore your craft.
They definitely are going to ignore you, no matter what you do, no matter how good you play, no matter how excellent your teamwork. Like, they're just gonna sideline you. And this sideline thing is one of the major factors that is bringing our music industry down. Trust me, there are a whole lot of artists which wish they can come out to say what I'm saying now or advocate to what I'm doing now, But honestly speaking, for me personally, I think it's time, and I'm definitely going to be an Ontarian advocate for this until the industry change, because when it change, it's going to be for the best for all of we, the artists,
Yeah.
So it's time now that we really upgrade our game, and then, we become very successful industry in Africa and across the globe.
And also, you've picked on some few artists.
Yeah.
Some artists and organizations you think are not doing a good job when it comes to you and are trying to sabotage you in some way.
Yeah.
You mentioned a few on your tweets.
Yeah.
What's happening with these artists and organizations you listed in your tweets?
You're so smart. I thank God you mentioned organization, because me personally, I don't even want to mention their names so that they'll get big hype on this big platform. I think they are being biased with their work. And their management is poor. I'm talking about the organization. I don't know if you want me to mention.
It's all up to you. If you want to.
The multimedia, Hit FM and Co. They have a very poor organization. When it comes to management and when it comes to trying as much as possible to position certain things. Listen, our industry is not up to date. Our industry is not even standard yet. I'm talking about our music industry or even the movie industries. It's not standard yet. We are suffering. Everybody is doing hand to mouth. People are trying their necessary means to be able to build it up. So it's like different broken pieces that we are collecting to connect things. It's like puzzle. We've not even found out our way out here to win the puzzle, but yet we are trying to be sarcastic. We are trying to deal with certain creatives in a way where now we can't even find ourselves anymore out there on the globe. Ghana music is not there yet, honestly speaking. If you look at what the Nigerians are doing, or even what's the name of this artist? This Tanzanian artist. I mean, a couple of African Diamond. Yeah, if you watch the rate at which these guys are flowing, it's because their industry is solidly behind them. What we do here in Ghana is quite unfortunate that they choose a couple of artists that they want, to promote. Because I remember I did a show some time ago on a Fantasy Dome. I did the one concert because I launched my album in US, I think that was the COVID time, so I didn't get enough time to promote it here in Ghana, and then I was locked up in US, so I promoted it, did a couple of tours and stuff like that, and I came to Ghana to do a concert for my fans and my people. Very limited numbers, sold some tables and then did some regular tickets out there. I have pictures and videos for you to see. Like, it's a beautiful event. The night was filled with beautiful performance and the fellow artists trying to support me. Then after 2 weeks, I realized this station, Hit FM, and there was this particular guys up there in East FM. They have this kind of funny award scheme that they do, like something award, where they reward people. Like they said, it's a joke.
Yeah.
And they said they gave me a flop show of the year.
Whoa,
and I was like,
that's terrible.
How was it a flop show? First and foremost, you don't even know what went through. You did not support the show, right? I have zero support from you guys and your media space. I have no write-up from your vloggers or whatsoever. But then when I put on my own event in my own pocket with my own energy, and then the event was successful, you are able to get to crown it a flop show of the year. I came at them, I told them, listen, what you guys are doing, please kindly take me out. Because I've been that kind of person that, I know when people are not supporting you, I just have to concentrate on your work. But I'm concentrating on my work and they are not concentrating and rather trying to bring me down. So I kept my name. I was like, you guys should stop what you're doing because I don't like it. Guess what? For them to show me how disrespectful they are, just like 2-3 days ago, they gave me another award. They gave me another award. What? Yeah, so I realized that the situation here has to be from the top.
My God.
Yeah, it's crazy, that's so disrespectful.
Yeah.
So the situation here has to come from the higher level. If you have a radio station, right? If you built up a radio station and content are coming out daily in, day out, you as a management, you have to check and see what these people are doing. Right. Is it bringing plus to our station? Is it tarnishing the image of our station? And I'm telling the media, that media space out there, the Hit FM people, those two people, one day they are going to listen. They are really doing some. Because even our president, they gave him some award. I've forgotten the award. A big man like this, they gave him some award. Some funny award. and even rewarding a president in some funny way. No, that is foul. Because they are crossing beyond their boundaries, you know what I'm saying, like beyond their levels. So they need to be stopped. So this is an act of disrespect that we don't need in our industry. And they've chosen to promote some people irrespective of whether, you know, they
it's going to tarnish their brand or not.
I went to Jamaica recently. I didn't see the energy behind it. And I'm the only first Ghanaian artist to ever grace that stage. There's never been...
Which stage was that?
That was Sting in Jamaica.
Sting.
Yeah, Sting in Jamaica is the biggest thing in Jamaica, biggest dancehall reggae show in Jamaica. You can check it out. It's big, you know. And I was billed as headliner to come and perform from Africa, from Ghana.
That's interesting. Exactly. Not even Stonebwoy.
Stonebwoy went after.
Oh, after.
But it's a different show altogether. Stonebwoy went after. You know. But guess what? When Stonebwoy went for the event, they were able to promote. Stonebwoy is in Jamaica. Stonebwoy is shooting.
But yours we never heard about.
They did not, a zero promotion for mine. But Stonebwoys, they were promoting it. So if there is a favoritism, and you favorited Stonebwoy to push Stonebwoy and some couple of artists, let it be like that. But why do you want to tend to disrespect me?
Yeah.
You know, when I don't even have any issue with you guys.
So it's more like they elevate one and bring one down.
Exactly.
When it's supposed to be, you know, the same energy.
That is my point here. So and why should it even be like that? At the end of the day, we are all Ghanaians. We are trying to project Ghana, you know, and Africa on the higher, you know, stage. So if I am doing equally what artist A or artist B is doing, and you decided to try to put me down, and you will find peace. And I told them I'm going to read Psalm 121 on them, like 40 days. So that God will punish them.
Jupitar says you won't find peace if you actually sabotage his image or his brand. And I also read an article. There was this post episode made. He said you called him a fool.
Yeah.
Why?
He's been a junior brother from then. You know, I don't want to delve into it real quick, but episode is my junior brother, and I've nurtured him for a very long time.
Right.
You know, even before he gets to there are so many things that I've done to him as a big brother, just to put him on the level where he is now. You know, I always wish him the best. Even just recently, I was calling, irrespective of, you know, the disrespect he's shown me all this time. I'm a kind of person that, if I'm a family with you, right, or I'm in a relationship with you, I'm in brotherhood or sisterhood or friendship or whatsoever, and you wrong me, I'm definitely not going to bring it out. You know, I still will do whatever I have to do to push you out there. I've supported his career in various ways possible. Sometimes when he disrespect me, I just look away, you know, but then bringing that disrespect to social media, I just have to put a stop. So I just block him to tell him, if you stop that, you know, that thing that he's doing, which is there.
What thing did episode do? I want to really get what happened.
He just want to attack. You know, the funny thing is, anytime he attacks me and he sees me on the way, or he sees me around, you know, the midst of people, say, well, you know, I'm the only person who worry you. Oh, you know, you're my big brother. You know, I'm the only person. But then bringing it on internet is different, because we are dealing with fan base here. Do you know what I'm saying? So if you indirectly come at me, that's fine. But then when I tweet something on Twitter, then he wants to counter, even when the tweet is not even related to him.
Right.
Just because he needs that popularity or needs that little hype he's searching for.
Right.
You know, I've tried as much as possible to deal with him as family, but he comes out as, you know, some hater or some enemy. You know what I mean? So I just position him
more
as
like your nemesis.
Exactly. So I just quickly position him to say, stop the fooling. You know what I mean? If you want to tweet, just go ahead and tweet and just block him, so that I won't go to the extent of dealing with him as enemy. So because when
so you did told him to stop fooling,
yeah,
or
I
you
did, and then I quickly blocked him, and then he took it and whatsoever, because he needs all those kind of little things, you know. Those you just want to feed on little hype and then bring. But then I keep wishing him the best, you know, because I want him to be playing more hit songs, and then he also be on top to, you know, feed his family and all of that.
Yeah. Okay, guys, we'll go for a quick commercial break, and we will be right back. It's Talkatainment. Welcome back, guys. guys, it's Talkatainment. I'm your girl, Doreen Abanmabaya. I'm here with Jupitar, and the conversation has been quite interesting. He's actually ranting out everything he's harbored inside him and trying to clear the waves with some tweets he shared and whatnot. But let's get into the details and come along. So Jupitar, I'm really enjoying the conversation so far. I'm really enjoying the conversation so far. You know, there was this Shatta. I don't know. Do you have a beef with Shatta Wale?
No. Shatta has been a godfather since. Sasha is a senior brother, you know, because from before I even become, you know, who I am today, I quite remember when Shatta was bandana. We used to go to the beach side around like 4 a.m. You see Shatta knocking on my door. Hey. And then, hey, come on, let's go and rehearse. And then we go to the beach side, and I'll be screaming, rehearsing now, and then we'll sit down and we'll be, you know, praying for moments like this. Aww. You know, saying one of these days we're gonna be big, we're gonna be one of the top artists in Ghana.
Those were good affirmations you guys were making.
Exactly, you know. So now the affirmation now, you know, is confirmed now, and definitely we are living the dreams that we dreamt of way back, you know. So he's been a mentor, he's been a big brother. You can really tell with our communication on the video that we shoot, because he was on my album, the album that I dropped, and then we shoot a video in Miami recently.
Together?
Yeah, together. He's been out like a year now, you know.
That's
and it's beautiful. Yeah, so Shatta is just a supportive system into my career. You know, he's someone that I call anytime, anyhow. You know, we advise ourselves, we link up, try to put our minds together, you know, invest in businesses and all of that. So he's been very instrumental in my career, you know.
Yeah, but recently, you said the love he gets is all street love.
Yeah.
Can you throw some light on that?
Yeah, because then they were trying to give. I did mention that I realized that most guys in the industry, they don't get enough support that they deserve, you know, because then they were trying to pin everything on favoritism, but the root of favoritism it has linked to tribalism too as well. Because I can only, if you are a girl, right? It's different how I relate with you if I see another person.
Right.
Sometimes me, when I don't say I'm a guy, even me for instance, if I don't say that I'm a guy, people don't know. You know, and I realized that a couple of friends that they used to roll with me, when they get to know who I am, really like they kind of moving back.
Just because you are Ghanaian?
Yes, even sometimes, way back when I was coming up, I have this reputation of not being a Ghanaian because of the patwa thing. You know, a lady almost collapsed when she said, when she heard me speaking Ghana with my friends, said, oh my God, you know, and the crash that she had on me, everything lost, you know. So
just because you were gone.
Just because I'm speaking, and even it happens to airways and stuff like that. So
yeah,
the thing is, for us to have effective and stable, you know, industry, music, right? Music industry, we have to use the music as a tool to push away all these little vices like, oh, that stigmatization, like that stigma. Oh, guys, they don't respect. Oh, airways are dangerous. Hausa don't have patience and all of that. You know, so people that are in certain positions in their space, job spaces, especially in the media spaces that are like top bosses, managers, and all of that, they shouldn't show much more support and love and rally behind people from their same ethnicity than, you know, doing it for all, because we are all Ghanaians, you know. And I realized they Skin Promise have been going through hell, you know, lately when it comes to award scheme and stuff like that. Some of the awards, we know it belongs to King Promise, but then Gasmila, King Jerry, a whole lot of artists, Need Funny, and those artists from the coastal area, even on our radio spaces, you know, you hardly from our airways, you hardly hear them playing these kind of songs, you know. So artists like Samini, for instance, would love to tone down and sing in three more so that he will have that, you know, that acknowledgement and stuff like that. Look at Igbedem, for instance. Igbedem's style of rapping and pattern is solid, but because of the language, he normally
there's
enjoys
always going to be a barrier.
Yes, he always enjoys that less. But Nigerians, some people, Fino and stuff like that, they sing in their they sing in their native languages, and they'll be playing it on the radio station. You know what I'm saying? So we should try as much as possible. There should be an equity, you know, that equal treatment in this entertainment industry. So when they mentioned and they said, oh, but Shatta is enjoying, I was like, no, Shatta don't enjoy any support from any media. Stop it. All the things that they have been blogging about is about Shatta did this, Shatta did that, not to support his career, but to paint some image, you know, about Shatta. You know what I'm saying? So it's just the street love and nothing to do with media. All this little support that you see Shatta getting is because, oh, Shatta said this and Shatta said that. Because they know when they put it online, they know Shatta is that kind of person.
He'll come and reply you.
Exactly.
He won't joke.
Exactly. You know, but he has no media support at all. It's all the street love. And for us to have a beautiful industry, you know, industry that is going to grow, we just have to stop all this little tribalism and, you know, that favoritism and all of that. If I deserve to be pushed, push me. You know, if I deserve to be acknowledged, acknowledge me. If I deserve this award, kindly give it to me, and then, you know, there will be peace. You know, peace will prevail.
But going forward, you think you are going to, you know, compose a song to trash this whole notion people have about, I don't want to marry from this tribe, I don't want to support this tribe, I don't want to give this because this person is from this tribe. Do you think composing a music can help, you know, push that notion away? Or you think it's a Ghanaian thing and it's been there since time immemorial, so nothing can be done about it?
What you just said is a beautiful idea, which I think not only me, but it should be like a multi-star song, you know, star-struck song where different artists are singing
from different regions come together.
Yeah, you can marry me, you can do this and stuff like that. For us to push, you know, that peace and all this tribalism thing away, using music as a tool. But like you said again, it's been there. You know, look at the likes of Kojuenchi, Daddy Lumba and stuff. I see people projecting Daddy Lumba, Kojuenchi and all those like Akan musicians on top level than even the Gans and the Hausas.
Right.
We have a beautiful artist like Wiyala. I don't know if you know about Wiyala.
Yeah, Wiyala.
The things that Wiyala is, the lady, she's doing like some marvelous work out there that if she's able to get 1 week attention from the media, trust me, she's gonna shoot to Grammy straight. Because she's a beautiful performer. She's everything when it comes to, and she's doing this indigenous Ghana language. I'm not saying, you know, not.
And it's not even loved by our people, but people from the outside.
How many times do they even push his songs? You know, but a certain Asake song will be played on the radio. Meanwhile, Wiyala is fighting for Ghana music to get out there. Do you know how many shows that lady played in a year?
Tell me about it.
More than 60 shows in different countries.
No joke.
Trust me, different continents. And if listen, it's high time we have to really sit down and push away this favoritism. You know, if Wiyala sings in Dagomba, Dagati, and you don't understand, look at her works.
Even Sharifa Guma.
Exactly, that lady too. You know, people are doing marvelous works. Like, they need that attention, just like the ones you are giving to the people that you can understand what they are saying. You know what I'm saying? And Ghana is not just one language country. Like, we have different dialect. You know, we have the Tree, we have the Hausa. So push, have space to, when you play a little 1, 2, 3, 4 songs from this, get into this tribe too. And even with that, a radio station that is able to do that is a strategy. You win so many listeners because they know when they tune in, they're gonna hear their people. You know, their people's works and stuff like that. You know, so it's high time we support every artist from different type of ethnicity or different background and project Ghana to the highest level. Because sometimes if the Tree won't sell, you might not know. Maybe you forget the Dagomba will sell,
right?
Or the Dagati language will sell,
right?
And if you're able to give chance like that in a radio space, you will see the number of talents that will be popping out from different zones. You see there is another talent from North that is making some serious, because he knows that when he makes his music, he will get airplay in Accra. Artists like Fancy Gadam, right?
Yeah.
They have some serious songs in North. When it's being played, trust me, people go crazy. But they don't play that song in Accra until the featured circle there. That beautiful, why we say I marry you beautiful, and now they are playing it. But you know, then you are trying to put some sort of barriers into, you see, creativity, right? If you are being creative, or you have that instinct to be creative, you know, it shouldn't be limited to language, right? You know. So, but even here in Ghana, they've set up some boundaries where if you are not able to break it, then your creativity will be limited to a particular source. You know, I speak a lot. I don't even know how to write song in Ghana. And when it comes to Tree, I don't know how to compose song in Tree at all. I don't know how to do it. You know, so I can't be forced. That's how come me, fortunately for me, I was able to tap into this dancehall thing because that's what I grew up listening to.
Right.
You know, so now do I have to tone down a bit to do what others are doing? It's gonna be one way. And trust me, I'm winning in so many ways with what I believe in, with my own creatives. You know, so we should also allow people, the youth out there, to feel free to create in their own language, and then we push Ghana to the limit. Yeah.
So you believe if we actually allow our youth to create music using their own dialect, Ghana is actually going to go far like the Nigerians have?
In a second. In a second. And not just creating the music, but then if the media spaces are able to push them while they are creating in their comfort zone, in the language that they will feel comfortable in. You know, because people in North, sometimes when they are speaking to you, you know, it doesn't sound right. Whenever people are speaking to you, you know, it doesn't even sound right? Or they are trying to speak other dialect, it doesn't sound right. So for us to push our music, we have to push away that language barrier. Say, oh, Tree is universal in Ghana. That's what everybody speaks. Fine, no two ways. We can use that as means of communication. But when it comes to sound and melodies, let people feel free to be able to express themselves in their own language and be able to push them on your radio, just like the one that when you understand, you push it. But I'm saying is that they play some songs from artists from Nigeria that they don't even understand what they're saying, but they play it.
And I think a typical example would be Black Sharif. You know, he sings more in the Chi language until quite recently he now shifted just a bit. But then most of his songs that made waves are the ones in Chi. The Traveler, First and Second Sermon. Typical Chi. But people don't even know what it means, but the vibe to it because they feel the energy.
Most definitely.
You know, I think I do quite, you know, agree with you. That we actually have to work on building our dialect. And about music, what's the new project you're working on?
Okay, so I think I'm just done with my tour now. Currently, the album that I released, it was 2 years ago or a year ago, I don't know, but I did some couple of tour out there, and then I kickstart with high school tour. I went to Jupitar recently last weekend.
I saw that tweet.
Yeah, it was crazy. The really students, I was like, oh my days, like, they really enjoyed themselves. They are screaming on top of their lungs. I think I should be going to Koforidua. I'm touring about like 60 schools in Ghana.
Oh wow!
You know, and I need
this whole year.
Yeah, this whole year. I think I'm using 2 months too. I've already started. You know, so from here I should be going to Koforidua, you know, for another schools, like 60 schools. And these are students that are wildly waiting for me to jump with them. You know, because education and entertainment, you know, yeah, exactly, to make people come to school more. Because when the youth realize that, oh, Jupitar will be performing in my school,
they'll go.
Yeah, exactly, they'll come back to school. Especially with this education system now that we have. Is it 6 months track or whatsoever? Like
that one I don't even know how it's done. Since I completed school, I don't even look back again.
I think it's 6 months or 4 months. Students goes to school for
First,
4 months.
Second, and third tracking system.
You know, so some of them when they go and they come back home, they don't feel like going. But when they get to know that, oh, there is some part of entertainment,
oh, then let me go.
So it's a way of trying to, you know, push education into the minds of people that irrespective of how the system is now or the structure is now, you still have to come to school because there's going to be entertainment and we're going to jam together. I share 1 or 2, you know, stuff for them too as well, you know, just to support them and all of that. So yeah, man, I'm on my high school tour. I released a single called Control. It's out there. I did another single with Busy Signal from Jamaica. It's out there. It's booming. And then hopefully we're just gonna drop an EP. And if that station loves to support, that's fine. If they don't want to, we leave them to God, you know.
So who are some of the top artists you're looking forward to performing or having on your songs?
Obviously, Seta is a family, so he's gonna be on there. And one thing about me is I don't really push myself too much to artists when it comes to collaboration. You know, maybe I might try once, and even with that, unless we meet in the studio, you know, because. You know, Ghanaians, sometimes when you call on them and stuff like that.
Well, that takes me to the Samini and Sarkodie's issue. Have you actually experienced that before? That you sent an artist a message that can we do a collaboration and they never, you know, got back to you?
Yeah, I won't even send you for you to come and style me. But you know, with Sarkodie, I've never had any issues featuring him. Yeah, we did. He was the one who actually featured me first on a song with me and Stoneboy. And then in return, I asked him to do a song for me. Which is Enemies, which was, you know, global.
Yeah. That was 7 years ago.
Yeah, 7 years ago. It's crazy, and he's still on my album.
7.4 million views.
Yeah,
you got it now. Imagine if you release it during this period,
exactly.
you would have actually accumulated a lot of views.
And yeah, he's also on my album, a track I did with him on my album. So featuring Sarkodie has never been a problem. I think maybe with him and Samini, there's something that they really have to, you know, come out and trash it out. Exactly. I mean, I don't send song for artists unless we meet at studio. You know, like Daku Vice, for instance, I was in the US and we happened to be in the same studio. We did some beautiful magic, which is going to come out soon. Artists like Patawanki and his family. So all the time we are together recording songs, you know. But for me to send a song for Samini to is a veteran. I did a song with Samini, beautiful song, you know. So these are the likes that, you know, normally you see me rolling with them. You know, we are creating beautiful songs when we are in the studio. But to send a song to a particular artist, I don't think I'll ever do that. No.
Wow.
Yeah.
So guys, you heard it all. My man Jupitar has given you all the juicy details he's been keeping and harboring in his chest, and what he thinks the Ghanaian community or the Ghanaian can actually do. But before we sign out, he's going to give us a line of some of his songs that he released on his EP. So Jupitar, over to you.
All right, you don't know, this is Jupitar represent. No, I'ma say what leap of them alike. They say we pull up in a Lamborghini. That now I see me rise. We still are within a them surprise. When we buy, we no pretty price. You know, see a be expensive life man living. I chew with them, I idolize the girl. Them say we and the world I get hypnotized. Whoa. Well, I don't wanna go back to the poor life anymore. Yeah. Never wanna see mama crying anymore. Yeah, man, you don't know. This is Jupitar. The EP is coming out very soon, you know what I mean? So look out for it. And I have the best interview ever in my life today, you know what I mean? Shout out to Doreen, yeah?
We did it, and we are finally out. Guys, you had all the juicy details. We out. Bye.
Now,
Back Hanokre. Susu Sang Pine, Pia Wantonam, a man in quite baby.
Mommy, you first can see about Kotoso. Pepoga, send me Sika from Lemonade Finance. While Brian did the shade and left me £2.
Lemonade Finance.
Say they're sending money back home from UK, Canada, and now US. I accepted a instant charges. Extinguishing in so unbeatable. We should me promo code Dr. Like Nenya £10, $10, and $10 Canadian for the first transaction. What is send this guy Akofino? Download to Lemonade Finance. That's a long way to go.
Now, Susu sang quite be a want to Nambia, a man in quite baby.
Mommy, you first can see about Kotoso. Pepoga, send me sick from Lemonade Finance. While Brian did the shade and let me £10.
Lemonade Finance.
Say they sending money back home from UK, Canada, and now US. I accepted a instant charges. Extinguishing in Suya. Unbeatable. We should be promo code Dr. Like £10, $10, and $10 Canadian for the first transaction. With this Sunday cigar, download to Lemonade Finance.
Government has proven beyond reasonable doubt that it is impotent to build. It's on record.
The issue of rents is a very hot topic for a lot of Ghanaians, particularly those who live in the big cities of Accra, Kumasi, Takoradi, and the likes. It's the reason why today we're having a conversation with the Rent Control Department of Ghana and also the National Tenants Union of Ghana to see how these two entities work together to solve the perennial problems of rent in the country. My name is Daniel Ojo. This is the Lowdown on GhanaWeb TV. Gentlemen, good afternoon, welcome to the show.
Thank you.
I think Happy New Year is in order.
Exactly.
Happy New Year.
Yes,
I think we should first introduce ourselves to let the audience know who you are and what you do. So okay. I'll start from you.
So my name is Emmanuel Kwasu.
Okay.
I'm the head of PR for the Rent Control Department, right, and also the spokesperson for the National Rental Assistance Scheme.
Oh, yeah, great.
I'm also Frederick Opoku.
Right.
Secretary General of the National Tenant Union of Ghana, representing more than 18 million Ghanaians.
Right. Mr. Poku, you're going to be critical in the National Rent Assistance Scheme, which was launched. Many people feel that this is a scheme that is going to be for party foot soldiers and the likes. Do you think that the ordinary Ghanaian on the street genuinely has a chance of benefiting from this scheme?
The reason why we are very much happy that this time around government sees the private sector, and involving the National Tenant Union of Ghana to be fully involved, to also monitor, evaluate, and comment is enough for us to believe that nothing is going to be hidden at all. The day that they were launching this at the full blare of the Vice President, I was very categorical that Mr. Vice President, Madam Chief of Staff, we know people don't trust whatever government brings. And that we fear that everything must be transparent, credible, so that people will have trust in the system and the scheme. And we were given assurance even when the Vice President had the speech. And in fact, from then, we realized that they meant business. And this time around, we don't foresee it be like others or the usual. And that we've been working with the rent masters as well. And so far, so good. Just that people might have one or two reservations about certain conditions, which they have sat us down and explained. And we begin to resonate with them to some extent, because sometimes government brings an initiative. You don't all the time bastardize it. At least you look at the good of it and see how it must be successful. So that you don't use the trivial issues to just bastardize and just call it off. Because it's an opportunity that might not come at a lifetime. Because how many years? Ghana, so many years, government does not even need to able to build.
So if today government comes and says, like, I have this scheme that will enable the tenant suffering over the years, paying 3 years, 4 years, what have you, that I'm going to pay for you to pay monthly, whether you are informal or with the public or wherever, just to prove that indeed you have what it takes to pay every month.
Yeah.
You are there.
Okay.
So it cuts across. It's not only like private sector. Whatever work you do, can you prove that if you are given the opportunity, you'll be able to pay? And going to the extent of them demanding Momo statement, it's enough this thing to believe that they mean business.
Okay.
If they had not brought that, then I would have had a whole issue to talk about.
All right. So we'll delve into the nitty-gritties of how this National Rental Assistance Scheme is going to work. And if you just tune in, we're having a conversation about rent in Ghana. And you know it's a very burning topic because of the insufficient building or housing situation in Ghana, where a lot of Ghanaians who want to find a decent place of abode would have to pay upfront 1 year, 2 years, and more to be able to afford a decent place to sleep. We also have in the studio the PRO of the Rent Control Department of Ghana, Mr. Kosu. You heard Frederick describe your outfit as a toothless outfit.
Yeah.
I'm sure you didn't feel good about that, but that's to a large extent the sentiment of a lot of Ghanaians, because they feel your outfit is not doing as much as it could do. How do you answer to his description of the place that you work?
No, that is his opinion.
Okay.
Despite the fact that we are lacking some logistical items to perform our duties to the extreme, I don't want to take his opinion away. Okay, that is his opinion. So I want to leave it there.
Okay, but fundamentally, what is the role of the rent control of Ghana fundamentally?
Okay, so we get our mandate from the Rent Act 1963. That is the Act 220, and specifically under Section 5, that's laid down the functions of the Rent Control Department. The first on the list is the conduction of an assessment. Assessment is where we come and see how your building is, how your premises is, what materials have you used in constructing your premises, and then even the value of land on which you've built your premises. The rate that you pay, including the property rate and any other rate that you pay, we factor them all in, and then the determination of the rent per month is determined. So we give you an assessment certificate. If there's a tenant already in the premises, we give a copy to the tenant as well, so that he will know how much he's supposed to pay after a month notice has been given to him.
So you are supposed to determine how much people are supposed to pay for their rent. I've been renting for God knows how long. I haven't received any.
Yes, so that is the sensitization program. You as a tenant has right to apply for this assessment. Likewise, the landlord. Okay, so because we are ignorant of this in the Act, we just quote to, let me use this local, quote to the landlord's rent.
Isn't it clearly an issue of demand and supply? If there is more demand and there is less supply, the person who has the goods or the product is at an advantage and says, this is how much I'm charging for it. If you don't want, you can leave.
Yeah, we understand the housing deficit is currently 1.8 million. Okay, and secondly, it's also a function of under the rent control to have what we call vacant premise register. A register of vacant premises in the country. But before the landlord moves out from his house, somebody is already standing there, demanding there. So he cannot even get to the rent control department to register this. So these are it's basically because of the housing deficit that we are facing in the country.
So this thing that you say you are mandated to do you actually do it? Like, are there houses where you have gone to where your department really is the one that has set out how much this ordinary Ghanaians are supposed to pay for rent?
Yes, you know, it's a newly built premises, and then premises that are having disputes. So we do this assessment mostly for buildings that there are disputes on, because the landlord
between tenant
and landlord. Okay, because the landlord is demanding so much from the tenant. So the tenant, if he does not understand, because he knows this provision in the Act, comes to assess it so that a realistic determination can be made. That's how much that. So we get most of these applications for houses that are under dispute.
But if I fight with my landlord, I'm not going to have peace in the house, you know. If I go and if you like report my landlord to rent control, and rent control says that instead of the 1,000 cedis that my landlord is charging, I should pay 800 cedis. And the landlord said, okay, I'm not renting the house against my house. My son is coming from Abuchi. He will come and stay in the room. So I'm not renting it again.
Okay. So there's this right of tenants that we are not exploring. If you report a landlord for such an issue, the landlord has no right to evict you or come out with any excuse that my son or I want to renovate the place. Until your tenancy expires, the law says that if you don't contravene any of the provision in the act, the landlord has no right to evict you. So this cannot be a basis on which a landlord can stand on eviction. Of course, I understand after your tenancy, he can tell you that, no, I don't want to renew for you again. But within your tenancy, the landlord cannot say that, I want to refund your money for you because you're going to report me on this assessment issue, so I'm evicting you. You have the right to stay there for the period of the tenancy that you've signed. And after that, the landlord, both of you have right to renew it or to vacate the place, or the landlord also has right to renew it for you or just give you an eviction notice. So these are the issues we are facing.
It appears that on paper you have very nice laws, your job is really cut out and everything, but what are really the challenges that is not making you carry out your function?
Okay. Yeah, so you see we are in a technological age now, and there is this agenda of digitalizing the rent control department. It's on course because we've gotten a framework from the Ministry of Communication and Digitalization together with the Kofi Annan Technological Center, as well as NITA, the National Information Technology Authority or Agency. So a framework has been concluded. Now it has been passed on onto an implementator. He's also taken one or two. He has done the the national assessment. So very soon that agenda will come. And that will cure our computer and accessories issue. Okay, because we currently, most of our offices, there are no computers. We are still on the manual.
In 2023?
Yeah, manual way of doing things. And so this is going to cure that perfectly. But the issue with cars, your producer will attest to it. We lack cars to move us around because it's part of our functions to do this what we call assessment and then inspections. So that when you come and then there's a dispute as to how the premises is, how deteriorating the premises is, an official from the rent control needs to follow you to go and ascertain physically what is going on. But because of lack of vehicles, we are not able to do that purely 100% as we do. Sometimes we have to depend on the client to follow them to, because even the budget...
That's very sad, you know. No. Do you think that politicians have not, I mean, I'm not talking about this government from independence, have not taken the rent control department and the work and the function that they do as seriously as they should?
No, I can agree with you, but for the past 3 years when we started coming out, you see that the government interest has come onto the department. That's how come this National Rental Assistance Scheme came to effect, and then this digitization issue I'm talking about is also in place. The assessment is ongoing. So very soon the system or the department will be digitalized. But the issue about vehicle is still pending because we've complained to our vice president.
How many vehicles do you have?
We have 4 in the entire country.
4?
Yeah, out of the 58 offices that we have nationwide. Okay,
4 vehicles. What's the condition?
Oh, they are perfectly. The registration number is 2020. So they are imperfect.
But you don't have any IGF or anything?
No, we all the money we generate goes to the government. Okay, we don't have IGF. But we give our budget every year to the government through the Ministry of Works and Housing. And then we get what is allocated. But those things are not enough.
I think the media has a responsibility to push for governments to pay more attention to the rent control department because they play a very critical role in solving this ongoing, unending situation of rent in the country. We'll go for our first break. When we return, we'll continue our conversation with the Rent Control Department of Ghana and also the National Tenant Union of Ghana. I bet you may have not heard it before, but today we get the lowdown on all of the activities on this special edition of The Lowdown. We're back after this break. Stay with us. Thank you for staying with us. Welcome back to The Lowdown. We're having a conversation about rent in the country. And I know if you're an average Ghanaian, rent is an important subject to you. For a lot of Ghanaians, the chunk of their salaries goes into rent and then feeding. It looks like we are working for landlords in this country. You work and you have to pay 2 years of rent. Frederick, you heard Mr. Kposu speaking about the logistical challenges and all of that. How do you work together with the rent control to ensure that tenants in the country get the best out of this mess that appears to be on the horizon?
Very well, thank you once again. I have said a number of that time that our government past and gone, I don't know how to describe them, because housing is a very important commodity or aspect of our life, and we believe that government should have done better. Imagine what Mr. Kposu rightly putting out today, that they have 4 vehicles, the whole Ghana. Is the government serious at all? We have serious government. Because you see, let me be very frank, I always use Abraham Maslow's theory of needs to make this assessment. And they have all read, all of them, ministers, DCs, haven't they learned basic about Maslow's theory? That shelter, food, clothing, very basic. Can you imagine if we have a serious government? If you have heard about Segleme, for example, what has become of Segleme? Languishing in bush for 8 years, and you see or hear government giving reasons that somebody have spent money, and their inability to incarcerate or to prosecute them, jail them, dangling about the issue, much ado about nothing, is what this government are doing. I don't blame Akufo-Addo's government. I'm blaming government come and gone, that they don't take housing serious at all. Look, rent control, in fact, I know Mr. Kposu, whenever I meet him, he's a public servant, and he's serving his masters. And Mr. Kposu would always say something to please his masters. If not, he loses his job. And you should understand him at a point, because certain things that cannot be justified need not to be justified. And I understand him. Can you imagine that in this modern world, we have a whole department government cannot build? Government has proven beyond reasonable doubt that it is impotent to build. It's on record. Their actions and everything that they do says that we cannot build, because they are not serious about what we have to put into building. So let us rule it out. Now, you look at an agency established about 60 years ago. 1963 minus 2023. How many years? 60 years ago. They don't have independence. Government doesn't want to improve it. It was this Akufo-Addo's government that is talking about we want to digitize. Should we take how many government if they were serious? And I always advise Ghanaians that we should not allow politics to blindfold us. These are policymakers. I don't sit here to do politics, but I am trying to actually advise and bring the attention of Ghanaians to bear that we must desist from this MPP NDC saga. Whether you are an NPP person and your government is not doing what is right, you should be able to stand enough to condemn your government. If you are an NDC, it comes to housing, nobody will pay your rent for you. You need to secure loans from the bank, pay unpardonable interest. That can even lead you to incarceration. What happens of it? So we have a government, don't have for housing there. It's not part of the agenda. But you hear and see this government with their manifesto. In fact, I have sent a signal. This year, this election we are going, it's about no house, no vote.
Oh, so that's the slogan.
No house, no votes. We don't want any bridges. We don't need a free education. No. If you even juxtapose housing and education, Where does education comes in? If I don't have a place to sleep, where does education comes in? This is a priority in misguided.
Yeah.
They don't even know that let us build. Ask yourself, how come that this housing issue has risen to this point? In 1980s, we have this structural adjustment program, SAP, where the Bretton Woods institutions just have to instruct our government, don't build. Don't do it. Allow them to struggle. Give it to private sector. Don't build. And this is where we have become. And we have lazy governments, irrational governments in this country, come and go. I'm not making inference to any particular government.
Yeah.
But those which have come, let's take the Fourth Republic.
Yeah.
Under the 1922 Constitution.
Yeah.
All the government come and gone have disappointed Ghanaians big time. And they should bow themselves in shame that this time they don't get it easy at all. I always say that if you pick 9 out of 10 Ghanaians, active population, they are tenants.
Yeah.
So we are talking about 18 million Ghanaians who are renting and suffering. How many people bring government to power? 6 point something.
Yeah.
3 multiplied by that are suffering. Why don't we use our numbers and attempt to punish them? We don't need to.
So you expect housing to be a very big conversation ahead of the next.
After food, health, okay?
Yeah.
And whatever, food. How much budget are they giving to the housing ministry? Let's ask President Akufo-Addo.
Should we not admit that governments are really incompetent in building houses, and so we need to empower, if you like the rent masters that you talk about and co, to invest in housing?
Government has a responsibility. First, build. Okay. At least you will support the building. Government has a lot of land banks sitting down years. Nothing is being done on that land. They won't give it to the private sector. Do you know that if you go to Grader, ask Grader people, the Ghana Real Estate Development Association, you ask them what are the factors that will lead to high cost in building, land, litigations, and what have you.
Yes.
Government need to partner, do the PPP, give you them land, service the land. That takes about 55% of the cost.
The cost, yes.
Then 45% is borne by the private sector. Then the housing becomes cheap. Government has the legal instrument to negotiate with our chiefs, the stools, and negotiate for more lands for the private sector. The government is not just ready for housing, but we must speak, sorry for this word, sense into their minds.
Okay.
It's like they seem to have gone to all kind of having their masters from the top to down.
Maybe they have houses to sleep in, so they don't care about us.
They are not rational. They are heartless. They are cruel. They are heartless. If you bring heartless people to govern your country, that's why you see they ride in cars, in big cars, air conditioned 24 hours. They don't care about you. When it comes to elections, just come and lie. You give 50 Ghana cedis. You wear MPP and NDC, trumpeting vuvuzelas, making unnecessary noise, and you are suffering. This is a kind of heartless government we have, and we are going to vote them out and ensure that the right things are done. In fact, the Tenant Union of Ghana, leading 18 million Ghanaians, will now be a hallmark where elections will be held. In fact, we are going to create a platform, the Housing Manifesto.
Okay.
Come and tell us what you can do. And I will rather even get vehicle, go the whole Ghana, be campaigning against a sitting government if you don't make critical commitment to housing. It's not just manifesto promise. Real promises that you must live to expectation. And the housing is the topic of this year's elections. Okay. They should forget about bridges and education and whatever. We are fed up. They must build so that we don't give the leverage or the loopholes for landlord travels on those things. In fact, there's a demand and supply issue. More demand, less supply. Definitely, government is not building. You set up a rent control, and Mr. Kosu is been sitting here that we have to come and assess. Have you built for you to assess? Now, have they built? You do not want to do anything to remedy the situation. Then you say that the government, the law gives us the opportunity to come and assess, and even the government itself, which the law is under, what has it done? You become lazy approach of solving problems, and you really want to talk about you want to solve.
Mr. Boku, do we really have a housing deficit it in that magnitude? Because many have said that there are a lot of idle homes sitting around cantonment.
Let me answer. You don't continue. In the private sector, the grader.
Yeah.
In fact, we don't have shortage of housing. No.
Yeah.
It's a palpable lie. The houses are there. Economically, we cannot afford.
Right.
In fact, just move, take your vehicle and your distance and go and look at the vacant houses over there.
Yes, there are a lot.
Now, even government talk about affordable housing. Government affordable housing, one single bedroom is 99,990 million.
How many Ghanaians can afford it?
That's so affordable. Government. 2 bedroom standard goes for 182,000.
Cedis or dollars?
1.82 billion Ghana cedis. 3 standard bedroom, 3 rooms, about 330,000 Ghana cedis. 3.3 billion. We are talking about here. This is a government come and gone, and it's not only Akufo-Addo's government. Mohammed government said it, and they should all understand he's making a comeback. Those who are there, we are going to ask them and query them for their negligence of responsibility, not to house their own citizenry. If you are a government and you fail to find where your people to sleep, then you are more or less quote unquote useless government. That you need to not to even seek for re-elections or what have you. But I know they will listen to us. I want to keep my fire. You advocate, but I can tell you the rental assistance scheme that has been brought for tenant union, and the way I've heard and I'm following is good.
Okay.
It's come to reduce some pressures on us because government is not building. So if government really want to support, whereby they give you at least every month pay, then you don't now think about how much I have to pay within a period of time. It also enables you to save.
Yeah.
So in case of paying 3 years, you must secure 30,000 Ghana cedis, right?
Yes.
But you'd rather do maybe 1,500 a month. That money can be invested. Are you okay? Your government has prepaid for you, and you don't have any problem with it at all.
Okay.
With this project, with this, if they themselves do not come in to politicize it,
yes,
then it is very, very good. But we have the confidence now that it has been given to a private sector. I have met the man about 1 or 2 times, the rent masters.
Yeah.
And the guy, the way the modalities put in place, in fact, it is very difficult for government to even be involved and to influence what he's doing over there.
Okay.
But I pray it remains like that and we can go to places.
Okay. Mr. Bosu, so what are some of the most frequent issues your department deals with?
Okay. No, before I answer that, there are some 4 comments I want to make. The first is that rent masters is not into building.
Yes.
They are really strictly in renting.
Sure. Okay.
Second issue is that the issue about involving private sector in the housing deficit reduction. Before even that, we can't discount or dispute the statistical report from the Ghana Statistical Service that there is 1.8 billion housing deficit in the country.
Okay.
Unless we have any document that can dispute that. So the housing deficit is there. So the issue about involving the government, involving private sector, you know, we are reviewing the Rent Act, which is before Parliament now. Cabinet has given it approval. And in that document, we are trying to encourage the private sector. That's why we are increasing the rent advance demand to 1 year. So that we
so it's moving from 6 months.
6 months to 1 year. So that we can encourage them to invest more. Because if you want to restrict yourself to monthly rent payment or to the maximum of 6 months, though you see, housing is a long-term investment.
It is.
But if you want to restrict yourself monthly for the rent payment, how are they going to reinvest into the system? And then also, there are land banks, as Mr. Opoku mentioned. Government has opened its arm to the Ministry of Works and Housing now. If you are an investor, a private investor, and you want to involve yourself in this housing industry, you can come and sit down with the Minister of Works and Housing or the Chief Director. A part of the land bank, and just as Mr. Opoku mentioned, it will reduce we have estimated about 40% reduction of the housing, so that you can build with your own resources. The land banks will be given to you, utility will be provided, so that all these things will be taken off the cost. And then after building, you slash the thing down between 40 and 50%, as you mentioned. So these are the comments I want to make. The frequent, most involving situation and issues that we get in our offices from the beginning of the year and later part of last year, a lot of landlords are bringing tenants who cannot pay their rent.
Seriously?
Seriously.
So the landlords are bringing the tenant?
Exactly.
But usually they will just kick them and evict them and throw their things out.
No, there are laws. So you see, with the sensitization is catching up. Because if you don't know your right to stand on it, people will just be using you. So now that they know that they cannot forcefully eject any tenant when the person contradicts the law, they are bringing them to us so that we can aid. Because the law says that you cannot owe landlord a month's rent. After a month, the landlord has right to visit the rent control. You cannot go to the police that somebody is owing me. You have to go and arrest the person. This is not criminal offense.
Yeah.
So you have to pass through the rent control department. Well, we have to do some small investigation. See, you cannot cause nuisance and annoyance. All these provisions are there. But you cannot, based on that, forcefully eject a tenant from. You cannot pick a gun that you are smoking weed in my house, so just pack your thing. You need to come to the rent control department for us to do that. So the most frequent issues that are coming is because of the economic situation.
Wow.
People cannot pay their rent.
Wow.
So we thank God for this.
So what do you tell the landlords? Because yes, people are having their monies locked up. Sometimes they have the money, but if it's locked up in some financial institution or whatever, it becomes very difficult. So what do you tell the landlords?
The law cannot see that your money is being locked or your air is being cut.
Yes.
You see, so the law says that you cannot owe the person more than a month's rent. Okay. If you are owing the person and you discuss with the person and the person understands, it can give you some grace period. But without that, the person has to follow the due process. Report you, we do the investigation, and then we aid the eviction with the power of the rent magistrate.
Okay.
Okay. So these are the frequent issues that are coming to our department.
Anyway, it seems the conversation is getting interesting, but we are running out of time. So I'll give you the final words. Mr. Poku, what will be your final words as far as this conversation is concerned?
What we are saying is that tenants in this country should have trust in the new scheme.
Okay.
That it's not a killer at all. Now that the tenant union is involved, they have opened their doors, we are involved. Trust me, we will advocate on it much more and ensure that fairness, equity is the game here.
Okay.
So I can assure them that definitely nobody apply. Just visit the sites, apply, and we also use our eye microscopically to follow.
To monitor. Mr. Kwasu, your final words.
Yes, so my final word, if you have to give me time, let me just mention that since the launch of the manifesto in 2000, the Minister of Works and Housing, the minister himself, has put in so much effort before the launch on the 31st of January. And then let me briefly ask Ghanaians or tell Ghanaians that everybody qualifies.
Okay.
The eligibility criteria you need to follow is that you have to be a Ghanaian above 18 years. You need to hold a Ghana card. You need to provide bank statement or Momo statement.
Okay.
Or you need to provide a 3 month pay slip. These are being required to make sure that you get money into your account. And then what you have to do as a tenant, you have to go around, look for the apartment you will be convenient for you. It's not the scheme who will choose the apartment for you. You have to conveniently go and choose the place. And then make sure that the rent that you are going to pay will not exceed 30% of your income.
Salary. Okay.
Okay, because that is the international standard that your rent should not exceed 30%. If you are satisfied with that, you come and log on to the www.nras.gov.ga, nras.gov.ga. You go there, you apply, you provide all the requirements. If it's checked out or you are approved, before then, within 5 to 10 days, you'll be given signal as to whether you qualify or not. If there are some impedance, they will tell you that go and correct this, go and correct it. Then you submit those things. We will follow you. That is, the scheme will follow you to go and look at the apartment. Due diligence, because somebody can post as a landlord. You want to make sure that it's not a caretaker who is going to rent the place for you, so that the money will be paid directly to the landlord. And then we come and sit down with the prospective tenant, schedule how much you have to pay per month. If you default within a month, just as I said, the law says you should not owe landlord a month's rent. If you default, we'll just kick you out, okay, through the legal means, and then replace you with another person, or we tell the landlord to refund the rest of the money, so I'll put it in the coffers, and then we can extend the assistance to other person. So this is basically what you do. But you can get all information on the website, that is www.nras.gov.ga, or you can WhatsApp to this number or call this number. Any other information you want to get, that is 055-134-1515. 055-134-1515. You can go there or send a WhatsApp, make an inquiry. Answers will be provided to you.
Right. Thank you very much, gentlemen, for coming. It's been a very enlightening and revealing conversation as far as rent is concerned, and I'm sure it will be very beneficial to all of you who are watching from everywhere across the globe. This is the Lowdown on GhanaWeb TV. I've been here with the Secretary General of the National Tenants Union of Ghana, Mr. Frederick Opoku, and then also the PRO of the Rent Control Department, Mr. Emmanuel Bosu, who have been my guests on today's edition of the Lowdown. We're back same time next week with another edition. We are planning to have a conversation with the Minister of Works and Housing, and then we'll delve into what government's commitment is as far as housing is concerned. Because like Mr. Poku said, there's a lack of commitment from government, past and current, in terms of building a lot more to solve the critical needs of Ghanaians. My name is Daniel Odro. Until next time, it's bye for now.
Mommy, you first can see about Kotoso. People got sending me sicker from Lemonade Finance. While Brian did the shit and let me £10.
Lemonade Finance.
Say they're sending money back home from UK, Canada, and now US. I accepted a instant charges. Extinguishing in so unbeatable. We should me promo code Dr. Like £10, $10, and $10 Canadian for the first transaction. What is send this guy download to Lemonade Finance.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I was engaged with a list of defaulters in the Honourable Member's constituency. That's why I hesitated in coming. Mr. Speaker, the primary responsibility for the provision of water, sanitation and hygiene, wash facilities in schools lies with the Metropolitan, Municipal and District Assemblies and the Ministry of Education. The Ministry of Sanitation and Water Resources continues to advocate for adequate provision and proper management of wash facilities in schools as a means of helping to eradicate open defecation and promote sanitation for all. The Ministry, Mr. Speaker, is making great efforts to eradicate open defecation and also to provide sanitation facilities to help and augment what the MDAs are doing. Also, the Ministry of Education has, in their projects, they have to provide the wash facilities as I've stated earlier. Mr. Speaker, in conclusion, I would like to humbly appeal to all honourable members, advocates for improved wash facilities in schools in their constituencies, and urge the MMDAs to also invest in the wash facilities so that whatever we do will be an augmentation of the infrastructure. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, so.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. Mr. Speaker, I'm wondering how the MMDAs can effectively provide these wash facilities, especially with the very distressed assemblies like Achimoda. The assembly common fund resources are not enough for them to provide these resources.
Is that a statement or is intended as a question?
It's supposed to be a question, so, because I'm sure she knows that the districts don't have enough.
Well, I think you would want to ask another question. It says that it is a responsibility unless you have evidence to the contrary. That question should be directed at the...
Very well, Mr. Speaker. Can the Minister confirm whether the collaboration she talked about with the Ministry of Education involves ensuring that plans for schools, especially the basic ones, include toilet facilities? Because we have very, very new schools that have been built without toilet facilities.
Yes, Honorable Minister, do you have that information?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I believe it is the policy, and we should continue to drum this into our systems, that buildings to be inhabited by our children or us should always have toilet facilities. Mr. Speaker, it's amazing that we have to grapple with this problem. It's rather unfortunate, but if the situation gets dire, maybe GOG directly through the ministry can help. But it is, I will reiterate with your kind permission, Mr. Speaker, that people who put up these facilities should always make sure that toilet facilities are provided, especially to our small children and the SHS pupils. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Minister, can I ask, would you want to send this as a requirement to the funding agency of classroom blocks, that before you approve any classroom block, they must provide toilet facilities as part of the project?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the clarification. I believe before permits are granted, all these facilities must be included in the scope of works. And I, at one point, engaged my colleague, Dr. Matthew Poku Prempe, when he was the Minister for Education. I'll continue to engage the other stakeholders again. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, my last question. The Minister has called on MPs to be advocates for this improved wash facilities. I was wondering if the Minister or the Ministry can make available some resources to members of Parliament so that we don't just remain advocates, but we can go in and help provide these facilities. Because if we have to depend on our little common fund and others that come to us to provide for these resources that have not been available originally in these schools, I'm not sure we'll be able to do it. But we can effectively provide these facilities if they find some resources for members of Parliament, so we just don't remain mere advocates, but people to support her ministry and the provision of these facilities.
Yes, Honorable Minister, are you able to support the schools or the MPs to provide toilet facilities?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll entreat honorable members that we will be working closely with them through the Community Water and Sanitation Agency. We have a component for sensitization. I will definitely do that. Because of the good work done in this space, since 2017, we haven't had any outbreak of cholera and dysentery. And we will continue to stress the need to practice good hygiene and good sanitation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Very well. I'll proceed to the next question. It's in the name of the Honourable Member for Yendi, Umar Farouk Ali Mahama.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate the opportunity to ask this question on behalf of the constituency Yendi. I rise to ask the Minister of Sanitation and Water Resources what accounts for the delay and the Yendi project, status of the work of the project, and when the project is expected to commence. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the existing surface water supply with an installed capacity of 3,240 cubic meters per day and based on raw water abstraction from the Dakar River was commissioned in 1961. The water supply system has, over the years, not seen any major rehabilitation and expansion works to be able to meet the ever-increasing demand for potable water in Yendi and its environs. The current average water production from the plant is 1,200 cubic meters per day. In 2015, Mr. Speaker, Ghana Water Company Limited, in its bid to improve water supply to Yendi and its environs, drilled 3 mechanized boreholes to supplement the surface water supply system at that time. Currently, the combined average production is 2,340 cubic meters per day, as against an estimated demand of 7,227 cubic meters per day, which is projected to increase to 15,000 cubic meters per day. Mr. Speaker, with a shortfall in water supply, Ghana Water Company Limited is only able to ration the available water within the communities in the supply areas. Mr. Speaker, in April 2019, the government of Ghana, under President Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, secured and signed a $30 million credit facility agreement with the Indian government through the Indian Exim Bank for the upgrading of the potable water supply system in Yendi. Mr. Speaker, the scope of works for the project includes entirely the construction of a 15,000 cubic meter per day conventional water treatment plant. Also, it involves the construction of 25-kilometer transmission pipeline and also the construction of a 50-kilometer distribution pipeline. It also involves the construction of storage reservoirs within the beneficiary communities and also the rehabilitation of the existing water treatment plants. However, pleased to announce, Mr. Speaker, that the consultant for the design and construction supervision of works, Mrs. Wapos of India, has successfully completed the detailed project report and it has received a no objection approval from the Indian Exim Bank. Following the approval, Mr. Speaker, the Indian Exim Bank launched an invitation for pre-qualification of engineering, procurement and construction EPC contractors on June 21st, 2022, with last date of submission of application being August 1st, 2022. The bank subsequently informed Ghana Water Company Limited of the list of pre-qualified EPC contractors in order for Ghana Water Company Limited and the consultant to commence the procurement process. Upon receipt of the shortlisted EPC contractors on December 15th, 2022, Ghana Water Company Limited proceeded to invite the shortlisted firms to submit their bids. The deadline for bid submission is February 21st, 2023. Mr. Speaker, upon the successful procurement of the contractor by close of the first quarter of this year, construction works are expected to commence by the second quarter of the year, with completion set at 30 months from the commencement date. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honourable Member, the follow-up question. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in the Minister's response, she indicated that work will commence in the first quarter of the year. The good people of Yendi have serious water challenges and they are suffering from water crisis. And we wanted to find out from the Minister if there are any measures that can be put in place in the interim and later of the contractor, so that we have some short-term measure to reduce the pressures of these water challenges in my constituency, Yendi. Thank you very much.
Yes, Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yes, indeed. Whatever we'll do to alleviate the suffering of the people will be done. And also, I want to place it on record and commend the Honourable Member of Parliament for Yendi for his efforts in drilling more boreholes to help the people. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honourable. You're done. Very well. The last question is in the name of the Honourable Member for Brekum East, Mr. Nelson Cherry.
All right, Speaker, thank you very much for the opportunity given to me to ask the Minister for Sanitation and Water Resources the measures the ministry is putting in place to provide adequate refuse bins or containers to the Brekum East Municipal Assembly for the control of refuse menace that is engulfing the municipality. Thank you.
Yes, Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the primary responsibility for the collection and disposal of waste are the core mandates of the various MMDAs. How the Ministry of Sanitation and Water Resources, as a policy, has also launched a program to provide 25,000 bins to be supplied across the length and breadth of this nation. I can assure the Honourable Member that as soon as we are through with the processes, his area and other areas of other MPs will be supplied with some of these bins. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honourable Member.
Speaker, I would like to thank the Minister for her responses and thank you too for Dr. again.
Very well. Yes, Honourable Leader.
Right, Honourable Speaker, with your indulgence, Honourable Dapamepo was in the House, but hasn't been called for a meeting somewhere. If you give me the permission, I'll ask the first question on his behalf.
No. Yes, do you want to say something to that, Honourable Leader?
Mr. Speaker, just for the records, that Right Honourable Speaker called Honourable Dapamepo, and we moved past that. So, and at the time you were in the chamber. So I just want to know whether he's just brought an application through you to Mr. Speaker. Just for the records.
Very well. It means you don't have any objection. You just want information for the record. You will share it. But, Honourable Minister, I was going to discharge you, but I will allow the leader to ask the first question, which was deferred on behalf of the Honourable Member for South Day. Yes.
Honourable Speaker, I'm very grateful for your kindness. Honourable Speaker, I rise to ask the Minister for Sanitation and Water Resources what concrete steps the government has taken to extend potable water to the Tongo and parliament traditional areas in Southern.
Yes, Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Palimeduga and Tongo are villages located in the South Dae constituency in the Volta region with a total population of approximately 6,500 inhabitants. The communities are currently served potable water by hand-dug wells and some mechanized boreholes. In April last year, the Ghana Water Company Limited received a request for assistance to supply pipe-borne water to the aforementioned communities. The operations team of Ghana Water Company Limited in the Volta region conducted a feasibility on connecting these communities to the water supply system from the Peve headworks. The assessment concluded that the communities are 15 kilometers away from the Peve headworks and connection will require a 12-inch transmission pipeline over the distance. Due to the distance involved and the already challenged water supply situation in the whole municipality, which is supplied from the same headworks, the idea to supply the communities from the PV plant was deemed not feasible from an operational standpoint. Consequently, Mr. Speaker, another feasibility was carried out on how to serve the communities from the Dodi headwork. To this end, the following pipeline extensions are required to meet the water supply needs of the communities. 5.5 kilometer of 110 millimeter HDPE mains extension from
Honorable Mr. Speaker to take the chair.
Yes, you may go.
To this end, Mr. Speaker, the following pipeline extensions are required to meet the water supply needs of the communities. A 5.5 kilometer of 110 millimeter HDPE mains extension from Boso to Palimeduga and Top. 1.2 kilometer of 160 millimeter HDPE distribution network improvements within Anum and Boso. The estimated cost of the above works is 1,158,811 Ghana cedis, 29 pesos. The works are scheduled to commence in the third quarter of the year with funding from the Ghana Water Company Limited's internally generated funds. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, any supplementary question?
Yes, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I thank the Minister for the good work she's done by looking for an alternative source of supplying water to Kalime and surrounding areas. Mr. Speaker, I'm also happy to see that she's already gone ahead to provide estimated cost of the project. May I find out from the Minister when procurement would actually start for this project, since she said the works, she's got a timeline within which the work will start. When procurement will start for us to meet that deadline, Mr. Speaker?
Yes, Minister.
Mr. Speaker, as I stated in the answer, in the third quarter of this year, so the definite date, commencement, the procurement. Oh. Mr. Speaker, the procurement processes, I'm sure, are in progress. Thank you.
Yes, any further supplementary?
Mr. Speaker, we are okay.
Thank you so much. Honorable members, we've come to the end of question time. And on your behalf, I want to thank the Minister very much for attending upon the House to respond to these 10 good questions. Honorable Minister, we are grateful. Honorable members, I have to vary the order of business to allow a policy statement to be made, and then we'll take some urgent matters before the First Deputy Speaker come back to preside. The Minister, I should say the President's representative at the Ministry of Trade and Industry, who is now the caretaker minister, has a policy statement to make. And definitely, if you look at outstanding orders, that comes under Order 70. And so I'll allow him to make the statement, and then members will have the opportunity to make some comments. So the Minister for Trade and Industry is given the opportunity now to do so.
Mr. Speaker, I thank you sincerely for the opportunity to make important policy statement. As caretaker minister for the Ministry of Trade and Industry, on behalf of the government of President Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, on consumer protection in Ghana, one of the most important right issues in a free market like ours. Mr. Speaker, exactly 1 month from today, on 15th March 2023, the world will be celebrating Consumer Rights Day, a day set aside to raise global awareness about consumer rights and needs, to advocate for the respect and protection of the rights of all consumers, and to protest against market abuses and social injustice that undermine consumer rights. Mr. Speaker, the issue of consumer protection, though of recent development, has been the concern of governments from ancient times. In most traditional societies, families produce for themselves majority of the goods they consume, and for the goods they could not produce, a barter system ensued, a fair exchange of goods for goods to balance what each family could not produce. With increasing trade in barter, there was a need to regulate trade to ensure what was generally termed, quote, measure for measure, end quote, and promote fair trading of goods. In the United Kingdom, for example, Mr. Speaker, as far back as the 10th century, under the reign of King Edgar, prior to the Norman conquest, a law was proclaimed to control the weight, measure, and prices of wool. In subsequent years, similar enactments were made for bread, corn, meat, and a host of other essential commodities. But it was the Sale of Goods Act of 1893 which formed the basis of present-day consumer protection in the United Kingdom. In the United States, Mr. Speaker, consumer protection is usually traced to the Federal Trade Commission Act of 1914, which established the Federal Trade Commission to, among others, regulate unfair methods of competition in commerce. Today, Mr. Speaker, most countries have consumer protection policies and legislation that secure the rights of consumers against unfair practices, such as Australia's Competition and Consumer Act 2010, Canada's Consumer Protection Safety Act 2010, the UK's Consumer Rights Act 2015, South Africa's Consumer Protection Act 2018, and India's Consumer Protection Act 2019. Most jurisdictions have also special institutions that deal with consumers, such as the Competition and Consumer Commission of Australia, the Federal Competition and Consumer Protection Commission of Nigeria, the Competition Commission of Kenya, and the Competition and Consumer Commission of Singapore. In our case, Mr. Speaker, attempts to protect consumers predate our attainment of independence with statutes like the Weights and Measures Ordinance 1896, Cap 188, and the Control of Prices Regulations 1949, number 25 of 1949. These attempts contest independence with the enactment of the Rent Stabilization Act 1962, Act 109, Price Control Act 1962, Act 113, and the Sale of Goods Act 1962, Act 137. As remarked by the venerable jurist, His Lordship Justice Datiban, in his article titled Legislative Control of Freedom of Contract, and I quote, "The Control of Prices Act 1962 was a statutory weapon adopted by the government to combat the market forces in the interest of consumers and the economy," end quote. Mr. Speaker, despite these efforts, we have not been able to develop over the years a single legislation for the protection of consumers. Currently, our legal and regulatory framework for the protection of consumer rights is fragmented in different pieces of legislation, amongst them being the Public Utilities Regulatory Commission Act 1997, Act 538, the National Petroleum Authority Act 205, Act 691, the Electronic Communications Act 208, Act 775, the Public Health Act 2012, Act 851, and recently, the Ghana Standards Authority Act 2020 at 1078. This phenomenon has led to the creation of different bodies with different jurisdictions over different aspects of consumer protection, such as the National Communications Authority in respect of electronic communications, the National Petroleum Authority in respect of petroleum products, the Energy Commission and the Public Utilities Regulatory Commission in respect of the supply, distribution and sale of electricity and natural gas, and the Bank of Ghana in respect of banking services. Mr. Speaker, this state of affairs has long been recognized. It has led to a significant part of the market remaining unregulated in terms of consumer protection, leading to a constant violation of consumer rights without adequate remedy. In those areas that seem to be regulated, there are instances of jurisdictional conflict among the various regulators, leaving the consumer with no remedy. In short, consumers are not getting value for money. For example, today, it is not uncommon in our country, Mr. Speaker, to enter into shops and see signs such as, quote, goods sold are not returnable, end quote. So what protection does the man who buys clothes from this shop, which do not fit, get? What is the remedy given to the woman who buys a phone charger and gets home only to notice that it does not work? And what protection is given to someone who consumes food or beverage and suffers injury thereafter? In most cases, consumers who seek to vindicate their rights have resorted to the court, relying on common law principles of contract and tort, which impose a higher evidentiary burden on the consumer. For example, Mr. Speaker, in the case of Nana Teburi Jansa III versus Accra Brewery, suit number 8136805, decided by the Court of Appeal on 10th March 2006, a consumer who bought 2 bottles of Castle Milk Stout and suffered injuries after consuming half a bottle of the drink was left without a remedy on the ground that he could negligence of the manufacturer. In the words of the court, Mr. Speaker, and I quote, the plaintiff did not lead evidence to establish a nexus between his permanent and temporary health injuries and his consumption of the defendant's manufactured Castle Milk Stout, end quote. Mr. Speaker, these complexities, coupled with the general lack of consumer awareness, lack of access to the absence of low-cost, quick and accessible fora and methods for resolution of consumer complaints, low level of consumer activism, and considerable institutional capacity constraints require a legislative intervention to ensure that the rights of consumers are adequately protected. The respected professor of law at the University of Ghana, Professor Christian Dowuna Hammond, was spot on when she concluded in her 2018 article on consumer law and policy in Ghana as follows, and I quote, the overall consumer protection regime in Ghana remains inadequate and uncoordinated in the absence of a comprehensive and harmonized policy, legal and institutional framework, end quote. The need for such legal framework has long been recognized. The Ghana Trade Policy, for example, proposed the establishment of a consumer protection authority to facilitate consumer remedy, establish codes of practice on advertising and labeling, educate consumers on their rights, strengthen consumer-oriented organizations, and ensure effective representation of consumers on decision-making bodies. This was re-echoed by the Consumer Protection Policy of 2016. Mr. Speaker, the state is required by Article 35, Clause 2 of our national constitution to seek the welfare of all citizens, and as a respected member of the international community, joined by the United Nations Conference on Trade and Development, UNCTAD, to institute a functional consumer protection regime to protect consumers, as well as ensuring their rights in the marketplace. It is to fulfill these obligations that government, under the able and distinguished leadership of the President of the Republic, His Excellency Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, is working rigorously to ensure the passage of a consumer protection law. I am happy to announce, Mr. Speaker, that in the coming days, I will be signing a consumer protection bill, which will be laid before Cabinet for its consideration and possible approval, and subsequently for the consideration of this august House. In this regard, kindly permit me, Mr. Speaker, to pay glowing tribute to officials of the Ministry of Trade and Industry for the tireless work they have undertaken in getting this bill this far. The overarching objective of the bill is to protect, secure, and defend the rights of consumers through a structured institutional mechanism and legal framework that will ensure that consumers play a significant role in keeping erring businesses in check, promote competition, and ensure regional integration through digital trade and e-commerce. Mr. Speaker, the days when people depended on what they produce are long gone. Today, everyone depends to some extent goods and services provided by others. The market dependence of consumers has increased considerably, making it imperative for us to protect consumer rights. With the coming into force of the African Continental Free Trade Area, AFTA, and as host of the AFTA Secretariat, consumer protection law is more important now than ever. The government of President Akufo-Addo is fully committed to the passage of this law. It is my hope that when the time eventually comes, after the bill has passed through the scrutiny of the cabinet of President Akufo-Addo, this august House will respectfully support government to pass this very consequential legislation. I thank you for your attention, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable members, as I stated earlier on, this is a statement on Order 70, and definitely it's not meant for debate. It's meant for members to make just comments, brief comments. Yes. Okay, let me start from here. Yes, Honourable Ablakwa.
I'm most grateful, Right Honourable Speaker, for the opportunity to make on the policy statement that has been presented very eloquently by the caretaker minister at the Ministry of Trade and Industry. Mr. Speaker, I must commend the minister for apprising the House. I have noted with delight that this particular minister always keeps this House informed on matters that are in the works, that are being considered by his ministry and by the executive for that matter, sometimes even before they get to cabinet for cabinet consideration. Mr. Speaker, that practice is very commendable. And I recall that the Right Honourable Speaker himself has urged ministers to follow this path so that Parliament will be brought along, so that we do not become, if you like, just a dumping ground for bills that have been concluded by the executive, where we were not consulted and our views were not considered and were not factored in the bills or policies before they are implemented. So, Mr. Speaker, since this has been a matter that you yourself is on record to have urged ministers to follow this path, I want to commend the respected Minister for Lands and Natural Resources and caretaker Minister for Trade for following this shining example. Mr. Speaker, consumer protection is a very, very important matter. It's a matter that relates to the well-being of citizens. It's a life and death issue. If regulatory bodies are not up and doing, they do not certify that items, consumables, products that the citizenry will purchase and consume are safe. Mr. Speaker, people can suffer injuries that can be permanent, and even that they may be lucky. There have been instances where people have died, and the remedies that have been available for their loved ones, their relations, have been virtually non-existent. As the Honourable Minister has said in his well-researched policy brief, even the courts have raised concern about the limited legal framework that we have for protecting the consumer. And Mr. Speaker, as members of Parliament, all of us have testimonies about times that our constituents have come to us to appeal on their behalf, to fight on their behalf. I have 3 cases currently before the courts related to negligence, related to products that have been consumed which have caused injuries to my constituents. And there is one that very soon there will be judgment. And I'm quite optimistic about the outcome. So it's a timely matter. The only reservation, Mr. Speaker, I have will relate to the institutional framework that the minister hints at. In the 2023 budget, the Minister for Finance announced, which this House approved, that this year of the IMF negotiations and the obligations, there will be no creation of new institutions. So that may be a challenge, because if you listen to the minister carefully, it appears that a new institution is in the offing to deal with the overarching issue of consumer protection. How do we reconcile that bottleneck, that impediment? Will there be some exemption, considering how important this matter is? This is a matter that I believe that the Ghanaian people will welcome some exemption of a sort, so that this new institution can be created. As we create this new institution, Mr. Speaker, I believe that there are so many other departments, units, even the size of government that can give in, that we can rationalize, that we can collapse, so that an important institution like this one can be established by this House. Mr. Speaker, in concluding, I would also like to urge the Honourable Minister. His time, Mr. Speaker, as caretaker minister may be coming to an end soon, when a substantive minister is probably approved by this House. The work will be to ensure that this is broad-based, so that what Cabinet will be approving in the next few weeks will be subjected to broader stakeholder consultations, particularly by the Ghanaian people. I know that there are some consumer protection NGOs who have long raised this matter, the lack of a coordinated consumer protection regime. It will be important to elicit their views and to take on board their concerns, so that we can have a law that finally will serve the needs of everybody and will be seen as a collective process that we have all, committed to. But, Mr. Speaker, very timely intervention. It is an idea whose time has come, and probably we are even late in the day. I noticed that in 2016 there was a consumer protection policy, but this will take us to the next step of having a law and a regulator that will have full legal backing, so that our corporate institutions, corporate Ghana, will know that the regulators are watching. Quality must be assured. Quality is taken for granted. And then there are remedies which can have long-lasting implications. Mr. Speaker, I recall in other jurisdictions, when you know that the regulator is going to raise issues about consumer protection, where you have been found wanting, you have been negligent, you have not performed your duties with high integrity. Mr. Speaker, they shiver, because they know even the financial consequences, because sometimes the cost that they have to pay, Mr. Speaker, is no small amount. It has even collapsed. Some business had to, reorganize, to come back, and operate within a more preferable, framework. So, Mr. Speaker, this is positive, is good news, is refreshing, and I believe that all of us stand in readiness to support this initiative. And I commend the Minister for taking this bold step. I thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Samuel Atachia.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for giving me the space to make a very brief comment on this very, very important statement, which has been put together by Honorable Samuel Abujinapo, the Minister for Lands and Natural Resources, who currently is a caretaker Minister for Trade and Industry. Honorable Speaker, I'm excited that this particular minister, at his debut and triumphant entry into this house, has had a very positive effect on me. Anytime he stands to deliver anything of consequence in terms of our government and where we are going, I find that there is a lot of research and industry. I commend the minister for this kind of culture, the culture of research and intellectual powers. And I pray that nobody should say that this is your first time of coming to Parliament and therefore you wouldn't want to be counted. Wrong person in this august house. Honorable Speaker, the issue of consumer protection is of critical importance for the future of this country, because of the hard fact that producers would always want to give a shabby treatment to consumers. The appetite for profit sometimes looms so large that the people who should have the benefit of products and services are always at the end of the joke. And it's about time we dealt with those who deliver services. Honorable Speaker, I want to enjoy the immunity I have in this august house to comment on any matter of consequence. And the issues of libel and the rest of them will not touch me because of the powers you've given me to stand here and talk. Honorable Speaker, let me touch on one thing which is of great concern to me, which is how the local airlines in the realm are giving travelers a shabby treatment. Honorable Speaker, if somebody should purchase a ticket and is confirmed and is been given a critical time for you to come to the airport and take off to another destination, I can tell you on authority that it is of no consequence to the airline any longer. Like you can go to Kotoka International Airport and you'll be marking time for 4 good hours. And all that they will say is that the airline has been delayed. So in terms of a traveler going to waste 4 hours in the airport, and at the end of the travel, probably you have a serious financial engagement with people, is of no consequence to the airlines. And I want to mention a particular airline which is doing this now. That is African World Airlines. Honorable Speaker, we cannot take this any longer. And I'm going to bring the Minister of Transport here to come and explain why Ghanaians should go to the airport and be marking time for so. What kind of abuse is this? We cannot take it. Honorable Speaker, you have heard about the telephony companies as well. In this country, holding a mobile is becoming something of a decorate or something of decorative value, not to have easy and good delivery. You call somebody who is sitting right by you, you're using the same telephony company and said it's out of coverage area. Is it not a con job which is going on in this country? And we seem to be clapping for them. How can we say we are using cell phone that in the realm called Ghana and Santa, if you are roaming, anytime you place a call, somebody will take the call. The antiquity of going to what's it called, I don't know whether it was a post office or a P&T, as they call it, to go and place a call. We don't have it. It was an antiquated arrangement that people go to by reason of geography and location. But when you are holding a mobile phone, what they are ministering to the public is that anywhere you are, if you place a call, you should be able to talk to somebody. So this is an area that we should look at critically, that in the name of profit, these telephony companies will not abuse us any longer, because the abuse is too much. And what is even worse is the fact that the charges are high, and sometimes even at close proximity, you cannot hear the voice of the one you are talking to. So I am of the humble view that when we are addressing the issue of consumer protection, Ghanaians should not be taken for granted. Mr. Speaker, I am also excited about the fact that there is a need to have a comprehensive bill to address all the concerns of consumer protection. But what is very, very, very important is that when you present a bill and it's supposed to protect consumers, the power of the bill is a sanction regime. Mr. Speaker, we hear when the bill is being passed, but I will be very much interested in the sanction regime, so that the traducers of the law are punished. Mr. Speaker, if you have a very good law, but the sanction regime is weak, they take us for granted. They make their supernormal profits and they tell you go to hell. If you don't like this mobile phone company, go to another mobile phone company in the same realm. Mr. Speaker, this House, when it becomes due for us to consider the bill, we should look at the sanction regime. And that will wake up those who are producing, the services to take care of the needs of the consumers. I think this is one of the best things I've heard at the beginning of this session. And once again, I commend the good minister who's put this thing together. Whatever there is, whoever will become the substantive minister for trade, I think will be able to continue. Sorry? Oh, okay. Mr. Speaker, I think my leader wants to be the appointment committee. Please don't become one yet, and let him go through. That's why I said whoever will become. What if he's refused? So, Mr. Speaker, I know this is a healthy. Yes. So, Mr. Speaker, I thank you so much that you recognize me, and this is a modest contribution I want to add to the statement by Honorable John Samuel, my namesake, Samuel Abujinapo. I'm grateful to you.
Yes, Honorable Rashid Pelko.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to comment on this statement presented by the Minister of Lands and Natural Resources and also the caretaker minister for trade. Mr. Speaker, I join my friends to commend the minister for his forthrightness and commitment to often inform Parliament about issues that are still under planning, are still not formally presented to the House, and yet would require the House to get information on them before bills are brought here for consideration. So, Minister, this practice, Mr. Chairman, this practice is worthy emulating. Upon your own ever request for Minister to do the same, this issue he has brought about is very critical. On many occasions, we have purchased goods and services and later on regret for what we have done. Instances exist when people even buy fuel into their vehicles and later on find that the fuel quality has been reduced to the fact that, to the extent that the engine itself of the vehicle is damaged. Several other instances exist. An instance exists where, at one point, Mr. Speaker, there was a hue and cry about some kind of drugs imported into this country. We were all worried about the kind of drugs. We were told that the drugs were fake, but eventually, nothing was said about it. It got absorbed into the system. I'm very sure people may have lost lives because of that. And so consumer protection is critical. It emphasizes the rights of consumers, citizens, to enjoy the required kind of services they acquire or they want to acquire with the resources they have. And it requires also that there must be some kind of regulatory system and some kind of a legal system that will deal with defrauders. Mr. Speaker, if people are allowed their way, it's often a competition. People want to outcompete their others and make more profit. In any situation where profit is the motive of the producers and sellers of their products, they want to outdo each other. In the course of that, so many things are done to the detriment of the consumer. And so it's necessary that we are often protected. And in the particular instance of Ghana, we know that the alertness of the citizen is not so to the extent that we can often see these things happening. There's often the need to buy something at a cheaper price. And often people come here and are deceived, and they go back and they regret forever coming to Ghana. I visited someone in Dubai, and he regretted ever coming to Ghana. He came to buy gold, and he was given a sample. After buying the final product, he took it out and was found that the 5 million Ghana cedis he spent buying the gold was just for nothing at all, was for something resembling gold, but no gold itself. It might be as a result of the consumer himself not taking due diligence, paying due diligence to what they are doing. But often there must be a rule set by a legal system that will protect such people. That when such people are so much abused, there must be some way out in taking on the abuser, to the legal system to pay for what they have done. Mr. Speaker, I believe that the streamline of the policies coming from the trade minister is very important. Let us see what eventually he's going to bring here. I'm happy he requested that when he brings up the proposals, Parliament will be willing to support. I don't think that any single Ghanaian who is sitting here will be willing to oppose or will want to oppose any such legal frame brought here for us to accept, endorse, and for some regulations to come out of it to protect us. It is important. And the last point is that, Mr. Speaker, sometimes it goes deeper to even the mainstay of this economy, the cocoa industry. We've had situations where fake products are sold to people and eventually give a wrong impression about what we produce here. It attacks the very essence of our products. We are seen to be the best producers of cocoa in this country. And sometimes people present other products that doesn't look like ours. And it goes to affect the totality of the image of the nation completely. So, Mr. Speaker, I think that this statement is very important, and we'll be willing to follow it to the logical conclusion to see that it is implemented. Let us see the minister present what he has done to the incoming minister, so that in the end we can see a belated policy. It's belated because it should have been existing by now. A belated policy coming and we all support it to get it in place to make sure we don't suffer the consequence of somebody's personal interest of defrauding others to outcompete others and to give pain to the final consumer. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the occasion, for the opportunity.
Yes, yes.
Right, Honourable Speaker, I thank you for the opportunity to make brief comments about this statement made by our colleague, the caretaker Minister for Trade and Industry. I add my voice to those who believe this statement is timely. I'm just wondering, since the World Consumer Protection Day is 15th of March, why he's making the statement 1 month ahead of schedule? Are you not going to be around? But it's just being curious. The first time I've seen a minister make a statement 1 month ahead of the event itself. Mr. Speaker, I think this is a very important statement. And I look forward to see the content of this policy. Mr. Speaker, ever so often we have taken so many things in this country for granted, and Ghanaians have suffered over the years without any remedy. Whether it's somebody who bought a painkiller in the form of a paracetamol or something and just realized that the medicine couldn't do what the medicine is supposed to do, or somebody goes to access a service and just realize that the service is substandard. Even on the part of government, don't we have to have a situation where, if not a major fault, does Electricity Company of Ghana have the right to take out my light as long as they need? Can the water supply to a community be cut off for as long as it is without a major fault? Mr. Speaker, for instance, if you take today, I get to not understand why even buildings put up today, even Parliament, you get to the gate of an institution, they say taxis, and I keep asking, are taxis having a very specific security threat? In today's world, taxis are not only the vehicles with the yellow paint by their side. So when you say taxis are not allowed, and a disabled person needed to come to Parliament, the only way he can come to Parliament is to take a taxi. He said taxis are not allowed. Is that not part of a consumer, a situation we need to deal with, Mr. Speaker? Take, for instance, Mr. Speaker, we have passed the Persons with Disability Act in 2006. That act says that 10 years after the implementation of that act, public buildings or owners of public buildings should take steps to make sure that those buildings are accessible. Mr. Speaker, that law still exists. Majority of buildings in this country, including Parliament, is not fit for purpose when it comes to adherence to disability. But the law is there. We're merely passing this act. It's about putting in the measures that both the service providers or the goods providers and the consumers would have a basis for demanding the standards that are required. And if that standard goes below, there will be a remedy. And that is why I think that this proposal is very important. So I'll go back to the point that this, if it becomes law, will be very interesting. I will be looking forward to participate in the deliberation and to let the minister know that, personally, taxis are not allowed. You should investigate that one as well, because I think it's discriminatory. Because, you see, an Uber can come into Parliament, an Uber can go to a hotel. So when you say taxis are not allowed, is it the case that the security of this country says that taxis possess a particular security threat which needed to be addressed? I think that is the point I'm making. And for me, this law, if it comes to effect, would also compel government better services. Like I said, I don't think government can, or Ghana Water Company can just take out water supply to a community perpetually. If it's a major fault, they are informed. But there has to be a cut-off point. You cannot take out electricity to a medical facility. There has to be a reason why these things happen. If we can do all these things, I believe we can improve the quality of life of our people. And specifically, this will also require that Ghana Standards Authority is well equipped to be able to monitor the things, especially the quality of things that are imported into this country. I could see my good friend, the Great Accra Regional Minister, was agitating. Maybe he can advocate us as to why taxes are not allowed. It's still something in this country we have to tolerate. I don't think it's appropriate. Mr. Speaker, we look forward to this bill, and we all participate in making it a law that actually protects the people of this country. Thank you very much for the opportunity.
Yes, honorable members, let me on your behalf thank the Minister for always giving Parliament prior notice of very key interventions that the Ministry wants to make, particularly dealing with policy and legislation. I think the industry of the Minister needs commendation, and I'll call on other ministers to emulate that good example, not just in this regime, but in the future regimes. We expect to see that cooperation between Parliament and the executive. It gives us enough opportunity to do research, prepare, and then make inputs into what government is going to do. There are a lot of key policies that we are having challenges with now in this country because Parliament was not involved at all. And we're not just dealing with goods, we are also services. And I'm sure most of you now are being questioned about how some Court of Appeals are being closed down and others are being moved to Kumasi and Accra. And these are things that I think we should all be involved in. And Parliament represents the people. And you know, all the power belongs to the people. And some of these issues, we need to work together so that when they come up, you are all in the position to explain to the people why that, because they have a lot of implications. Access to judgment, costs, implications, and all those things are there. How do you explain this? I think that the Minister has given a very good lesson of himself, and we all need to commend him. So, Minister, recommendations from the House, continue the good works, and I'm sure, essentially, the President himself will accordingly reward you. Thank you so much for coming. Honourable members, we move to, at the commencement of public business, item 7, presentation of papers. We have a number of papers to be laid, and particularly the urgent one, 7C, by the chairman of the committee, report of the Committee of Selection on the recomposition of committees. I chair the committee and I'm presiding, so I will ask the First Deputy Speaker to lay the report forward on my behalf. First Deputy Speaker, item 7C.
Report of the Committee of Selection on the recomposition of committees.
Honourable members, the report is laid accordingly and is for distribution to all members. Yes, leadership of majority. Any more papers to be laid?
No, Mr. Speaker.
Okay. Then we move on to item 8, bills. No. Then we'll take item 9, which is motion. First Deputy Speaker can move that motion, a procedural motion for us to take the report. It's an urgent report that we need to work on. Report of the Committee of Selection.
Very well. Mr. Speaker, I rise to move that the motion numbered 9 on page 6 of today's order paper be taken today. I so move.
Motion moved. Any seconder?
Mr. Speaker, I second the motion.
Moved and seconded for the consideration of the House. Since it's a procedural motion, I put the question. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The motion is carried. We'll now move on to the substantive motion, which is item 10. Item 10. First Deputy Speaker, please kindly move the motion.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to move that this Honourable House adopt the report of the Committee of Selection on the recomposition of the committees of the House. Mr. Speaker, I will read the highlights of the report while the table office captures the report in its entirety. At the beginning of this meeting, the Minority Caucus effected some changes to the membership of the leadership. And the Speaker, the changes necessitated the recomposition of some of the committees in order to ensure that there's a smooth running and that indeed the leadership of the House, as is a practice, represented particular caucus. The committee therefore met and reconsidered the composition of the membership of the committees, having regard to the importance of their mandate and the leadership role to be played by the new leaders of the majority in the committees. The recomposition was based on the standing orders of Parliament and the ratio 138-137 representing the numerical strength of the two caucuses, conventions and practices of the House. Mr. Speaker, the respective committees and the changes are annexed to the report, and I conclude that the committee recommends that the House adopts its report and approve the changes as contained in the annexes. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
Motion moved. Any seconder? Yes, please.
Right, Honourable Speaker, I rise to second the motion as moved by the First Deputy Speaker, and also to just make a few comments. Indeed, these changes are required simply to afford the new leadership of the minority the opportunity to participate in specific committee deliberations and to be able to vote. So the changes are limited to only those committees at this stage, Mr. Speaker. I encourage colleagues to approve these changes to allow the new leadership of the minority to participate as members of these committees. That's so support, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable members, motion moved and seconded is for the consideration of the House. Yes, Deputy Majority Leader.
Well, Mr. Speaker, as the Chief Whip said, it is necessary these changes. My only hope is that they consulted and engaged their colleagues who are moving out of the committee. As he's saying, we want us to support it. We are supporting this so that you can participate in the committees such as business committee, but you can't be in leadership and not be a member. But I hope that your predecessors, the committees that you place them, you engage them extensively before placing them there, if you did. Oh, this is not a Zimifia assembly. It's a matter for all of us. So, because if you don't do that, you can't function well. That's all I'm trying to say. Mr. Speaker, he says that he consulted and engaged them. So, Mr. Speaker, having assured me of that, I'm not opposed to it.
Yes, Honourable Ablakwa.
I'm grateful, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, mine is to commend you for your leadership and how swiftly you have discharged your duties as chair of the selection committee. Mr. Speaker, since we returned for this third session of the 8th Parliament, there has been considerable anxiety. Some civil society analysts were wondering whether we can function effectively, if there will be turbulence, and if government business will be delayed or will be interrupted because of the changes that were effected on the front bench of the minority leadership. Mr. Speaker, that so far your towering leadership has really calmed the waters, and I am particularly impressed with how very efficiently the selection committee has met to quickly reconstitute the committees. I recall that when the business statement was presented last week, the deputy majority leader said that they only entertained the new leadership at the meeting as observers, and that it was just to be more or less. But now it's clear that after today's exercise, they can fully function, and they will have the legal mandate and authority to operate. Mr. Speaker, I can assure the Deputy Majority Leader that so far our caucus is united. Everything the leaders are doing, they are consulting extensively, and there is no cause for alarm. Everybody is committed to discharge their duties in the interest of the country, and which must function efficiently so that our democracy will grow and will thrive. Mr. Speaker, I also note that there has been some conscious effort by some in the new leadership to relinquish some of their roles. Some committees that they were serving on earlier, they have vacated those committees and given that to others. It is a very good sign, and shows that they will not be interested in just grabbing everything on sight. So that is exemplary, that is inspiring, and I want to commend the new leaders for also creating space for particularly the younger ones to also come up and to have opportunities to serve on these committees. Having said that, Mr. Speaker, I commend you once again for the urgency with which you have dealt with this matter to calm waters and to ensure that there is swift and unimpeded business in the House. I thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable members, those in favour say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The motion is carried. Approval has been given to the recomposition of the committees that have clearly been stated in the report, and they take immediate effect. Honourable members, we'll be getting similar reports on other changes. We are likely to do one for the changes that have taken place in the majority side. And so please, members, as the Deputy Majority Leader indicated, let's continue with the consultation. Nobody should be left out in this matter. We have to move together as a family. So with this, I want to thank members for your understanding and cooperation. And then we move on to the next items. Bench, is there any particular item you want us to take?
Mr. Speaker, no.
Well, then I'll allow the First Deputy Speaker to take over. There are a number of statements which you have to take on for today, 2 or 3 statements, short ones, before we go on adjournment. Yeah, so we go back to item 6, statements. Honourable members, fair deputy speaker to take the chair.
Honourable members. Yes, leader.
So, Speaker, we have agreed to take one so that we can adjourn.
In fact, it looks like members who submitted their statements have not even circulated for others to make meaningful input.
So, Mr. Speaker, I think the sense of the House is that we even adjourn and take it tomorrow. Kwame.
We don't know the nature of the statement, so maybe the Speaker can guide us. I'm not even sure whether the
Honourable members, I admitted 2 statements. One was submitted yesterday. It is in the name of the Honourable Member for Tamale North, Honourable Alassane Saibu Suhini. I haven't seen him in the House today. The other one is in the name of the Honourable Member for Domiabra Obum, Honourable Sophia carrying Agwaku. Yes, are you ready to take that one today?
So, Speaker, the member for Domiabo Obom is in the House. However, she says she's not ready. Are you ready
to listen to her?
Yeah, Mr.
If
Speaker,
she says she's not ready, I'll take it. But can you ready? Hear her say, "I am not
Mr.
ready"?
Speaker, she says she's not ready. She says. No. If you are ready, we are ready for you. You are not ready, fine. Yes, Mr. Speaker, she says she's not ready, but we are ready for her.
Mr. Speaker,
yes.
You were kind enough to admit these 2 statements from my colleagues. Unfortunately, the first person you called is not in the chamber, and my colleague just told me that she was not informed earlier, so she's unable to make the statement now. So, Mr. Speaker, on that occasion, I would request the leader to make an application for an adjournment with your pleasure.
Very well.
Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
Just to make small corrections. So just a correction.
Honourable Leader.
Mr. Speaker.
Are you going to move the motion for
Yes,
adjournment?
Mr. Speaker, I'm going to do so.
Kindly do that.
Yes, Mr. Speaker. The reason for this application is born out of the fact that Honourable Member for Domi Obom was not ready, was called to make a statement. And she says that she should have been informed. Obom Domiabra, Honourable Akwaku. Mr. Speaker, since it is not 2 o'clock yet, we are not in your hands. I accordingly move this House to adjourn till 10 in the forenoon of tomorrow. So,
Mr. Speaker, I second the motion.
Yes. Yes, Honourable.
Right, Mr. Speaker, I second the motion for adjournment.
Honourable members, the motion for adjournment has been moved and seconded. All in favour of the House adopting the motion, say aye. All against, say no. The ayes have it. The House is adjourned till Thursday, February 16, 2023 at 10 o'clock in the forenoon.
Mommy, you first can see my cotoso. Me boga. Send me sick from Lemonade Finance. Wa Brian did the shit. And let me £10.
Lemonade Finance.
Say they sending money back home from UK, Canada, and now US. I accepted a instant charges. Extinguishing in so unbeatable. We should me promo code Dr. Like £10, $10 and $10 Canadian for the first transaction. With this send this guy download to Lemonade Finance.
It's a beautiful day and you are welcome to GhanaWeb Sports Debate. Today we are talking about Chris Hughton, who has been appointed as the new Black Stars coach, and he is taking over the job replacing Otto Addo, who resigned in December 2022. We are at Airport West in Accra. My name is Emmanuel Enin, and I'm going to engage some Ghanaians on the street to get their thoughts on the appointment of Chris Houghton, whether or not he is the right choice for the Black Stars managing role. I have my first guest on the show, and I'm going to ask him that is Chris Houghton the right man for the job, replacing Otoado? He was the technical advisor, and he was around when Ghana got evicted or eliminated in the World Cup 2022, finishing bottom of their group, winning only 3 points. Boss, who didn't say?
Isaac.
Now, anything say GFA are appointing Chris Houghton. Who say Chris Houghton appointment in no?
A good decision.
A good decision, FNI.
Yeah.
Now, Uncle For say Oma appointing because FNI betting manipulating.
And draw. Goni, Ubasa manipulating on our about Abakan, say, and Uncle For ye. The airborne, no Bacata, every part of Bacata, they're good. Some are appointing.
Now, na GFA PR ne kasa mu hia coach or can like o make decision obest stand firm ne ade. O hia Chris Houghton was you know kasa oh did I you ntena bench obi antimi kan chen say did I you no ntena bench.
O woni nyina African coach no o you be afi mukra na wo dwen bablo ni o you afi on dwen onim say wo and o modimo ensoni or the baba no the be fresh him.
Tiana Chris Houghton abe office Black Stars no next tournament in fani be do.
That tournament no your bomb players be ko enim. Enyina ne the players no yam fair the right players no. Na yintimi ko enim. Ebe bo Ghana for time.
So he believes that Chris Houghton ticks all the boxes to be the Black Stars coach, and he is firm, he is strong. He was born in Ireland. He grew in UK, so he has everything to be the Black Stars coach. So he sided with the FA on settling on Chris Houghton as the next Black Stars coach. But we say Black Stars and your new coach, Chris Houghton. Asama na betimi aka fa ho.
Oh, asama me wo kan fa ho ne say coach no mo ko fa no de okay. Ba na emum no ye mpanifo na omo ma coach ne nya ne selection no. Eno na ha Black Stars team no. Edi so mbe ja coach no no ankasa hwe players no aye ne selection dia. Ene Ghana obetwa bibi dia mai. Na so ma anya ne sa na say as a Ghana akwaye for player we bo dia ene emwa ene so mbe change coaches ta yentimi nye cap bi ada. Say Black Stars betimi age cap a na so ma anya ne sa dia.
So his advice is to the GFA, and he is saying that the GFA should give Chris Houghton the free hands to operate. So if that happens, then it means Ghana would win a trophy for the nation. Also, Black Stars are appointing new coach, and as a GFA appointing new coach, I'm a Black Stars. I Chris Houghton. Asama na betimi aka fa ho.
Oh, coach ne there. Me ankasa my tin ho information be so e good. O ya de. Na mpa e bonus empanifo no mbeja na ma ono ankasa aye ne selection en konko ba say amanfo na e bia ba ba influence se na be ya. No mabu e be hard be so mo ja na ma ono ankasa ya adwuma ne dia me fi so o be ye a good coach. A good coach.
It will sha obetimi asesa Black Stars na mai enema Ghana for ahwehwa.
Oh, Black Stars dey players ni ho. You good players. Yeah, as he said, the coach in the banner was what the normal to tuna kwa mudi Black Stars na best actually. You benya old Black Stars na nkani my crazy any Sule Montale money as amwaja amu gina omo na so Black Stars bobola otimu se Ghana han mo bia tu ko hwese obakwa akọ Ghana match no and the best aba back.
Also, Black Stars said the GFA Ediama Unipa Foforo, a friend Chris Houghton. What don't you know when they say?
Oh, it'd be very nice if we only say we're competent. No more will be coaching, say, when the oil or you're professional. That's all no bit me selecting the players without coaching there. That's better. And this one no lose soonness or yeah, or no head then. You're better accusing so I need a Jumay, but only say you should be professional. Other than that, I don't have any problem with it.
So they believe that Chris Houghton is a good appointment for the Black Stars, but he should be given the free hands to operate. That's what they are saying.
Yeah, who coaches are black? Ghana. The Juman man or the me can say on yet. But never got trainers, so I'll make sure say contract no. ono agasa be frɛ ni players anu be yejuma je ejuma no watimi anya na ehun se otimi ye but ma ko fa ejuma bi a obi na be tra na ejuma wo so ye se frɛ wewe ya mi player no sa de ye hu a ye pese sa de nja it will make so ono agasa be sign contract a obe frɛ ni players anu be yejuma na blaster no ejan na so yeah team ni na team na yeah supporters there na here say be here cap ye hu bi me hu bi da yes it me pe bi ehun.
Okay, so he is in favor of the decision. He subscribed to the GFA's decision to appoint Chris Hughton, but he is saying that Chris Hughton should be firm. He shouldn't be influenced because there have been past GFA or Black Stars coaches who were allegedly influenced. So he believes that Chris Hughton should be firm with his decisions at the Black Stars. Bosu,
yes, sir.
Black Stars said they are Chris Hughton. Otuado ko. Asemana betimi aka fa.
Oh, fine, papa. Yeah, the man fine. Na wono an na fie ye hwehwe. Sa ba ko ye ko fa no a. Wono wo abruchire wono ma. Na Otuado na no la no. Won ne yempe, we do you good.
Ususu say Chris Hughton aba no. Eniema betimi asesa de ama Black Stars so AFCON 2024.
Mi gidi so no na o wa abruchire no coach team. Yeah. What if you're not blaster? You're bobo. Who ni over 7? Now who ni over 2? Bono, I said, will be a bon agony. When a brony di brony, I also a Ghana need you. So when no my brother sign whom of one bobo, I'll bet matches when they about 7, when they about 6, when they about 8. To one dear, or bandy a year. So now Miss Winter, the Empire Bo, a bet tarnish. I'm a BBS be my Ghana sweat to pound.
All right. So it seems everyone supports the decision of the GFA giving the Black Stars to Chris Hughton because Chris Hughton has done a lot of work. He has rich experience in coaching, 30 years and all that. So Ghanaians are in favor of or subscribe to the decision by the GFA. They support, but one thing is was running through their submission, and they believe that the GFA, despite appointing an experienced manager as Chris Hughton, should be giving the manager free hands to operate to see the Black Stars flourish. That is that for today on GhanaWeb Sports Debate. My name is Emmanuel Enin. Today we had an interesting discussion and I hope you enjoy it. Subscribe to the channel. Let me know your comments under the comment section. See you in the next episode.
Mommy, you basically see about Kotoso. People got sending me sick from Lemonade Finance. While Brian did the shit and let me £2.
Lemonade Finance.
Say they're sending money back home from UK, Canada, and now US. I accepted a instant charges. Extinguishing in Suya. Unbeatable. We should be promo code Dr. Like £10, $10, and $10 Canadian for the first transaction. What is send this guy a coffee? Download to Lemonade Finance.
Ladies, our nipple, our clit, our ears.
The ears, yeah, I don't know.
Yes, and then me, I don't have feelings under my feet. You can do whatever I know, but my nyash,
okay,
the line
especially
between my
on the
nyash,
beach.
Yes, I have a lot of feelings there. So I love my man to, feel the whole body, play with me, let me feel like, yeah, I'm being eaten.
Right there.
an all-new season of Mountain Cuddles on GhanaWeb TV, your favorite 18+ show with me, Paula Amabroni. I promise you that in this new season, we'll bring you engaging topics, daring one, of course. And as we always do it, our motive is to spice up your relationship. So we'll take a quick break. When I come back, I introduce my guest and the topic for today. Stay tuned. You're welcome back. This is Mountain Cuddles on GhanaWeb TV. Now, today's topic is very dear to my heart because I have friends who are plus-size women, you know, highly endowed, kicking it, sexy, you know, they've got all what it takes. So today we're just looking at the topic, how to have good sex with a plus-size woman. Yeah, you know, you should know what works for the body, how to go around it, so that at the end of the day, your woman will be pleasured, whereas you, the guy, too, you be getting some very good sex. So I have the right people with me here, seated in my couch, to do the discussion. I'll introduce my guest shortly. So I have here with me Kita Moore. I got the name right? Kita Moore. Yeah, Kita is an actress, she's a model, and also an entrepreneur. Later I'll tell her, you know, I'll tell you what she does, what she's into, so you could contact her for business. Kita, you're welcome.
Thank you very much.
You're looking good.
Thank you.
I like the all black thing, like fierce. Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Great. So I'm not doing this alone with Kita. I have here with me Regina Etonam Agbenyo. Regina is a practicing veterinary officer. She's an agriculturist. Like she loves the whole agriculture thing. Later on, I'll tell you what she's into. She's into such an amazing thing, you know. We'll talk about that later. We'll save the best for the last. But she is past contestant of Diasa. Yes, she's a Volta region rep. So those of you who follow Diasa, you surely know Etonam. And she is currently a contestant of Mix SL Plus. Later on, we'll delve more into it. But Etonam, you're welcome.
Thank you.
You guys look amazing. And I like how you're confident in your skin, you know, all that.
You look good too.
Oh, thank you. Women supporting women.
Yes.
So today's topic, how to have good sex with a plus-size woman. What to do, what to look out for when you are, you know, in with a plus-size woman, the things that will help you and all that. Personally, what are some of the misconceptions you've heard when it comes to love making and plus-size women? We hear a lot of things on social media and personal encounters on it. What are some of the misconceptions?
Okay, thanks so much. When it comes to love making, you know, love making should be fun. And so I don't see the reason why people are having this perception about being plus size is a curse, we smell, we are lazy. Basically, sex shouldn't be something that comes in a form of intimidating ourselves.
Exactly.
Yeah. So as a plus size lady, we don't smell. Meanwhile, people say, so this is the avenue for us to create more awareness. Yes, to break that myth that we don't smell, we are not lazy. We are actually hardworking. We are beautiful, we are confident, gorgeous, and when they follow us to the bedroom, the bedmatics is there.
Show them.
Yeah.
Kita, now, I was reading, so ahead of this topic, you know, I wanted to know the frequently asked questions. And another misconception, I would term it as a misconception, is that plus-size women cannot ride a dick. Like getting on top. You know how some men are like, okay, get on top, show me what you've got.
Yes.
Is that true?
That's not true.
Okay.
Because I'm a rider, I love to ride.
Yes.
I always want to take in control. And that position is very good. I mean, it helps you get the whole chest in, you know, you put your hands on the man's chest, then you pound on him. Especially, it's more fun when you turn around so that he sees the eyes, then you pound on him. No. It's not true. We can do it more well, and with the extra body and the sexiness, he will love it.
So for the men who think that they're going to be crushed, they are actually missing out.
They are missing out. They should try it. Get yourself a plus size. You can't tell me this and that about plus size when you have not tried.
Exactly.
You should try before you say something bad. And I might say not all plus size ladies are very active in bed. Okay. Maybe that is why some of the guys are saying that. But And if you have tried A, doesn't mean you should end there. You should move to B, because B might be very naughty and crazy. I want to explore. I do how we do wheelbarrow. Oh yes, because I want to explore. Okay. I want to do what you think I can't do. Oh yeah. Let's do it. If I'm not able to do it, that's why you tell me, because I'm plus. Then no. Try it before you say we are not. So it's a misconception that you're going to crash. It's all lies.
Great. It's all lies. The whole thing that comes with plus size women love slim guys, slender guys. Is that what you want? Or maybe if you are equally plus size, the chemistry is not really there. So that's why you go for that. How does it work?
Oh, actually, personally, I have nothing to say about this, but I think that is just how it should go. So that there can be balance. Yeah, it should be balanced. And as plus, we need a young, not young per se, but a slim guy. Slim guy can enter there, and give it to us.
Great. Yeah. So let me talk about the positions that really works for you, as you say, to give it to you. Because at the end of the day, what is the point of making love when it's not enjoyable, when it's just one person, and then at the end of the day you go and you're talking trash and all that? It happens. Even with slim girls, you meet a man, you think you're good, and then later on he goes to badmouth you and all that. What are the positions that works for plus size women, Kita?
Well, I don't think it's only the position.
Okay.
Sex is something to enjoy. So first of all, you start with romance, and that's where some of the guys will say, okay, plus size ladies smell, because maybe some of the plus size ladies don't take care of their punani well. If you take care of that place, your man will eat that place up. I mean, so every sex should start with a romance, a little, playing with the nipples, sucking the dick, some licking with the clit. That will make the punani. Plus size, our pussy is always wet and it's very tight. You can fuck us like 10 times, and then the next time you come, it's so tight. Ouch. And that makes it so enjoyable. Okay. So to me, I feel like not the sex pushing, the position a lot, but it's the romance that will make everything, enjoyable. Okay. And with plus size ladies, we are known that doggy is our favorite style. Yes, it's good because
doggy works for you.
It works a lot, especially when you are with a slim guy who is a little tall. When you are tall and you are slim and you are with a plus size, meaning your penis is a little long. That will help the nyash. Yes, and not all men knows how to do doggy with plus size ladies.
So how do you do it? Do you have to raise flesh or get so close?
Yes,
how does it
go? when you are doing doggy with a plus size, the nyash is huge. You want to get in there, so you grab it like you're opening a book. Open it up. And you hit hard. You go in and out. That's where you feel it in your tummy that, this nigga is hitting me good. Okay. You understand? And doggy, I love to ride. I mean, I love most positions. So to me, doggy, wheelbarrow, riding, a lot goes for me.
Kita, you see, you make mention that, when you have a slim guy, if you get lucky, the dick is long. Yeah. If a man who wants to roll with a plus size woman but who's got a very small or short dick, what advice will you give the person? How can they do it? Should they still open up? Well, because at the end of the day, you don't want his ego to be bruised. Yes. How do you go about it?
If you're a man that you love me and you want to be with me and your dick is not satisfying me, I will let you know. I will not keep it. I'll let you know. Now there we have herbals that can even help your penis, but for now that your penis is a little not satisfying, I'll let you know how you can go around and then get it done. So it
talks about communication.
Yes.
Okay, great.
Go around the body, how you can hit it, how if you are doing it and I'm not feeling it, I'll let you know, babe, hit harder, hit harder, hit harder.
It's true. We've always advised women, if your man is doing it, don't even fake the money.
Yes.
Don't fake orgasm. Tell him.
It should be real.
It's something you are enjoying. You have to let him also enjoy. All right. You understand? So if the dick is short, he has to know that you are feeling it or you are not feeling it.
Maybe you can introduce sex toy if the situation is very wet.
We have pillows that you can use.
But a lot of men feel intimidated with that. A lot.
We've had a conversation about that, and then we're like, oh, why am I not good enough for you? But it is not to battle it out with you. It's just to compliment you. So maybe you can explore it. It's not that deep. But when it comes to hygiene, it's very key. Do you opt for spontaneous sex, or you prefer that, or you go wash down and all that? Because Kita was talking about some people feeling like, okay, you are not clean and all that. So what advice, how best can you go? Do you shower, especially if you sweat a lot? Do you opt that you shower before the real deal, especially if you want to get eaten and all that? Of course, nobody wants a sweaty situation. So how do you go about it?
I think ideally, when we talk about hygiene, it should be practiced frequently. So what our advice is that you wash down before sex, and even after sex, you wash down to prevent organisms and germs from entering into the place here. And even men who would like to finger their ladies, people who would like to lick their ladies, our advice, we brush our teeth.
Before you introduce your mouth
in there. You must make sure your nails are being trimmed down.
No dirt in between or whatever.
Germs and whatever.
Great.
And you know, sometimes men with long or sharp nails used to hurt the punani after fingering. Because you put your hand there, locomoting, you turn and you finish. And there are bruises.
He's looking for something.
Who wants bruises? It's not a good thing.
No one.
Great. But Etona, for a woman who is heavily endowed, like a plus size, like very huge, and having to have access to your body and cleaning, maybe you cannot really reach there because some people are very heavy. What advice would you give to that person? Should you get help and all that? Because as much as possible, you should thoroughly wash down
the place. I think sitting down in a chair at your comfort level, it could be a shorter one, it could be the one that follows. You can sit down, open up, and use the water to flush out the place. Well, others tells me they use this syringe, just like they use in the hospitals. People will just have to draw water there, flush it out, but that is what works to them. So if something works for you, you go for it. You do it more. If it doesn't work, you switch to something different. But
at the end of the day, you keep your body very neat.
I think preferably there are people who like or love the place to be bushy. People like the place to be bushy, others would like to keep it short. Whatever works for you,
go for it. Great. But Kita, for a woman who loves to be eaten, this is not even about plus size. There are women, before you really get them to orgasm, you have to eat them or not that. So for that advice, how do you also keep the place clean? How to also make it pleasurable for your partner?
Well, it depends on how your partner loves it. Other men loves it bushy, and other men loves it, sakura. But to talk of hygiene, you have to always keep that place smooth and neat so that you can concentrate on working on the skin. So you want your pussy to be eaten. Shave. Make sure after shaving you use lime to bath the whole place. You wait at least 5 to 10 minutes before you bath. You do it frequently. No matter what, if you are ready to have sex and you didn't bath and you do this frequently, the place is already neat and it's smelling good. You don't have bad odor there. That is where you see the man so interested in going there. I think the shaving is important. Your partner loves it bushy, but you should trim it in a way that it's still having hair, but it will not create a bad odor. Because obiba no na odeka koboho.
You get what I'm saying?
I think I'm into agreement with what Kita is saying. I think sometimes apart from shaving, we must keep one partner. Sex shouldn't be done frequently. It comes with some times and season, so that the place will also have time to rest and heal.
Follow period to rest.
You understand.
Ladies, the conversation is getting interesting, but then I want us to take a quick break. When we come back, then we'll delve more into it. Go to the second part, which is more. But then, ladies, as we stated, sometimes the love making thing pops up and all that, but if you are not really confident, or maybe at that time you are so sweaty and all that, you can ask your partner. You could even tell him, I just want to wash down. A very quick one. He can even join you there so that you feel comfortable. If you want to be eating, everything is great. Before the man is trying to put your hand there and trying to smell, that thing could be very awkward. So I've got the right ladies here to do the discussion. We'll take a quick break. When we come back, Moles and Cardles continues. You're welcome back from that quick break. This is Monson Cuddles on GhanaWeb TV. And I am Paula Amabroni, live and in charge. So today we're looking at how to have good sex with a plus size woman. And Kita and Etonam, you know, they've been opening keys, telling us what to do, and giving tips to plus size women who really want to enjoy the act of love making. Now, for the second part, I just want to read this quote. It says, having sexual intercourse with someone out of desperation or experimentation isn't good enough reason to be shagging them at all. Simply put, if you think you want to be with a plus woman just because maybe all the while you've had sex with slim ladies, so it's more of like an experiment, something to satisfy your
emotions,
your fantasy or whatever, then it's better you do not have sex at all. So is it offensive when you have a guy who says, oh, maybe I've been with slim girls, I want to try it out with plus size? Does it come as a compliment, or you feel like, okay, wait, am I being used as an experiment? Kita?
Well, I'm not surprised, because I get that a lot.
Oh, okay.
I get that a lot from men, you know, like how you are saying he wants to try out. I'm not an experiment. One, if you are not in to stay, you are not getting in at all. So I get that a lot, but I don't really give them that opportunity, unless maybe on a friendship notice. Say certain things comes with understanding each other, communication. If you, the lady, you are okay with it, you want to, you know, show him what plus size ladies have, it's cool. But personally, me, I will not let a man use me for his own, you know. No, yes.
Experiment.
No.
Nobody is here for that.
Nah.
Nobody.
You get yourself a plus size, or stick with your bones.
Hey, stick with your bones. It's a shade. It's a shade. Yeah. Kita, I like that. Being confident in yourself and, you know, standing up to what you believe in. If you're not ready, you use the door. Yeah, Etonam. So for a woman plus size, how do you detect that this guy coming is just in for the punani? Or is in for a real commitment? How do you differentiate that? Because I say they are words and all that.
I swear to God, it's like of late plus size women are trending. So every guy or man out there wish to go out with them. Now, to detect whether a guy just wants to make fun with you, well, I won't say anything much about it, but it's about how we portray ourselves out there to them. If you are in quotes, he would like to come on and exploit. So you have to be vigilant, know what you like for your body, know what you believe in, so that it wouldn't be plus size ladies are trending, but to the negative of it.
Okay. When you see a plus size woman portraying, like, you know, in a movie, the way you can touch your butt and all that, does it come across that you guys are being on serious, or you feel it's a personal thing, they decide what to do with their life?
Oh yeah, everybody with his her choice. Everybody with her choice. Seriously, I'm confident in my own way, but I would like to make a positive impact. Meanwhile, we have others who are also positive in their own way, confident in their own way, but would like to exploit. God has given me the tithe, let me flaunt it. I have breasts. That is also good, but then you have to know what you are doing.
Great.
Yes.
So it's a personal decision.
It's a personal decision.
Kita, I must say that the plus size women that I know, PM is my friend now. Now I've gotten to know you more and all that makes sense. So I follow, and then the ladies that come on board. One will say that plus size women love to show skin. Why is it so?
Well, personally, I think growing up wasn't easy being a plus size. People call me Obolo Twin. From school, they body shame me a lot. Because of my body, some of my friends don't even want to go out with me and all that. So growing up, I met friends who are also interested in how beautiful I look in my plus size body, who confidently tell me to love myself and to you know, I had a friend who is late. I can say that it's through his advice and how he gave me some sort of confidence that made me love myself till now. And me being a model, rest in peace, Salty, wherever you are, he always tells me, I will be like, my tummy is too big. You know, he's always around slim girls with a big nyash and you know that kind of a thing. And I'll always be like, me, I'll not go with you. They are having big nyash and all that. He'll say, hey, you that I like, you are the friend I want to go with. You know how your body is. If I'm working with you,
I feel good.
Too much
I feel
respect.
respected.
You know, so like it's jovial, but he made me love myself. And for that reason, I love to portray myself in bikinis. When you go to my page on
social
IG,
media,
you see a lot of bikini shorts, me wearing 90s and stuff. I do a lot of shoots. I show a lot of skin because it's not like I'm showing you skin to show that I'm into something bad or something. Some people think when you do that you're into hookup and stuff. I get it, that a lot, but no, I want other ladies out there to know that if you are bold enough, you can go to the pool with pants and bra with your bikini. You will go. I mean, it's not shameful to show your body, your folds. I mean, I have a lot of folds behind me. I love to show them. You are against me for having this. God created me, so you have a problem with God. If you tell me, what's that to do? I said, some people tease me. I have 2 breasts here, so they always tease me. Hey, why can say I want no from you? And I'm in a ball me. What do you want me to do? You want me to do what? Go for surgery or something just to please you? No. If I'm to do surgery, I'll do surgery to please myself. So not others.
Great.
So I do a lot of things to show other plus like size ladies that you are bold, you are beautiful, your the shape. You know, it's not always you have to be Coca-Cola shape. I was saying, exactly. And some men, some lovers of plus size men. I've met a man who will tell me, hey, I didn't afford you with you know, me pedo do, and then like and then mommy love you. You know, so there are men out there that loves the body, however it is. Whether you are straight from the top, you are big from the, like he loves it.
No pressure at all. So just find someone who is in tune with that. Great.
Before you find someone who will love your body, you have to love
yourself first. It's true. It's so true. And even with slim ladies, there are some people who have insecurities. They feel like, oh, yeah, too slim. Later on we'll talk about that. But then, Etonam, for someone who goes online, body shame, you post a picture, someone will come, you eat too much, you should undergo surgery, and you should yes, I see.
Oh yeah, you would die.
I get that a lot.
So you see, these are some of all the negative cyberbullying and all that. If you have a man who loves you, who loves you for who you are, and the man has got a family, maybe friends who feel like, okay, why are you with the plus size and all that? But let's first tackle it. How do you deal with such negative comments?
Oh, for me, my confidence level is always high as
100 over 100.
So it is not what you are saying out there that makes me who I will be.
Thank you.
I do what I'm interested in. So for the fact that I'm naked, half naked, full, whatever, and I should post my picture out there and you comment, that is you.
Okay.
You see, it is time plus size ladies have more confidence in ourselves to do whatever we do. Because looking at this stigmatization, this body shaming has led a lot to their graves.
A lot.
People don't feel good at themselves. They are always in Uber. They wouldn't even go to functions. No. And it's like they are being entangled and there are cages that they don't have time for themselves.
Yes.
People even have the myth that also baby you not get married. You got men who love to be with ladies who are smart, who can be with
They will even say, oh, if you are with a plus size and she's sick, how will you carry her to the hospital? All those things.
These are some of the bad energies.
These are some of the bad energies. So
we
will have to
Etonam, what is your advice to such people? Like, you know, what message will you tell them? The cyber bullies.
Well, that is how they prefer or they chose to be. They should continue. The advice going there, well, you know, we have individual differences. Maybe the person saying that has love for slave ladies, so he will always be against fat
bad mouthing.
But you have to be focused in life. One, that is how God created us. Well, there may be exercises we can do to keep fit, to keep the body going.
But is it difficult to lose weight?
Oh yeah, it comes to discipline. You know, we have the adipose tissue in our body, and so the more the body feels comfortable in everything, it comes. So you have to work on, especially the knees. Talking about the sex position you asked earlier on.
Yeah.
With the doggy, well, your knee will rest on the bed, but the cowgirl, the missionary, and there is one your man can just sit in a chair and you sit on top and have control.
That's very good.
You have to work on the knees.
Not put too much pressure on
So the knee should be strong, so that at least, you know, when a man should approach a lady, being plus, there may be perceptions the guy would hear or have about the plus lady and visiting. So I have to put on my A game.
Prove them wrong
and let you know that I can ride.
You end up running away from the bed.
Oh yes.
Oh, okay, I see.
You see, men love it when they should come to you. You are
in control.
Raw, in control. You do it.
You do everything.
Wow.
Okay.
Oh yeah.
Is it hard to please a plus size woman in bed? Let me start with it. Is it hard to please you?
Well, it's hard to please me personally. I don't know about others, but
okay.
You know, I'm not. It's not easy for me to reach orgasm. But I love it when we do more romance. That helps me to, when you are having sex, it's a connection with your brain and the body. So I want more romance for me to connect with myself. Yes, that alone will help me to reach orgasm. But you just start with kissing, then you are hitting there. Forget you go like 1,000 round now. I still not reach. So to me, I think it's really hard to please or satisfy a plus size lady on bed.
Especially when you don't know how to go around the body.
Yes.
Etonam, so whilst reading on the whole lap making with a plus size woman, a lady was sharing experiences like the fupa, raise it, touch it, it's all part of the body. Don't feel like maybe I'll be offended if you touch it. So what are the right spots to touch?
Oh, the right spots. Let's talk about the breast.
Oh, okay.
The nipple.
The nipples, okay.
The nipple,
you can never
the earlobes over there.
Okay.
The inner ear, the lips, the nose, even the eye, the eyebrow.
Everything
here. Under the neck.
Okay.
The ankle, wherever. Explore. Oh yes. The back, the waistline over there. The sole of the feet. Oh, oh really.
I like the fact that you're educating people and telling them what really works for you. But when it comes to fetishes, some people will lick my feet maybe and people have crazy things and all that. So if you're a plus size woman and you know exactly, some people just eat me up, just go down on me, I'm going to come and all that. How do you communicate that to your partner? For them, because you don't want them to be selfish. At the end of the day, they are just the ones coming. What about you? So when you have something special, knowing your body, how do you communicate that to your partner?
Well, I think it's communication, and your partner should know you very well. If it's a beginning of a relationship, you should let him know, babe, this is where I love it, how I love it. You should communicate, tell him everything. So that when you are doing it, it shouldn't be like you are shy, he's not doing, your mind will be like, what is this nigga doing? This is not how I want it. How you want it, tell him. How you want him to handle you, tell him. Talk to him, communicate with him. If he's not doing it, even in the bed or on the bed, you should be doing it. If he forgets to suck your nipple, what is his head and
bring
put
it to the breast?
If you
it to him.
Yes. Put to me the bone in him. Just to bring his mind. Your breast is there. Focus on the breast. And plus size ladies, our nipple, our clit, our ears.
The ears, I don't know.
Yes. And then me, I don't have feelings under my feet. You can do whatever I know. But my nyash.
Okay.
The line
especially
between
on
my
the
nyash. Yes.
Oh.
I have a lot of feelings there. So I love my man to, feel the whole body, play with me. Let me feel like, I'm being eaten.
Okay.
The lion is being eaten.
Okay, devouring.
Yes. Yeah, so you have to explore with me.
Great.
But the communication should be there.
Very
He tells you how he wants it. You also tell him how you want it. Yeah, that makes it pleasant.
So still on the wrapping up, we're wrapping up today's conversation. What are some of the things that a man can do to also please share your part to please a woman when it comes to the bedroom? Things that really work for you.
So you love me the way I am and be open up to me. Let me trust who you are. It shouldn't be A tomorrow and B tomorrow.
Okay.
And then there are times I may be moody. Sex comes with a state of mind. If I'm stressed, I wouldn't love it. So you have to help me
communication,
bring my mind back, and then it should be pre-informed. If you are my man that will be meeting or doing something in the night, I think in the course of the day,
some naughty chatting,
then it is preparing me for the night. Well, we have quickie that is also there, but at least it should come with some sort of communication to prepare me for the game.
Well, me, I don't love to be prepared.
Hey,
when I'm with my man, I mean, the minute I see you, I want to eat you up.
Oh, okay.
So I don't know about you, but always I'm talking naughty with him. I'm trying to spank the ass. I'm trying to make him know that yes, I want to eat you up. When I'm not with you, you can do whatever you want to do.
But then once you are here,
yes,
let's get to business. I love that, ladies. What you brought to fore is so important. The conversation was great. I must say this is one of my best conversations on Moons and Cuddles, just for the fact that we clearing all the misconception and all that. But then before we wrap up, I want you to put out your social media handles and maybe tell us what you do, anything that. I'm sorry.
So Kitamo is a plus size model. I'm an actress. I'm an entrepreneur. I sell stuff, a lot of stuff.
Like clothes,
everything I do. Yes. And my IG handle is Kitamo. Kitamo, Q-I-T-A-M-O-O-R-E.
Yeah.
M-O-O-R-E. Kitamo on because I'm into the competition, Miss SL Plus. So when you are searching, Miss SL Plus will be attached to my name.
Great.
So Q-I-T-A M-O-O-R-E Kitamo Miss SL Plus here on IG and also on Facebook Kitamo.
Yes. Ladies, I wish you the best. But so how do you reach you on social media?
Okay, so on Facebook it's Agbenye Regina Etonam, and on IG Regina Etonam Agbenye.
Great. I said that you're a practicing vets officer, and then the whole business thing, and all my ladies here into businesses and all that. My cash ladies. So yeah, they've said what they are into. You can contact them on social media, and then you talk business. And when you want to take it further, it's up to you. But today's conversation, we talked about how to have good sex with a plus size woman. We've given you all the tips. We've talked to you a thing or two. So you should utilize the information we've given you here, and then remember that if you want to spice up your relationship, Moons and Cuddles is the best show for you. I am Paula Amabroni. Thanks for watching. I'll be back with another interesting story. See you soon.
Mommy, you first can see about Kotoso. Pepoga, send me sick from Lemonade Finance. While Brian did the shit and let me £2.
Lemonade Finance.
Say they're sending money back home from UK, Canada, and now US. I accepted a instant charges. Extinguishing in so unbeatable. We should be promo code Dr. Like £10, $10, and $10 Canadian for the first transaction. With this time, this guy download to Lemonade Finance.
Link. The water is blue. Love from Zanzibar.
Hi guys, we are back again. We are back. It's the excitement for me. So I'm right here in Stone Town, which is one of the oldest towns in Zanzibar, and today's a tour day. So I'm going to the prison island, which is very close to my hotel. My hotel is just like 2 minutes walk from here. So I'm about to pick a boat, and it costs us $20 in and out. They're going to wait for us till we are done with the tour. So we are about to go, and of course I need to take you along. So whenever you come to Zanzibar, you know what to do. It's also an activity you can do. And guys, I forgot to mention, it's cheaper when you're in a group, because we are alone now and there's no one around to join us. So yeah. Three islands. The first one, as you can see there, is the prison island. This, he said, is a snake island. It's very small. And this is the grave island. I'm here to know what happens at all these islands, so I'm sure you're all excited just as I am. So let's go, guys. The prison island. It took us about 25 minutes boat ride, and yeah, it looks really very beautiful here. I'm excited to see everything here, so let's go back. It cost us 1,000 Tanzania shillings, so 2,000 for us both. After paying the 1,000, you have to pay 6,000 Tanzania shillings, which is $3. So we just made payment. We paid that in dollars, so our change is in dollar. So yeah, you can come here with your USD if you have some.
Yeah, my name
is my tour guide for today. What's your name?
My name is Samuel.
Huh?
My name is Samuel.
Samuel.
Yes, I'm private guide for the island.
Okay.
Yes. So nice to meet you. Nice to meet you too. Where are you from?
We are from Ghana.
Ghana. Wow. I have friends from Ghana.
From today. Ghana, yeah.
Yes. Hakuna matata.
Asante sana.
You have to walk around because now you are in a turtles area.
Okay.
Yes. So officially going to see the giant turtles in the Adabla. Whatever you talk about your giant in the Adabla, you have to talk about a special thing.
Okay.
In East Africa, okay. Because turtles which are here, you cannot see anywhere in this East Africa. Only Zanzibar, you can see in a prison island, and also you can see in the Fishes Island. Second, you can see in Galapagos in Ecuador, in Galapagos in East America.
Okay.
So this is a special piece of turtles which is called giant and the Adabla.
Okay. So I'm very excited. We are going to see the biggest tortoise here, and it requires a lot of walking, so we are going. Look at this. How old is this?
They have 70 years old.
70 years old?
Yeah, 120 kilograms.
Wow.
Yes.
Asking, how are you able to tell their ages?
Yeah, a lot of turtles they have marking. The marking is they just put in paint.
Oh, okay.
So that's why I know. So also you can see the small gazilla or diggy.
Deer.
Yeah, deer. So this is a special piece also because they never grow up. Here is adult, so they never grow up more.
So this is the way it's gonna be.
Yes, this is the male.
What's
so
the local name?
Yeah, you see, they have a horn.
What's the local name?
Yeah.
The local name.
Yeah.
Of this.
Yeah.
Diggy.
Diggy. Yes. But also, this is a babu. You know babu? What I mean? Grandpa.
Grandpa.
Yeah. Yes. This is the original turtles which they coming from Seychelles Island from more than 200 years ago.
Wow, he's such an old man.
Yes, old man. So you can get the opportunity also to feed. If you want to feed, hakuna matata. Just come and feed it.
So guys, I'm going to be feeding the oldest tortoise here in Prison Island.
Yes. Okay. He's about 200 years old.
Wow.
Giant turtles. The guy who are coming from Seychelles Island more than 200 years ago.
Wow.
It was born in 1825 and is coming Zanzibar 1850. So this is the first one from
wow.
Zanzibar.
Wow, such a big tortoise.
Also, you can get the opportunity if you want to take a selfie, you can take selfies. He likes so much to sleep in the cave because it's cool.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So is that why you feed them only from 10 a.m. to 4 p.m.?
Yes.
He's chilling.
Yeah.
He's so full.
Yeah.
That's
So
okay.
also when they're tired of water coming high, this area when you walk around you can see too much water coming because it was more than 18th century ago. The island it was inside in the sea. So that's why now here.
What water do they drink? Do they drink fresh water?
Yes.
So you give them fresh water?
Yeah, they get fresh water from the front one.
Okay. So you mentioned that sometimes water comes from the sea here.
Yes.
What happens? You see them around?
No problem because you know, whatever you talk about this island, you know, the nature of island, it was inside in the sea.
Okay.
You see, this island, it was, before it was no island here. So
it was covered with water.
Yes. So the tide of water now is going
down.
Low. So that's why the island is coming up. So when you walk around in the cave like this one, you can see water inside until now.
Oh, okay.
Inside you can see water.
Oh,
yeah.
we will not do that.
Yeah.
We don't want it. If you're a cave person and you want to explore that cave into the sea, this is something you can also try.
But then, how big is the island?
They're 30 by 1 mile.
30 by 1 mile.
1 mile, yes.
We have seen the oldest. We are going to see the biggest tortoise here in the Prison Island. I'm very happy. I'm very excited. Let's go!
You have to see how big it is.
Wow.
He's enjoying it.
Yes, they like so much massage. Too, if you want to, you can touch. Don't be scared. You can touch.
He's enjoying it.
Massage.
This is the nature of this kingdom animal. They like so much massage.
Like massage?
Yeah, he's enjoying it.
Feet massage or body massage?
Smile.
When our turtles are drinking water, they're using nose, not mouth.
They use their nose?
Yes, they're just pulling like an elephant.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so when you see, just to see. That's why when you see, they just put a whole neck in there.
So guys, we have seen the tortoise. We are currently going to the prisons, where the prisons are located. So let's go, guys. The prison building.
So inside in the prison, whatever you see there, almost it was a cell before, but now they're using it as a resort.
Okay.
So that is the washroom, that side is a prison bar.
So this used to be one of the cells, it's now a bar. To the end of this vlog. I hope you enjoyed watching this vlog as much as I enjoyed exploring this beautiful island in Zanzibar called the Prison Island. This place is a must visit whenever you come to Zanzibar. It took us about 1 hour of tour, and I mean you can relax here by the beautiful beaches if you want. Had a good time. It cost us $7 each. And yeah, I hope you found this video helpful. Come take some pictures with the tortoise. Come and experience the whole island just like I did in this vlog. Until next time, I want to say I love you all. Thanks for the love and support. Until next time on my next video. Mwah, 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 mwah.
Mommy, you fish can see about Kotoso. People got sending me sika from Lemonade Finance. While Brian did the shit and let me £2.
Lemonade Finance.
Say they're sending money back home from UK, Canada, and now US. I accepted a instant charges. Extinguishing in so unbeatable. We should me promo code Dr. Like Nenya £10, $10 and $10 Canadian for the first transaction. What is send this guy download to Lemonade Finance.
Back again, Charlie. Happy New Year. This is the first time I'm coming to you looking different, and yeah, Happy New Year all. What have you been up to? How did your January go, and how is your February going? It's a new month and I decided to come and show my face, so I'm already dressed up for a friend's wedding. This is how I look. Yeah, so this is my full outfit. I'm going to put on some heels. I decided to come to you here today just to say Happy New Year, and I mean, let's chit chat before I go for my wedding. How do I look, guys? I look sweet. I really miss you all. So I planned I was going to do like a vision board this year, but for some reasons the zeal to do it was just not there. So I'm like, okay, why not come here and do like a live update with you all, since you're also family. As you all know, I got married in November 2022 and yeah, we're in February. It's been a beautiful journey. It's been 2 months, not 3 months yet, but 2 months of awesome experiences. This is an experience that I didn't expect. It's been beautiful, beautiful, awesome. So yeah, what's up this new year? January 2023, I partnered with a company called Blue Body Care. They are into beauty cosmetics. So if you can see this glow, I have started using products. I'm invested in products. Yay! It's quite a lot. This is the body scrub shower gel. Oh, we have quite a number of them. This is the facial scrub, my favorite. I used that today. Maybe that's why I'm looking very pretty today. This is how I look. And daily facial water products she has is the hair remover. This is the sunscreen I've started using. I used to use LA gel, but I've started using this and I think it's working for me. Then the face tonic, and yeah, daily moisturizer. Yeah, so if you all are not following me on Instagram, this is the time. Please go to my Instagram page, it's Stella Chanelli. Let's be friends, let's connect on Instagram. I respond to my DMs every single day on Instagram. Let's be friends. I usually use this product and I share my experiences on Instagram. If you want a full video of how I use all these products, please let me know. If you're in Ghana and you want any beauty product, anything, it can be beauty, it can be cosmetics, it can be shower gel, everything. Once you know it's anything beauty, contact Blue Body Care. So talking about January has been beautiful. Christmas, okay, let's talk about Christmas first. Christmas was beautiful. Christmas was more of family, food, fufu, have lunch, have dinner with family and my new family. So it's been all sorts of amazing. It's a new experience and I'm like, oh, why not enjoy the moment? It's been really beautiful. January has been restful too, so I am back. But I'm sure you all know me for like travel lifestyle, but this year there's going to be more of lifestyle videos. There's going to be more of interviews. I plan on interviewing people who have made in Ghana products in the month of April. So if you are also a Ghanaian brand and you want to be featured on my channel, please send me an email here or contact me on Instagram or comment on this video and let me know, or send me a WhatsApp. My WhatsApp number is always in my description box. You all don't text me. Text me, let's work together. So yeah, if you're joining my channel for the very first time, my name is Stella Chanelli. I am known for vlogging travel related videos, exploring beautiful places to see in Ghana and beyond. So if you're seeing this beautiful face for the first time, just know that it's Stella Chanelli. You might not see me all glammed up like this, but yeah, it's one of those days. I'm also a commercial model. I do commercials in Ghana and beyond. So if you want this beautiful smile to represent your company, if you want this beautiful smile to represent your brand, send me an email, call me, text me. I'm ready to work with you. This year I have to make more money. So with people like you supporting us, we are going to achieve that. I also intend to do some donations this year. My birthday is in September. I intend to do it either before or my birthday. So if you also want to support, kindly let me know, then we can save some money towards that goal. So about since you all know me for travel, where am I going? Where do I plan on going? This year we are trying to save money. So Chale, I intend to do Benin in March, which is next month, and I'm not too sure if I'm going to do Nigeria in April, but in the course of the year I want to go to Europe, I want to go to the UK. I also want to explore that side of town. You know, I've explored a little bit of Asia. I've been to Bali, I've been to Singapore. This year, even though I'm still going to go to other African countries, I intend to also go to that side to also see what you all are seeing. So yeah, that's the plan. Talking about African countries, I already mentioned Benin and Nigeria, but if everything goes well, I would add Morocco or Senegal to the plan. And Senegal, because Senegal and Morocco are, no, I think it's like Senegal, like it's a French-speaking country. It would be nice to go with my husband. So husband, if you're watching this video, I bet you know that. Yeah, that's going to be the plan for the year. If you also have other plans for me, please send me a DM, because this year we are working together. This year we are working together. And some of the goals that I intend to achieve this year is to be very closer to God. I also intend to explore a lot of places in Ghana. Even though I visited all 60 regions in Ghana, I intend to explore more places in Ghana, especially the Volta region. I want you all to see the beauty of my region. And you all know how I've been so hyped about the Volta region. I remember like the month that I was creating videos from the Volta region, I used to get a lot of views and a lot of friends, new friends. So I think I should make it a thing. This year we are exploring the Volta region. So yeah, add that to your calendar, and please, it will go a long way if you share my YouTube videos. If you share my YouTube videos, it will go a long way to support my channel. It will go a long way to support me. It will go a long way to support the brands, the La Chanel. And yeah, so but this year we are coming stronger. We are coming, the energy is there. Everything else that you know me for is still there. So that's basically the plan for this year. I know you all are going to be part of this journey with me, as you've always been part of this journey. So I'm super excited about this new journey. I'm super happy about everything, basically everything. Yeah, and I'm very open for collaborations. I'm very open for new things to do. So if anything comes to mind, please let me know in the comment section, and Stella Chanelli would gladly go with it. I'm happy, and yeah, let's see if it's time. Okay, so I am going to go. I want to say thank you all so much for the love and support. Life has been beautiful. I hope life has been amazing for you too. Take one day at a time, and let's keep smiling. Just keep smiling till the end of the year. So I'm definitely going to come back at the end of the year for an update. Last year was last year I got 2 big collaborations from the South African tourism. They invited me twice to SA, fully sponsored. I want to say a big thank you to them. Last year too, I got recognized by the Rwanda Development Board. I was also invited to see Rwanda and see the gorillas for the first time. That's expensive. It's like $1,500 just to see the gorillas. So that opportunity was like mind-blowing. It's such a beautiful experience. If you can't afford it, go to Rwanda. If you can't afford it, go to South Africa, explore South Africa, and I promise you, you won't regret it. They say, when they say travel and see, it's true. Like some of the things we watch in the movies, we already have our perception about that place, but when you go see and experience it, the feeling is definitely different. So make it a point to travel this year if you can. If not, I mean, in your home country, travel. That's how I started. I started traveling in Ghana, and I am traveling in Ghana. So I'm hoping to also explore more places. If you also own a resort in Ghana and you want me to feature your place, please contact me. This year is money making year, so please contact me and let's work together. So yeah, I want to say thank you all for the amazing support. Thank you all for everything you've been doing. Thank you all for the love, the support. And since this year, I mean this February is the month of love, I'll be posting my wedding video and my engagement video, which has kept so long. So I hope you also share that video. If you also want to know how things are done here in Ghana in terms of marriage preparations, let me know, and I'm definitely going to come with a video of how I planned my wedding from beginning. In fact, how we planned our wedding from scratch without a wedding planner. I received quite a number of questions on Instagram, so let me know if you'll be interested, and I'll definitely come through with you together. So I'm going to create a video on that. So let me know if you're interested. I want to say thank you all for the love and support. Until next time, I'm going for my wedding. I love you all. Let me show you how I look again.
Now, oh, me.
and quine, be I want on and be a man in quine baby.
Mommy, you first can see about Kotoso. People got sending me sicker from Lemonade Finance. While Brian did the shade and left me £2.
Lemonade Finance.
Say they're sending money back home from UK, Canada, and now US. I accepted a instant charges. Extinguishing in so unbeatable. We should me promo code Dr. Like Nenya £10, $10, and $10 Canadian for the first transaction. What is send this guy download to Lemonade Finance.
And as I mentioned earlier, we have the Chief Executive Officer of GridCo and Head of Delegation, Engineer Ebenezer Kofi Asin. Ladies and gentlemen, we also have from the Ministry of Information, our Chief Director, Mrs. Mamle Andrews with us. And as I mentioned earlier, we have the Minister for Information and Member of Parliament of Wasia Uribi constituency, Honorable Kojo Opon Kruma with us. So I will invite the Honorable Minister for his remarks, and then we will come back to you for the second part.
Colleagues, good morning. And how are you doing? I haven't seen many of you in a long while. I've missed you too. As the Honorable Deputy Minister mentioned, today is World Radio Day. And I have a few remarks to share with the nation through you just before we start the report that we are taking today from GridCo. Today, the world celebrates World Radio Day with the theme Radio and Peace, highlighting the important role that radio plays in promoting understanding and reconciliation, providing a platform for diverse voices, and breaking down barriers to create a more peaceful world. Radio has the unique ability to reach people in every corner of the world and has proven to be a valuable tool in conflict prevention and peace building. Whether through education or information dissemination or providing a platform for the marginalized communities to share their stories, radio has the potential to bring people together and foster a culture of peace if used appropriately. In recognition of the World Radio Day, organizers and communities worldwide are coming together to celebrate the power of radio and its contributions to peace and conflict prevention. And there are several events that are being organized all over the world in commemoration of this day. Here in Ghana, we celebrate what radio has done for our democracy and elections over the years. For those of you who recall, I think in 1992, 93, you go to the Independence Square, the big board, and then they'll write the returns from the polling stations there. Today, with the growth of media and in particular radio, you can sit in your home and hear minute-by-minute account of how the elections are proceeding, how results are trickling in, how democracy is being entrenched. Radio has also been a major tool for accountability, for public education, and for countering misinformation. In times when we've had major challenges, radio has been a very quick tool for reaching out to our population and for countering misinformation. So on this World Radio Day, here in Ghana, the Ministry of Information, we also celebrate the industry and its work over the years. But in particular, with the theme of radio and peace, we'd like to draw the attention of media houses that operate particularly in areas where sometimes conflicts may rise up. In Boko and in other places, I'm sure you are familiar with the stories of how media houses or radio sometimes have contributed to the conflict instead of helping to bring about radio and peace. I mean, to bring about peace in those times. And so on a day like this, as we celebrate World Radio Day, with the theme Radio and Peace, we would like to, in particular, remind our colleagues who operate in places where sometimes tensions may rise, where sometimes there may be conflict, that we have a particular responsibility to help in the exercise to bring peace and unity and not necessarily fuel it. And on this day, we celebrate all who are in this industry. I thank you for your time. I'll do a quick translation into Twi, and then I'll yield the podium to the plenty engineers who are here to give us the report for the day. And now, that's wrong. We are seeing now radio Kasajumano. Radio Kasajumano, now we are seeing now, you say, as some more infancy and so a radio. Any senior yede ekroye yede abotoyem eba bebia yewo na radio yebeka ya asom amayamai bebre Ghana hase yankasa asom ye papa hwe tete no na abakra ye to a gise nyina ekọ Independence Square na yakwa hwe board so se hwan na edi nkunima na hwan na edi nkunima na radio adwuma call na nim no utu fie uso radio kura utumi hu de ekọ ye to abani na utumi hu de ekọ ye wie ne ye kan utumi hu de ekọ aboa ma ye dodo adwe nkyira mammo no ene yabato hu nsamsam no etintim ebi radio so aboa ma senia ye tumi hye obi nsa sasem bi oho e wosi bisa na fidie ya so na etumi edi sa nkomo no se e wosi ye akwankyerema mensin bebrea public education radio me boy my ede ansana so bi ede asem bi koto abonten a enye nokore na nkofo edi opinion ne ade radio ya so boy ma yetumi tenetene no mia minimum ka say mpempi mabegina ha nsem bi ekoso enye nokore menemo edi hu nkomo amaboa ma omani na tintinne say ye kai radio adwuma no na yehim hu handkerchief a na ewo de ntia ye ne sa ne botaya esi wiase nyina ni so a didi World Radio Day ne yesi radio ene senia ede bokoye abotoyem ebeba baby bebre na no so na yegina so de asraban gina so de asra se titiriu ye nuanom a ye adwuma radio kasafidie no so wo ba bia eto de bia na mente me ho ase asori ana ba bia ntokwa kakra asori no yen kai hu se asudi soronko eda ye so se ye de kasafidie no beboa na ama abotoyem aba since enumu ye de ebeye takra wojem na ama nia ekoso ho a ema nkofo akoma pagya no akosoro na titiru na nse ntemem se mbeka ya baabi bebre a akoma asori kakra boko ene miae maku mienu no mse National Media Commission crampo ebo kokko se radio nyuma ni bi ewo ho no yenhwe ye ho ye na se ye mane mana kosoro since ebe mana ba fom nti na wiase nyina ye celebrate World Radio Day no ye bo Ghana radio adwuma efo nyina ba so na mom ye san so e ka mo se titiru ye no ma ye adwuma wo ba bia akoma wo so kakra no ye nka so dia edai so medamu nyina ase. So I yield the podium to Honorable Deputy Minister so that we can continue with the briefing.
Thank you so much, Honorable Minister, for those beautiful remarks. Before we proceed, I would like to acknowledge our media partners who are picking this briefing live. If you are joining us from your homes or your offices, I believe you are watching us on GTV or listening on Asasi Radio and Oman FM or Happy FM. We also have MX24 TV and ETV picking this program live. You can also join us on Facebook at Ministry of Information and also at State Interest and Governance Authority Facebook page or SIGA page. And on that note, I would like to acknowledge the presence of the Corporate Affairs Director of SIGA, who has joined us this morning, Mr. Stephen Esiedu. This platform is created in collaboration with SIGA. So thank you so much, and I will now yield to the Chief Executive Officer of GridCo for his presentation.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Honorable Minister just took a leave of us, but Deputy Minister is here, Chief Director, bosses from SIGA. I'll stand on the protocols as enumerated by the Deputy Minister of Information and proceed with the presentation. GridCo, as established, our key issues had to do with transmitting of power from one location to the other. I'll go through the presentation in this format. Snapshot of the grid. We'll look at performance review over the past year, key achievements, challenges, projects, ongoing, completed, upcoming. Then we do the question and answers. For our vision, it has to do with, we are supposed to be a model electricity company in Africa. Our mission is to provide a reliable electricity for our development. Our task, as part of our goal, is to achieve 99.95% of grid reliability. What it means is that, on average, 99.5%, the grid should be available to transmit the power. We will have a quick snapshot of our development. So far, we have 31 bulk customers. We have 14 generating stations, including VRA IPPs, hydro, 3 hydros, the rest are thermal. We have 2 solar grid connections. Total installed capacity is 5,231 megawatts. That is what is available. All being equal, if all the plants are in good shape and all of them have the required fuel to fire them, we have 5,231 megawatts. Our electricity circuit across the country is about 6,500, leading to about 7,000 kilometers. And this one has 69 kV, 161 kV, 225 kV, and an extra high voltage, which is a 330 kV. Our role in where we sit has to do with, first, gas supply, because gas is a major input for power generation now, significant input. So that becomes the base that leads to generation. For the hydros, their fuel is water. For the thermal plant, either you use diesel fuel oil, gas, heavy fuel oil, or light crude oil. So that component becomes the base for which we drive the generation. Generators are IPPs, VRA, BUI, and the solar that I mentioned earlier. GridCo stands in the middle as the system operator and the network maintenance company. The system operator, by and large, is the one that controls all the system. You call on when this plant should come in. You indicate when the plant must shut down. If you have a challenge
one plant tells you that I have a deficit with this, you need to call. Should in case one plant goes out and we are not having any replacement, system operator must have a conversation with ECG and NETCO that I am short with this, just give me some relief. All in an effort to make sure the system continue to stay intact. The next one has to do with the distribution companies. That has to do mainly NETCO, ECG, and enclave power that does distribution within the enclave. If you look at the composition of the energy resources, renewable is supposed to be, per government policy, hiked up to about 10%. As of now, we are doing 1% thereabout. Thermal has about 66%, and the rest is hydro, which is about 33%. We'll look at our key performance review over last year. The KPIs are transmission losses, which the target for us was 3.8%. Q3, we did 20. Q3 2022, we had 4.16. Q2 2022, we had 4.54. Q1 2022, we had 4.02. The transmission losses has a direct relation to where plants are generating from and which transmission lines are in circuit. For Q4 2022, the loss computed is 3.69%. The next item that we look at has the transmission system average interruption duration index. Transmission system average interruption transmission duration index. What it means is that if the line, because it's a system goes off, what is the time required to bring it back to service? That duration, there is a target for it. These are average values. For Q1, we have 0.19 hours. For Q4, we have 0.31 hours, which means by and large, it was within the regulatory framework. But it depends on where you live. If yours go off, some of these values, you don't tend to understand it, but these are average computed values. Maintenance accomplishment. Our target was 95%. Q3, we did 99.14. Q2, we did 99.29. And Q1, we did 99.50. For Q4, we did 99.20. By and large, we were average because these are mainly planned. So we structure it to make sure we maintain the equipment to keep them healthy for the system. EBITDA, that is a finance word, that is earnings before interest, tax, depreciation, and amortization. The target for us is 47%. Q3, we did 46.1. Q2, 44.79. Q1, we did 45.68. Q4, we did 59.4. Revenue per unit transmitted, average is 4 cedis, 53 pesos per kilowatt hour. You can see the values. Q3, 6.83 kilowatts per cedis per kilowatt hour. Q2, 6.12 cedis kilowatt pesos per kilowatt hour. Q1, 6.02 pesos per kilowatt hour. Then Q4, we had 8.13 Ghana cedis per kilowatt hour. We should not forget that Q3 PRC gave some medium-term adjustment to the tariff, so that played a role in this. The next item that we'll have a look at is average system availability index. On average, how is the power system available? For the benchmark, we have 99.7%. For Q3, we did 99.94%. Q2, 99.84%. Q1, 99.96%. And Q4 had 99.93%. Averagely, these are industry standards that are benchmarked for our performance. Also, we look at 2021 as against 2022. We have the total number of substations, the transformer capacity as of 2021, then the transmission lines value, which is about 7,200 kilometers. Substations are 68. Remember, 2022, we had Pokuase Commission, we had Kasua Commission, in addition to others. Transformer capacity increased because when you commission these substations, you bring on board additional capacities at these substations. And that is the reason why the values are. The lines haven't changed much between the 2 years. Regulatory threshold as part of our performance review. The SID is 5.20. 2022, we did 5.22. We're a little above. SIFI is 156. We did 300. Clear indication that we could not achieve the target, and therefore we need to work more to it. Feeder availability, 99%. We did 99.95. Transmission line availability, 99. That's the regulatory threshold. We did 99.26. Plant maintenance, 95. We did 99. Transmission losses, for the first time in many years, 4.0. We met the regulatory benchmark of 4.0. What happens is that on average through the month, the 12 year, when you sum them and you divide by 12, we achieved that target. I'll jump straight to operational challenges. This one had to do with our effort to bring in additional ladies in our operation. We are too masculine, but gradually we are improving. What we say is that what the men can do, the women can do far better. For instance, we've been educated that we should not say a linesman. We say a line staff, because a lady can also climb the tower and do exactly what we do, as it happens in other jurisdictions. And we are keeping our mind on that to achieve that purpose, because we need to bring our ladies to the fore. Operational challenges, and here I will plead with our friends in the media. We really need to work together on these aspects of things. Overgrown of our lines, we need to clear them. A lot has happened with the grid, appeared to be quite calm and stable. The grid really doesn't like too much of noise, and therefore we are making a conscious effort to clear the lines, but it comes at a huge cost. And we need to count on you to let us educate our brothers whose farms these lines go through, so that if there are trees that are in their farm, we may have to cut them. It will impact a little on some of their cocoa trees. It is not with bad intention, but it is for the good of all of us. That's why we do those things. You can see the picture that shows where a line passes. It's quite challenging. Some of the lines go through very thick forest, extremely thick. And the reason is that we also try to minimize the cutting or going through the forest without opening it up too much. That leads to those who go and illegally harvest the timber. So we blend the two in the way we do our things. Galamsey, I don't know whether the gold has started to normally form around the base of our towers. It's becoming a problem for us where galamseyers consciously dig under our lines. There are challenges where we needed to go and relocate the tower at an additional cost. The one that there was working so well, but you can see that the line guys will come and tell us that tower is collapsing because, or some of the steel members have been removed by the galamseyers, because I understand they use it to do whatever in their tunnels. I've never been to any of the tunnels, so I don't know how they do it, but that's what I understand. These are things that we need to let our brothers and sisters appreciate, that this infrastructure are there for our collective good, and we need to protect them. Occasionally, as a power system, we normally have some challenges. Normally, when you see the lines, you don't see the fire on them, but they are extremely dangerous. Extremely. They are quiet, but they are extremely dangerous. And therefore, when we make the case that, look, we need to stay off the right of way because of challenges. Quite recently, a typical one tipper truck. When people see the corridor that are available, they assume it has no purpose. A tipper truck went, collected sand from somewhere. I think it's a waste kind of sand. Tipping it, he forgot where he was standing, lifted the truck up. He did not touch the line, but all the tires got busted. There was fire on the line. It dropped somewhere that is close to our substation. Lucky for us, we saw it early, and fire service was called in to assist us. If he had gone further, I don't think the driver would have survived. For the tires to go best like that, it is dangerous. Let's educate ourselves and stay away from it. Occasionally, we have challenges, a transformer fault. We are making a conscious effort to put in a system so that even if we have a challenge with one transformer, customers should not experience it. At times, I listen to radio and social media, and people make the case that Otenabruchi, 20 years, there's not been any light off. In the developed countries, for your house, you have about 3 or 4 access to your house. It's called reliability. First reliability, second, third. So the systems go off, but you, the consumer, you don't see. We are a developing country, limited resources, few people paying tax. We need to mobilize additional resources to move ourselves into that regime. The next one I'll talk about has to do with all legacy lines that we are making a conscious effort to reconstruct. Really, they will overlive their usefulness. We talk about the Western Corridor that has to do with from Pristia all the way towards Kumasi. So Takrade, Takwa, Pristia, Dunkwa, Ayamfuri, all those places, towards Kumasi. That's we call it the Western Corridor. We are going through the emotions in line with the PFM for us to reconstruct that line. Those were built in the 60s. They are far older than I am, although I'm not that young. And they've served us well. We need to replace them. The next one has to do with the coastal. Coastal is the one that moves from Accra all the way to Aboade. So you have Aboade, Cape Coast, Winneba, now Kaswa, Mala. We need to reconstruct. As of now, approval has been granted for us to do. We started gradually from Tema to Achimota to Malam. We have approval to do Malam to Kaswa. So the rest, systematically, we need to replace them. From a capacity of 170 MVA, just focus on the numbers. Per circuit is 2. You are moving one from 170 to 488. That is significant, using the same corridor. Because that's what we need to do for the future. Transmission lines are constructed into the future. It is not only for today. So whatever you do, 10, 15, 20 years, they should be available. These ones that we are reconstructing, many of them have lived over 60 years. And therefore, there's the urgent need for us to reconstruct. The middle corridor, that has to do with the route from Akusumbu, Tafu, Nkoko, Konongo to Kumasi. That is what we refer to as a middle corridor. They were all built at the same time. When Akusumbu Dam was originally built, one long line went round all the south, the coastal, the western, the middle, and came back to Akusumu. Those are the ones that we are reconstructing. Then we have the proper eastern corridor. That one has to do with the line from Asikpi, there's a leg that also goes to Sogakope. You have Pandu. I think you have Pandu, Peve. Then now, the last one is KJB. Yes. That is a line that has completely outlived its usefulness. It's a 69 kV. We've completely exhausted the capacity. We are aware that it translates into significant transmission losses for us, but unfortunately, resources are limited, and we are planning for it. NEDCO wants us to build a 161 kV line from Yendi all the way down about 200 plus kilometers. Based on the economic disruptions, transmission line of this capacity has about close to $300,000 per kilometer. So if you multiply even 300,000 by 200 kilometers, that's a huge number. You're looking at about almost $66 million. Those are the ones that we need to factor. We've started engagement with the hope that we'll get some concessionary kind of loan to facilitate some of these developments. I go on to short-term projects. And here, these are the ones that we need to do going forward. We have, Kumasi has 2 substations. The one at Ahomaso, which also links up with a 330 kV from Aboade. It's about just under 20 kilometers between the Ahomaso and the Ahonjo substation, the old one. We have a grant of 10 million euros from EIB to reconstruct that line. Unfortunately, it is a major link to the grid that we cannot take that line out without an alternative to transport the power that comes from Aboade on the 330. It gets stepped down or reduced to 161. It should get a path to go to the Ahonjo substation, which has bulk of the load in Kumasi. That's the original location. Therefore, the board approved for us to construct about 24 kilometers of the old existing line between Konongo and Kumasi. 24 kilometers. As I speak to you, contract has been out. Construction has started. And I understand foundations that have been completed is about 10. Unfortunately, there are some locations that squatters within the corridor are still preventing the contractors to work. We'll do engagement with the regional minister and the appropriate authorities, but friends of the media, please, let's educate ourselves that we are doing it for our collective good. they should grant us the access for us to be able to do that. It is only when we do this that you have a path for the power to flow to Kumasi, that we can take the Ahomaso to the Kumasi one out and utilize the grant. We need to utilize the 10 million euro grant because you normally don't get free money around this time in the world, and therefore we'll take advantage of that. Special tariff project. We thank and we are grateful to the PRC based on the case we made to grant us some little money for us to use to deploy short-term capital project, all in an effort to make sure we reduce our losses, increase reliability of the grid for us consumers to be happy. So in this particular case, we have 3 key projects. We have a 225 kV substation at Prestia. Originally, it was picking its source from the 161. Remember, I mentioned that the 161 are the old lines that are heavily overloaded and contributing significantly to our losses. So, the 330 kV that is leaving Abuadi all the way to Kumasi, we are taking it to Prestia to build a 330-225 kV substation so that the demand on the export load will be taken away from the 161 onto the 330. Also, Prestia originally had 2 equipment that help with the voltage supply. They are called the condensers, 20 megawatt bank each. They were installed in the 80s. Unfortunately, they've all failed. And Prestia has always, instead of 225, you always have a low voltage about either 211 or 213. Without any mathematics, you can see that it is a node that contributes significantly to our technical losses. And therefore, as part of this funding, we are putting in an SVC to improve the voltage at Prestia, and also a similar equipment at Nayagnia. Nayagnia is the interconnection point between Ghana and Burkina Faso. Then, out of this project, the last one has to do with Tafu substation. Tafu is the major load center for much of Eastern region. The transformers there are heavily overloaded. When we take one out to do any work, we cannot guarantee supply. So the plan is for us to bring in 2 additional bigger ones to replace, so that even if you need to work on one transformer, the other transformer in service will be able to meet the demand. Then also we have a line from Akosomo that goes straight to Nkoko, then to Kumasi. We intend to break into that line at Tafu to reinforce the supply. In the past, what happens is that if there was the need for us to generate a lot of hydro, and Tema also has a lot of generation, the hydro from Akosomo heads towards Kumasi. When that happens, the old lines get overloaded, and at times we will call on our brothers in ECG, either in Kumasi or Konongo, to reduce load for us. That is an inconvenience to consumers. We intend to break into the Akosomo to Nkoko line at Tafu. Tafu is also a node that supports Akwitia that leads to New Obuasi, which is a mining center. When this is done, we believe it will reduce the losses and improve on the reliability of the NITS. The big one, Accra to Kumasi. If you look at the grade now, we virtually have Kumasi to Abuade, to Pukwasi to Tema. Government has approved a loan for us to about 116.4 million euros. It has a component of about 56.3 or 54.6% grant out of the 116.4. That percentage is grant, and therefore we intend to use it to build a line from Pukwasi all the way to Ahomaso. The reason is that when you have that, any disturbance in any aspect of the grid, consumers will not experience it. Currently, the way we have it on one leg, if Abuadi to Kumasi goes off, Kumasi suffers a little, voltages dip. We need to plead with our brothers in ECG to share load. We intend to see this as a thing of the past. And this is a project that we'll do so from Pukwasi all the way to Ahomaso. It's a double circuit line. What it means is that it has two arms. One circuit is here, one circuit is also here. One will go straight. The other one, when we get to Nkoko, will break into that one. Also build a substation between 330 and 161 and link it up to the middle corridor transmission network that I mentioned. All these are being done to guarantee reliability of the grid and its stability. So these are the big ticket items. There are smaller ones like our SCADA system that we need to do in collaboration with VRA. They are giving us some soft loan for us to replace equipment at the Abuadi switch yard because that's a major node for them. So those are low-hanging ones, but I wanted to focus on the big ones. Client-sponsored projects. I'll start first with the B5 Plus. B5 is a major steel manufacturing and fabrication company at La Plecu. I think that's the name. La Plecu is pretty huge. It's a 1D, 1F kind of factory that gives employment to many of our citizens. It's looking at between 60 to 100 megawatts of power. And therefore, they are pre-financing or they have sponsored the substation jointly between us and VRA for that facility to be brought up. We are looking at, towards the end of this month, to commission the substation. I believe when that time is due, we'll duly invite our brothers from the press to accompany us with that commissioning. Newmont Ahafo North. That is another Newmont mine between Sunyane and Kenyase. Ahafo North. That is between. It is supposed to help with the development of a new concession by Newmont. This BSP, when it comes and the mine is working, will give employment to our brothers and sisters in that community. So that is also ongoing. Contract has been awarded. Jointly, we are doing reviews. Cardinal Namdini. That is around, not too far from where the Pualugu plant is. That also has to do with a plant that is looking at almost about 60 megawatts. We visited the place last time, and you can see that they are a serious business company. Initially, we were doubting the kind of energy volumes that they were requesting, but upon visiting, you can see that this is a serious company, and they are here to do business. Tendering is ongoing. Our Mary and Siemens plant relocation. Gridco has been ready since last year. Awarded contract for our 2 bays to be prepared to facilitate quick relocation of the Mary plant to Kumasi for strategic reasons. Any generation within the middle belt will prevent that excess that must go on the line from the south. Anytime you are transmitting more power on the lines, without power, nobody steals some. We don't steal. It is the conductors themselves that consume the power. So the closer you get a plant to a location that has bulk load, the better. Then also it will support us in exporting more power to our brothers in Burkina Faso, with even intention of extending the line to Mali in the future. Increase in our export market. It's quite unfortunate that our brothers in Burkina Faso in April wanted us to do about 225 megawatts. but we have a little constraint with one of our auto transformers, and therefore we are doing about 150, 160, 170, max 180 so far, but we need to be aggressive for the regional business. And quite recently, when the president returned from Cote d'Ivoire, a request was made to him for Ghana to support Cote d'Ivoire with additional power. Discussions has commenced with VRA for them to run a plant dedicated to them. So instruction has gone to Director System Operations that there is a challenge with their system now, and we must help. That's why we are neighbors and family across some tribes, and therefore that is what we need to do to help. It also helps with our revenue inflows, and for the first time since 1983, the line between Prestia and Cote d'Ivoire was used for quote-unquote a friendly commercial business. Really, money wasn't exchanging hands. But this time, our brothers from CIA has come for us to sign an agreement. The document is about ready, and when we sign it, we will definitely communicate with the press for your information and attention. The wholesale electricity market, in line with the appropriate airline, Ghana is supposed to deploy the wholesale electricity market, and the timelines are indicated in this schedule. What where we are now is that we have a consultant that is helping us to generate the data required to do the studies. That is mainly required. Systems have started, the market rules have been reviewed. The structure was done earlier. I think 2 weeks ago, IMOP met at Akosomo and virtually reviewed the market rules for onward implementation. The appropriate bodies will be set up, inaugurated by the Honorable Minister, for us to take it forward. The internal one has been done, and Director SND is the one who chairs our internal process. Planned major transmission project. We've received a letter recently from Finance indicating the acknowledgement of this project for us to go ahead and prepare the pre-feasibility study and the feasibility. In line with the PFM now, any project needs to be justified by a PCN, project concept note. You do your pre-feasibility, you do your proper feasibility, and it's detailed, and it's very important. When you do it, you get to know. The option is, if Ghana government has $100 million to give to any utility, do this project in line with the PFM. That would justify clearly where to put the money. So that is what we are on. These are 3 key projects that we must do. Some of them feature the Daboadi Cape Coast Winneba, that's the coaster that I mentioned. Malam to Kasua, that has to do with, it's Malam to Pokwase, sorry. That has to do with, Pokwase is on 330. The Malam leg is on 161. We intend to connect through a step-down auto transformer to link the Pokwase to Malam. When we do that, then even in Accra and the whole grid, we've given alternative path for power to flow. All of this is to ensure that even if we knock off one full substation, consumers should not feel the non-availability of electricity. I've spoken a lot, but I'll leave this with you. Without the grid, there will be no electricity. That's the bottom line. Without the grid. And I'll tell you a story. I have a friend who came to visit in Christmas, came to Ghana. He belongs to the Big Brother family. Then he told me that he was inviting his family to come to Ghana. I said, why? Just take a ticket. Why is there? Just go and visit them. He says, no. Ghana has electricity. Let's keep our eye on the ball. There are 2 things that has kept this country. Economy is tough. We all agree. 2 things. if we short fuel or electricity, it will be worse than where we are. Therefore, we see it as our responsibility not to disappoint the state Ghana. We take our work seriously and we'll keep our eye on the ball. Deputy Honorable Minister, thank you very much.
Please, another round of applause for the Chief Executive Officer of GridCo. This was such an insightful presentation. It was loaded with so much. I wanted to keep up, but I said it would take some time for me to go back to watch the presentation again and pick some of the substantive issues that he raised. But key among the highlights that I picked are the fact that just between the year 2021 and 2022, GridCo has commissioned 3 substations from 65 to 68, including the Kaswa and Pukwase substations. Also, you have managed to get some of your clients, private partners, to also contribute to other projects apart from these 68 substations that you are controlling. And you mentioned collaboration with B5 Plus, Newmont Ghana, and Cardinal Namdini to also set up plants or substations at their respective companies to help with the volumes of energy that they demand. You also mentioned about one very important thing that I wish to highlight, which has to do with the rehabilitation or replacement of some of the old legacy lines. You mentioned that some of the transmission lines are older than you, so I can imagine maybe older than my parents. But through the hard work of yourself and your staff, you are committed to rehabilitating those lines so that we can minimize transmission losses and also solve challenges that may come with voltage fluctuations. You also mentioned some operational challenges that GridCo is facing and called on all of us, including the media here in present, to assist with advocacy and public education, especially with regards to encroachment and galamsey. Sometimes I wonder, in Ghana, we are not afraid of anything, but I beg you, when it comes to energy transmission, as the Chief Executive mentioned, even a truck not even touching the lines were coming close, got the ties burst. So you can imagine, if you are not afraid of earthquake zones, you are not afraid of rain or cars, I beg you, as for the infrastructure that we have for energy transmission, please beware. You also mentioned about how some galamsey operators have encroached upon some of your facilities, whether they are digging around it or under it, or stealing some of the steel members for other activities within that field. So I call on my colleagues and friends to help us with the public education so that they will stop. Because Ghana, we pride ourselves of having power. And you mentioned that when it comes to the average system availability index, we are talking about 99.7%. That is something I did not even anticipate. I believe if you had mentioned even 70%, we would have clapped for you. But to talk about 99.7%, that is a lot of work. And so many things you mentioned that I don't even have words to express. But to say that you've mentioned a lot of big monies, big budget projects, just to keep our lights on. So when we have lights in our homes, at our workplaces, at our businesses, it is not by chance. It is not by anything, but for the serious investment that government has put in energy transmission and the entire energy and power value chain in the country so that we can keep the power on. You also touched on the relocation of the Ameri plant to Kumasi so that we can cut transmission losses, because you mentioned that sometimes people don't necessarily steal the power, but looking at the distance, the conductors themselves also take some of the power in terms of transmission, and that as we seek to increase exports to Burkina Faso, it also helps when the plants are closer to the middle or northern belt. So thank you for the insight. This has been like a master class on power transmission for all of us. And we thank you so much for making time. Before we invite questions from our friends who are present, I would like to once again acknowledge the media houses that are picking this briefing live. We are live on GTV, Asasi Radio, Oman FM, Happy FM, ETV Ghana, and MX24 TV. On Facebook, we are live on Ministry of Information and also at SIGA. So thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, if you have any questions, this is the best time to ask. If you have comments, we will take them as well. We can take 5 questions and then invite Engineer Esienyi for his responses. Yeah, Mr. Atta. Kindly mention your name and affiliation for the benefit.
Thank you. Athaminsa from GNA.
Yeah.
That's quite impressive presentation and so very technical for some of us. Chief, I want to find out the debt that Gridco is owing ECG now. Some time ago we heard about some amount. Gridco is owing ECG. Or ECG is owning Gridco. Okay, so we want to know the debt situation between these 2 companies. Then you mentioned even some of West African countries that we are exporting power to Burkina Faso, Ivory Coast. Somebody will wonder why we are experiencing power challenges, and then instead of solving our internal issues, you are looking at even supporting other people outside. We are in a crisis. The whole world is in a crisis. Why don't do now manage issues here? But you are looking at helping others. What is the reason or logic behind this thing, instead of managing issues here so that everybody will have power? Then over-dependence on thermal and hydro sources for electricity generation. This is what Ghana has been dealing with. Are you looking at alternative sources of power which is more affordable than this one? Thank you.
Thank you for the questions. Please, let's keep the questions brief and ask maximum 2 questions.
Yeah.
So
Good morning, Engineer. You did mention that acquiring a corridor for your transmission lines has been fought with all kinds of obstruction and resistance from the locals. Is it state acquisition or the company is trying to bulldoze its way through? What is the arrangement like? Because if you are coming to power your transmission line through my cocoa farm or plantain farm or cashew farm, there must be some kind of compensation. How do you do it? Now, my second question has to do with tariffs. You did mention that the tariffs are not anything to write home about. You said that you thank PRC for allowing to inch up your tariffs. It means that tariff is not what you expect, but because of maybe the state of the country and low incomes, you are percepting somehow. What regime do you think would be appropriate for you to be able to get enough money to run your operations?
Okay, we'll take the third, fourth, and then take Paul as the last for the segment.
My name is Nashika Caesar. I work with City FM, City TV. I want to know, during the presentation, it was mentioned that the activities of Galamsey operators was costing Gridco. We want to know exactly how much the company is losing as a result of these activities, and also beyond cautioning people who are the Galamsey people, what does Gridco intend to do? Are we going to see Gridco now taking punitive measures against these Galamsey operators? Thank you.
Thank you for the question. So we'll take the fourth. David, okay, behind you.
My name is Albert Jeremy from Business Insiders. Understanding the economy is tough now. We are managing to maintain what we have, which is electricity and the fuel. But should this, and that is okay, I acknowledge that, but should the system continue being the same tough way? How do we expect the people to afford these? Because they also need food to survive. And I heard you saying that there are 3 companies that are also supporting you, and they are also helping with the employment. Is Gridco doing anything about the job employment? Because we need food also to survive, not only the electricity and the fuel. Thank you.
Please, if you can rephrase your question. Are you talking about the the companies which are, apart from what government is doing, they are also guiding those companies to set up their own substations so that they can expand. And you are saying that who needs food to survive?
I'm talking about the citizens, because it's these people that are also using the electricity and the fuel. And these also, they don't have job. And without job, they don't have enough money to afford the fuel and the electricity. So it will be a problem if the system continues being solved this way for years. Then if they can't afford it, how would GridCo function?
I don't know if, Chief, you got the question. Okay, so we'll take the last one from Paul and come back for another round if there is time. Okay.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Minister. My name is Paul Nyujedalafu, and I report for the Daily Statesman. I have two quick questions for the CEO of GridCo. CEO, you made mention about the role of GridCo to move to transport power from a point to another point. And I want to find out from you, what role do you play when it comes to rural electrification? For I've noticed that some communities are close to each other, and yet still, they still don't have light, especially in the northern area. And also, people using GridCo towers to commit suicide. What measures are you putting in place to ensure that such things don't affect the transmission of power? Thank you.
Thank you for the question. So please, we'll invite Chief back for his responses.
I think the first question had to do with the debt value that ECG owes to GridCo. From my last count, I think it's about 2.7 billion Ghana cedis. Director Finance, am I correct? Okay, ECG and NETCO, about 2.7 billion. Power export to neighbors. First and foremost, EDM first. So, the grid has some quantum of energy that needs to be distributed. Whatever we send out is in excess of whatever we require. Ghana, our energy penetration is about 85 to 86%. The other places that don't have are ones that it is extremely expensive to connect them to the grid. So we are looking at standalone or off-grid kind of connection, like our island and things like that. So that is, we don't give export power at the expense of our local Ghanaian, because we know the purpose of the energy in socio-economic development. Over-dependent on hydro and water, why not look at other local sources? That is why government has set up the nuclear company to have a look at that aspect in order to reduce the cost. Nuclear has a high initial cost, but the operating cost is cheaper. Government is looking at all that options. In addition to we bringing in renewable energy. Renewable energy is key, but you need to station them in a way that they will be efficient. You know, people ask, why don't you put in 400 megawatt of solar? 400 megawatt of solar is a huge land space. Apart from that, and if it's going to rain, immediately the cloud form, it goes to zero. So you need to manage the location so that you spread it in a way that if it's raining, you notice that when it's raining, you see the clouds from Nigeria. They'll tell us the clouds are coming from Nigeria. You can track it. Over time, you notice that it's entered Benin, Togo, Ghana, then it will go to Cote d'Ivoire, so that you spread the risk. Then also, depending on what quantum of energy, renewable energy, they are called variable renewable. Because they vary. They can be at 10 and can just come to 0. And therefore, when you are running them like that, you need plants that are partially loaded so that immediately that deficit comes, they supply. Those are factors that will come in as part of the reliability. You cannot operate a significant renewable when your plant are shut down, when the renewable goes off. Then now that you are calling generators to come on, no, you experience some delay in load management. And those are the options that are being considered. The issue has to do with compensation. And now when my director legal is here, we do pay the compensation. In the past, it used to be for crop alone, but now the new law, we need to pay fully. We do. But the issue is that, for instance, if we need to cut a big tree, there was a tree that has about 75 meters where it was standing in some farm. If it should fall, it will fall on our line, collapse our towers, we will all struggle. So we go to the farmer and plead. The late guy, you say, oh, you spoil my cuckoo for, and say, yes, whatever gets for to compensate. Some are reasonable, they understand. Others don't want to agree. But that is the aspect that I say we need to work together because it's all for our collective good. Our tariff requirement. You see, PRC was set up for two purposes. For us, the industry players, and also for consumers. It always has a difficult task of balancing it. If you ask me, I will say they should give me all I require, all the money I need, so that even when a line goes off, nobody will see. But it's not possible at this time, because the kind of charge that will bring to consumers will be way in excess of what is required. So that's a blend. We make your case, and to tell you the truth, they do a good job. They interrogate your numbers. If you even smuggle things in, they are able to tell you to take it off. So they do a good job. And therefore, the blend is in. What we were happy with had to do with a quarterly adjustment. And I believe they've commenced it. And that one will minimize the impact of sudden shocks that normally we experience with tariff. Galamsey cost, it's huge. Some of them, instead of one tower, we need to leave the tower place, get contractors to spend maybe $200,000 to insert an additional tower, which under normal circumstances we shouldn't have. When they do and the tower collapses, the cost of unserved energy, because industries will go down. Those are all big costs that we easily don't quantify, but it's really a challenge to us, Punitive measures. We try to use all sources to get information. We virtually have made friends with people within those communities, and at times they tell us, but I know these Galamsey people, they are, I don't know the right word to use, but they are some way. You see, they thrive on risk. Therefore, we need to have an education and have a relationship with them, just so that they stay away from the national infrastructure. I believe with more education, they will understand us and stay off. When you are caught, that one, the law will deal with you. Especially, there are some that you can see that we used to have bolt and nut to screw our tower members. At a point in time, we changed it and used what we call the anti-theft. The anti-theft, you cannot go with a spanner and try to remove it. Now, what they do is that they go with saw. It's not hacksaw. They go with at times, whether it's mottled or, because the members are thick. But when you get there, you can see that somebody spent time here in cutting this. Those are deliberate. Those are vandalism. When you are caught down, the law will deal with you. And in some communities, they don't want to give themselves up. They know, but we try. There are a few people that we've caught and handed over to the police. Tough economy, not only availability of fuel and electricity. That is exactly what I said. The economy is tough. But if we don't have these two, it will worsen the situation. We just had a session with His Excellency, the President of the Republic, and he tasked us It is either we quickly strategize and jumpstart the economy, or he will boot us out of office. And he did not miss worse. And therefore, we'll be serious with this. We need to turn the economy around fast and quick. It should be a collective decision for all of us. Those who are churning in excessive profit because they have a good that people want, we all need to minimize it, hold our hands together, and move forward. Somebody asked about Greco employment status, or what we do to help. I think it had to do with the economy, kind of. Yes, we would love to employ as many as we want. Now, what we do is that with the expansions, we bring in a few, then also attrition. The old people who are going out, we bring people in. Look, when we bring new substations on board, yes, we need operators, we need electrical maintenance, we need line crew, we need PNC, and therefore we'll bring people up as and when. We understand fully, because it's heartbreaking when you find, electrical engineer is finished school, he hasn't got a job. When we finish school, it's not too late, but jobs were available for us. So we need to be conscious of it and make sure our brothers and sisters, sons and daughters also get employment. Our role in rural electrification. In the past, we used to do the shelled wire scheme. We still have a few of them. The shelled wire is, we have a shelled wire that is supposed to conduct lightning to the ground on our towers. We insulated it and used to supply rural loads. Many of them have overgrown their usefulness. Original Kintampo used to be one, but with the load growth, we've changed. 2 communities with some not getting electricity. Just let's have the details and we take it up with appropriate authorities, whether it's within the ECG zone or within the NEDCO zone. So long as it is within that we can extend power to. We need to, in line with the SDG goals, everybody, universal access to electricity is a priority. And we all know, anytime electricity or road goes to a location, it opens up the community. And that's something we must do. It was quite unfortunate, the incident that happened with our brother who went on the line. It saddens me so much, because what happens is that the tower has what we refer to as anti-climbing. Anti-climbing means that it should prevent you from climbing. So anybody here who hasn't got a good intention would stay off. Unfortunately, the gentleman on information did not get to us early. This is the second time. There was one in the north where that one was on the 330 kV. Information got to the system control center early enough. And that one, without any authorization, he's mandated to take the line out just to protect life. Unfortunately, this one, the information got to us late. And I think what triggered it was people who knew the risk, trying to go help him to come down. That facilitated him going up. But it's something we virtually detailed the director Tenka said to have a look at all our towers and ensure that the anti-climbing, there are measures with pins that can easily prick you. You cannot easily climb the tower that way. They should bring it up to restrict people from going across the levels that are dangerous to human life. Thanks.
Ladies and gentlemen, if you have follow-up questions, we'll take it. This is the final round. If not, we'll invite the CEO for his closing remarks. Okay, I was hoping to see a new hand, but if not, okay, so one, and then we'll take the lady, and then I'll take the last two from.
Okay, my name is Dennis from TV Africa. Okay, please, I would like to find out from engineer, from what you said, a little clarification based on the comparison. Your work, is it on transmitter or generator? Because your statement is more like you are on generating more than transporting or transmitting. Thank you.
Thank you for the question. Okay.
Yes, thank you. It's a follow-up on my question regarding the debt, ECG and NETCO owning GRIDCO. Yes, and it's quite a colossal amount. If you receive this money, I believe it will help in investment. Do you have any agreement with this company, two companies, on payment of this debt? Any arrangement and timeline that they're supposed to pay this amount to help in your investment drive? Thank you.
Thank you for the question. So we'll take the last one.
Yes, my name is Anapoku, there is Searchlight. Engineer, you did indicate that Ghana produces about 5,231 megawatts of power. How much do we use as a country? And what are we doing with the excess, if there's any?
Thank you, Nana.
Mine is a follow-up on the debt question. We want to know how much the debt is impacting GRIDCO, their operations.
Thank you for the question. So we invite the Chief Executive back for his responses and then concluding remarks.
Your question had to do with whether we do generation or transmission. If you look on the board, where the red line is, that is our room. You notice that we are between the generators and the distributors. Our rule simply is that you are the young farmer in, let's say, Yendi. I bring my truck, you give me 100 tubers of yam to come and deliver to deputy minister. You expect that I will deliver the 100, so I will carry the 100. If on the way my driver decides to jump a speed ramp and one yam tuber falls down, that is not your issue, because you're giving me 100 and you're paying me for the 100, and therefore I need to compensate for the one tuber that. So that is our rule. We are in the middle, so we take from either IPP or from VRA and send to whoever is allocated to me that I should deliver. So we are mainly in the transmission. But because we do the system operation, you manage the generators that are coming on and the distribution. It is your role. You are an independent. So if we need BUI to come on with additional demand, we will ask BUI to come, because one thermal plant has gone down. Those are the rules. That's why we have a direct linkages with generators and transmission distributors. Legacy debt. I'll plead for my director of finance to come and give the proper detail about what government is doing for us to address. Samir, you have my attention. Yes.
Thank you very much, and all protocols observed. So just go straight to the point. Like my chief said, is legacy debts. These are debts that have been accrued over 20 plus years since the inception of the relationship between these two companies. Now, as most of you will be aware, in the value chain of the power production, we have VRA, who is a generator. I'm just using an example. GRIDCO, who is a transmitter, we carry the power to ECG, who is a distributor. So they have the interface with the customer, ECG and NETCO. So what happens is that when power is served to customers, they pay through ECG. So they do the collections, and they will in turn distribute the monies to the various value chain players, which is the generators and the transmission companies. Now, historically, I think that there's been a challenge within the value chain where ECG also have their commercial losses, so in terms of the collection rates have been low. But the good news is that if you look just from 2020 coming to 2021, as we all sat down to see the challenges we had, the government put in place the cash waterfall system. This was a system which was supposed to provide equitable distribution of the revenues that are collected from the customers. So in essence, when he usually collects the monies, we have members of the cash water for committee, which comprises of all the value chain players, and we share equally. So if you look at from that perspective, you can see that prior to the cash water for implementation, collection rates were just below 20%. Now we're getting up to between 55–60%. So this is a vast improvement. But there's a lot we can do together. But like my chief said, if we're able to build a robust infrastructure, if the ECG is supposed to plug their commercial losses, the collection rates goes up, and we will all be going home happily. So it's a work in progress, and together we're working on that. Thank you.
I'll handle the install capacity and what we do with the excess. Install capacity simply means the total that is available. So Ameri, for instance, that is out, is part of the installed. Akusumu has about 1,100 megawatts. It depends on the water level. So when you talk about installed, they are all part. Highest that we've seen so far, I think is 3,558 megawatts. That happened in, I think it's January 26th, around evening. But normally the hot season is around March ending towards April. Therefore, in our budget and with our engagement with the minister and his team, we've given an indication that we expect that we'll go close to 3,600 plus meg. And that is what we do. Like I mentioned, if we have the available fuel resource and there is the demand, we'll meet it. So gradually. And you see, in a plan too, you always must have some level of reserve. When we say reserve, it's like your car. You can do total of 160 kilometers per hour, but you do average like one. When you are doing overtaking and you are hot, you call on your power and do your 150 to overtake and safe. So we normally have some spinning reserve. By and by, as the economy grows, demand goes up. These capacities will be handled. We grow averaging about 8 to 10% year on year. So that's a number, The debt impact on our operations. I wouldn't want to deceive anybody. It is an issue. That is the reason why government makes a conscious effort to find some resources for us to do the investment that we require. It all with the understanding that, hey, this legacy debt may have to be addressed in a strategic way over time. Did I answer your question? Why? Let me hear you. Last one.
Well, specifically, if you can tell us how it's impacting your operations. Is it making you lose money? Is it making you inefficient in some ways? Yeah.
Okay, that's what. Okay, I understand your question now. Yes, because I don't have all. Look, when I come to my office and the management team are here, we have bulk of compensation that we need to pay for people that's given us their land for us to use. Then also, if I had the resources, I would have bulldozed all my lines. Clearly, when you do that, it gives you like 2 or 3 years. Much of disturbances that we have is because there's some tree under the line, you've loaded a little to the line has come down a little more. It is not touching the ground. And normally it doesn't touch the object. It is the distance as you close it up. Then the fire that is silently working on it will find a path to the ground. If I had all the resources, but we are managing it. We are managing within the limited resources that we have. Thank you very much, Deputy Minister.
On behalf of the Minister for Information, Honorable Kojo Nkrumah, management and staff of our ministry, and also on behalf of SIGA, through whose collaboration we've been able to put together this important platform, I would like to say thank you, Engineer CNE and your delegation, for making time for this very important exercise. We have been doing this briefing with ministers We extended to regional ministers. We have extended to all SIGA agencies. And in fact, if we get the opportunity, we will extend to the very basic or baseline level in terms of decentralized governance, so that we can account to Ghanaians and answer all the pertinent questions that they may have. So thank you for making time for this exercise. And to our friends from the media, as always, I say a very big thank you to you, and also call on you to amplify and spread all the good news that the Chief Executive has brought to us. Thank you so much for making time. Good morning.